Last night, I sleepwalked straight into the campus goddess's bedroom. I even spent the entire night sleeping while holding onto her long, black, stockinged legs. I was ready to swallow my pride and offer myself to her to make up for it. But when I secretly checked the security footage, I discovered something shocking. She was actually the one who pulled me into her arms and cuddled me all night. And she looked like she was thoroughly enjoying every second of it. As it turned out, the gorgeous senior actually suffers from severe touch deprivation. Physical contact with anyone else leaves her overwhelmed with anxiety and disgust. Yet when it comes to me, not only does she not reject it, but she actually feels completely satisfied and at peace. But during the day at school, she acts like she doesn't even know who I am. She keeps up her usual cold, distant, and aloof facade. But as soon as night falls, she sneaks into my room again and kisses me like crazy. She won't even let me get more than 2 feet away from her. Just a short while ago, while I was sound asleep, a subtle fragrance drifted into my nose, slowly bringing me to. Once I woke up fully, I realized this wasn't my bedroom at all. Right at that moment, an icy cool voice drifted from the edge of the bed. "You're awake." I turned my head and froze on the spot. Standing right in front of me was none other than Chloe Vance, the legendary campus goddess of North City University. How did I end up here?" "You sleepwalked over," she replied. "I didn't wake you up out of safety concerns." Chloe spoke with absolute indifference, as if she didn't care in the slightest. I couldn't help feeling a wave of deep embarrassment. "I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. I'll get out of your hair now." Just as I was about to leave, I was surprised when she called out to stop me. "Stay for breakfast," as if afraid I might misunderstand. Chloe added with nonchalance, "I bought too much anyway." I stood there, completely stunned for a second. As a college freshman, this wasn't my first time seeing Chloe. Back at the freshman orientation, Chloe had given a speech as a junior representative. The moment she walked onto the stage, she captivated everyone in the room. Her delicate features were completely flawless. Her eyes were as clear and deep as a mountain lake, paired with a figure as stunning as her runway models. But what captivated people most was her cool, aloof charm, an ethereal vibe that seemed completely untouched by the mundane world. Yet right now, I inexplicably felt that. This normally ice-cold fairy of a senior almost seemed reluctant to let me leave. I quickly shook my head, telling myself not to get ahead of myself or read too much into it. Seeing that Chloe had already sat down at the dining table and started eating on her own, I decided not to be overly polite either. I sat down across from her, quietly eating while sneaking glances at her. I happened to catch her closing her eyes after taking a bite, wearing a look of pure bliss and contentment. That was absolutely adorable. Truly, attractive people look gorgeous no matter what they do. But what I didn't realize was that, due to her severe touch deprivation, Chloe frequently experienced overwhelming anxiety and heart palpitations. In the past, she always used food to numb her feelings. But last night, she had discovered a far better cure. After finishing breakfast, I saw Chloe clearing away the takeout wrappers and soy milk containers. I quickly spoke up, "Here, let me take those. I can toss the trash on my way out." As I reached out to grab the trash bag, my fingers accidentally brushed against her hand. The tips of Chloe's ears instantly flushed bright red. She tried with all her might to suppress the overwhelming urge to press herself against me, unaware of what was really going on inside her head. I simply noticed her slightly flushed cheeks, and how her breathing had suddenly turned ragged. I couldn't help asking out of concern, "Are you okay?" Snapping back to her senses, Chloe suddenly reacted like a startled rabbit, snapping in a fierce tone, "I'm fine. Just leave. I need to rest." Seeing her like this, I felt a bit helpless. But I could understand her attitude. After all, she was always cold and distant toward everyone. Besides, I had taken up her entire bed all night, so she obviously couldn't comfortably sleep beside me. She was probably just cranky because she didn't get a good night's sleep. I myself was a light sleeper, which made it hard to get decent rest in the dorms, so I had rented an apartment near campus. It was also convenient for me to draw and update my webcomic in peace. It wasn't until I walked out the front door that I finally realized Chloe was actually my neighbor living right across the hall. We just never happened to bump into each other before. After returning to my place, I had just poured some dog food for Snowy, when I suddenly realized my jacket was still over at Chloe's place. But thinking she was probably sleeping by now, I decided to grab it some other time. Lying on my bed, I got ready to upload the latest comic chapter from my computer. Otherwise, my fans would start calling for my head again. Sure enough, as soon as I opened the app, I saw the comments section was already buzzing. Did this troll fail to land his crush and jump into a river or something? It's just a heartbreak, bro. Have a good cry and move on. Your sadness is a minor issue, but delaying the update is unforgivable. I burst out laughing despite myself. As longtime fans, most of them knew that I had been chasing my childhood friend for 3 years, and they often teased me about it, feeling I was wasting my effort on her. In the past, after posting my webcomic on the platform, I unexpectedly blew up and gained a huge following. With so many fans, it practically became my side hustle, and taking occasional sponsorship deals gave me a decent amount of financial freedom. My childhood friend Lauren knew about this as well. Ever since her family ran into financial trouble, I had basically been covering her tuition. But over time, she began to change. She started spending money recklessly, and when she ran short, she secretly used my phone to accept sketchy brand deals, completely ignoring the fact that those sponsors had shady reputations. She was practically shoving me straight into a pit of fire. Seeing Lauren's complete lack of remorse, I snapped at her on the spot, feeling thoroughly disappointed in her. Yesterday, we finally broke up for good. I uploaded the latest comic chapter, pushing those bitter memories out of my mind, and got to work on drafting the next chapters. By the time I finished building up a few days' worth of backlog, night had fallen without me realizing it. Only when I stopped did I realize how starving I was. While waiting for my food delivery, a text popped up on my chat app from Invincible T-Rex Warrior. Today's chapter was so hype. By the way, I just checked the comments section. Are you doing okay? Attached was a cute anime sticker to comfort me. They were one of my earliest fans, and after getting acquainted, we exchanged contact info. I texted back, "Of course I'm fine. Just finished drawing a few pages. My eyes are dead exhausted." I casually sent along a teaser image as a sneak peek, but there was no reply on the other end, so I assumed they had fallen asleep. Right then, the doorbell rang. Damn, that delivery driver was fast, arriving in just a few minutes. I rushed over to open the door, but when I saw who was standing there, I froze in confusion. "Senior? Is something wrong?" Chloe looked like she had just woken up. She was still wearing her sleepwear, her eyes half-lidded and hazy. Her gaze was completely unfocused. But in the next second, right under my shocked gaze, she suddenly lunged forward at me. The campus goddess was actually kissing me. My mind went completely blank. Chloe pressed her body tightly against mine, clinging to me like she was ready to hang off my shoulders. After kissing me, she began nuzzling greedily against my chest. Just then, the delivery driver arrived holding my food order. Seeing me standing at the open door, embracing a gorgeous girl while waiting for my food, he looked like he was about to burst into tears of envy. Bro, delivery drivers have feelings too, you know. Cringing so hard, I nearly cringed through the floorboards. I hurriedly grabbed the takeout, thinking of pulling Chloe inside my apartment first. But after just 2 steps, the senior who had been clinging so greedily to my chest shoved me away without warning. She let out a soft yawn. Woo! And that familiar content expression returned to her face. Then, without saying a word, she turned around and walked back to her own apartment. Walking back inside, I was left completely dazed and baffled, as if I could still smell the sweet fragrance she radiated. When she had pressed up against me, even the pork trotter rice sitting in front of me had lost its appeal. The next day in class, I was still completely out of it. Looking at my best buddy, Ethan, I asked curiously, "Hey, I have this friend," who was just waiting for his food delivery, when the campus goddess suddenly knocked on his door and laid a huge kiss right on his mouth as soon as she saw him. And then she walked off like nothing had happened. What do you think the campus goddess means by that? Hearing this, Ethan slapped his thigh and gasped, "Oh no!" I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did you stay up watching dirty movies last night and fall into a fever dream?" Ethan burst out laughing at me. I was instantly left speechless. This bastard didn't believe me for a second. But then again, thinking about it, it really did sound impossible. 6 years from now, I probably wouldn't have much contact with her anyway. What I didn't expect was that we'd run into each other again so soon. Our club was having a dinner gathering for a senior's birthday, and it wouldn't look good if I didn't show up. I had no choice. Back when school started, Lauren insisted on joining this drama club, so I reluctantly signed up alongside her. The restaurant was near campus. I originally planned to just grab a shared bike, which would get me there right on time, but unexpectedly, I couldn't find a single shared e-bike along the entire street. Seeing that I was about to be late, I suddenly noticed a girl not far from the school gate, riding an e-bike, in the exact direction of the restaurant. Thick-skinned as I am, I quickly chased after her, and called out, "Hey miss, could you give me a ride down the street?" But when she turned around, I froze on the spot. Chloe turned her head, staring at me with an icy, expressionless look. Staying completely silent, I felt a sudden wave of deep embarrassment. If I had known the person riding the bike was the campus goddess, I definitely wouldn't have rushed over like an idiot. Why would someone like her offer a ride to a guy she barely knew? To my surprise, Chloe suddenly spoke up. "Hop on. Give me the address." Four Brothers, Sichuan cuisine. Seeing her agree, I hurriedly hopped onto the back seat. Since the senior agreed, why should I hesitate? Chloe was wearing a fitted knit cardigan. Sitting in the back seat, I had a clear view of the tight, slim curve of her waist. Forcing myself to stay focused, I suddenly remembered something, and asked her, "Senior, I think my jacket was left at your place." Chloe fell silent for a long moment upon hearing that. In a slightly unnatural tone, she replied, "Is that so? I didn't see it." That was strange. But if she said she didn't see it, then she definitely didn't see it. But then my thoughts drifted back to that kiss. After hesitating for a while, I decided to ask and clear the air. "Senior, do you remember what happened last night?" "What happened?" Chloe asked, looking genuinely confused. Looking at her expression, her tone didn't seem fake at all. Whatever courage I had just built up vanished instantly. Was that caused by sleepwalking too? Girls are generally quite shy, so it was probably better if I didn't bring it up. Just as I was thinking that, Chloe brought the bike to a stop. Only then did I realize we had already arrived at our destination. I scratched my head. "Thanks, Chloe." To my surprise, Chloe simply gave a quiet nod, then walked into the restaurant ahead of me. Just as I was about to follow her inside, right at that moment, a girl's voice called out from behind me, "Gavin!" Hearing that voice, I didn't even turn around. I quickly picked up my pace and walked into the restaurant, thinking only about staying far away from her. Unexpectedly, Lauren's shouts only grew louder and louder. Seeing me avoiding her, Lauren felt a wave of resentment rise inside her, and tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. But I had seen this play far too many times. In the past, seeing Lauren cry would break my heart, but now I only felt annoyed. "Lady, you are so exhausting," I couldn't help but complain. "What is there for you to cry about?" "What, out of spending money again?" I had never intended to ask for the money back, nor would I ever give this woman another dime. I wasn't a masochist, so there was no reason to play the sucker anymore. My sudden outburst left Lauren completely speechless. She had already spent all that money on designer bags, plus her brother needed tuition money right now, so her funds were completely drained. "Gavin, stop putting on an act. I clearly saw you just now. You arrived on the back of some woman's e-bike." She put on a pitiful, heartbroken face, looking like an abandoned victim. Seeing her act, I gave her the blunt truth. "Yeah, you're right. I rode here with Chloe Vance." Hearing that name, Lauren's face turned completely pale. Furious, she scoffed. "Riding with the campus goddess? Who do you think you are?" I didn't bother wasting another word on her, and walked straight through the door. Only when I entered the private room did I realize. No wonder Chloe gave me a ride here. It turned out we were attending the exact same gathering. I almost got ahead of myself again. I gave myself a harsh mental slap across the face. She's the campus goddess, after all. What was I delusionally daydreaming about? The guys present didn't expect the campus goddess to show up either. The moment they saw Chloe, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively and loud. "Senior, let me pour you a glass of water." "Wait, hold on. This glass looks a bit dirty. Let me rinse it with hot water for you first." Meanwhile, Chloe sat right in the middle seat. She looked thoroughly accustomed to these kinds of occasions, turning them down politely, yet firmly. Chloe served as the vice president of the drama club, but in all 3 years of college, she had never attended a single event held by the drama club. A situation like today was a total first. Felix, the club president, was secretly feeling uncertain as well. But on second thought, he assumed it was because of his birthday, that Chloe had decided to come. He smiled and said, "Chloe, I really didn't expect you to actually make it." As Chloe noticed Felix approaching, her brow furrowed instinctively. She unconsciously shifted her body away, not wanting to have physical contact with anyone. That surge of anxious restlessness flooded back over her. Chloe felt a wave of deep regret right now, wondering why on earth she had come to attend this utterly boring gathering. If she hadn't happened to take a quick glance at the photo list of attendees earlier, she wouldn't have bothered coming at all. Felix kept talking to himself beside her, but Chloe seemed to tune out his voice entirely, having zero intention of responding to him. Seeing this, Felix felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly poured a glass of fruit wine. "Chloe, you must be thirsty." Chloe cast a cold glance at it. She really did need to eat something right now, to soothe her anxious and restless body, but seeing a glass he had touched, she still shook her head. However, Chloe soon noticed something, and suddenly asked, "What's that in your hand?" I was just about to poke a straw into my milk tea. Hearing her question, I blinked twice. Taro boba milk tea. Less ice. I had just bought this milk tea right before walking in, when Lauren was driving me crazy with her noise, and I happened to spot the shop. Chloe went on to ask, "Is it good?" I nodded, but seeing Chloe still staring at me, I seemed to catch on, and asked, "Senior, do you want a drink?" "Sure." I'd only asked casually, never expecting Chloe to actually agree. In an instant, the surrounding room fell dead silent. Felix's expression turned incredibly ugly, but Chloe couldn't care less. Taking the milk tea, she started enjoying it, all by herself. It seemed like she had never drunk milk tea before. After taking her first sip, her eyes lit up instantly. I couldn't help dazing off slightly. So cute, just like a kitten. By this time, almost everyone from the club had arrived. Although it was called a club gathering, it was actually Felix's birthday party. His 10-minute-long personal speech was giving me a headache. I pulled out my phone and checked my messages. Invincible T-Rex Warrior had only replied this morning. "Thanks for your hard work. I have to start my morning shift now." I casually replied, "Are you a college student too?" But right at that moment, Chloe's phone notification bar popped up with a message too. Expressionless, she replied, "Yep." I followed up by asking, "Which university are you at?" Without a second's delay, the reply came through, "North City University." Seeing that, I was pleasantly surprised. "Dude, we go to the same school. Tell you what, since you've been my fan for so many years, I'll buy you a drink every single day." Right then, Chloe's hand suddenly slipped, and her phone dropped onto the table. Hearing the noise, Felix rushed over like a total kiss ass. "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe rarely ever lost her composure like this, but she quickly composed herself back into the ice-cold goddess persona. She locked her phone screen and said with complete calm, "I'm fine. That's really nothing." I glanced at Chloe's slightly reddened ears, feeling an odd sense of weirdness in my heart. I looked down at my phone and saw T-Rex Warrior hadn't replied again. Maybe they were busy with something. I didn't take it to heart too much. Taking advantage of the guys drinking and partying up a storm, I quietly slipped outside, gazing up at the stars in utter boredom. "Thanks for the milk tea." A voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned my head. Chloe still wore a cold face, as if she wasn't the one who had just said thanks. I smiled. "It's just a cup of milk tea. Don't mention it." Chloe looked at me with a dead serious expression. "I don't like owing favors. How about I give you a ride home?" Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I thought to myself. I had already hitched a ride on her bike on the way here, and letting her give me a ride back home again felt pretty embarrassing. It's fine. We live together anyway. After Chloe finished speaking, she walked over toward her e-bike on her own. Live together, put that way, it didn't seem wrong. I dutifully took my seat on the back. Neither of us spoke a word along the way. Chloe was naturally cold and distant, so she wouldn't take the initiative to start a conversation. But suddenly, the e-bike hit a speed bump with a jolt. Caught off guard in that instant, I instinctively wrapped my arms around Chloe's waist. Once I snapped back to my senses, I quickly let go. "I'm so sorry, Senior." I just didn't react in time. However, Chloe remained completely calm, as if she didn't care at all. It's fine. But at this moment, inside the mind of this cold campus goddess, thoughts were flying by like a live bullet chat stream. His hands are so warm. Just like that night. Why did he stop holding me? I want more. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, the very next second, my butt lifted off the seat once again, and I uncontrollably grabbed onto Chloe's slender, delicate waist. I hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, Senior. I definitely won't do it again next time. Come to think of it, it was really strange. How had I never noticed this road had so many speed bumps before? What I failed to notice was that up front, Chloe curled her lips into a faint smile. The hollow, empty feeling in her chest was miraculously soothed and calmed. Then she said in her usual calm voice, Since you've ridden with me before, you can hold on to my waist. How could I do that? I refused directly. No need, Senior, I'm good. Hearing this response, Chloe's tone grew noticeably colder, carrying a distinct tinge of disappointment. Fortunately, after that, we didn't hit a single speed bump for the rest of the ride. After parking the bike, we entered the elevator one after the other. Thanks for giving me a ride home, Senior. It was on the way, she said with complete composure. Looking at Chloe's exquisite features, I recalled back when I first started college, how everyone kept saying Chloe was cold and distant, completely unapproachable. Now it seemed real life was pretty different from the rumors. At least in my eyes, she was actually pure and cute. Once we reached our doors, just as we were about to head into our own apartments, Chloe suddenly spoke up. The water pipe in my place is broken. Could you help me fix it? I nodded. Having been bossed around constantly at home since I was a kid, whether unclogging toilets or cleaning windows, fixing a water pipe was no problem at all. Stepping inside her apartment, I gave it a thorough inspection and quickly found a leak at the water inlet. So I shut off the water, removed the valve to clean the rust, and tightened it back up in less than 5 minutes. All fixed? Chloe hadn't expected it to be so fast, feeling a brief moment of fluster. But then she suddenly noticed that from fixing the water pipe, my shirt was soaked through, partially showing the outline of my chest underneath. In an instant, she felt like a million ants were crawling over her skin. Your clothes are wet. Let me wipe it off for you. Before I even had a chance to refuse, Chloe was already holding a pink towel, wiping me down. Rather than wiping, calling it caressing would be far more accurate. Feeling the campus goddess's hands moving back and forth, caressing my body, I panicked completely, my heart pounding like crazy in my chest. In truth, Chloe at this moment was trying with all her might to restrain herself. Otherwise, she would have tackled me to the ground the next second. Even though her psychological condition normally made her feel panicked and terrified around others, in front of me, not only did she feel zero revulsion, she actually craved even more. Seeing Chloe looking dazed and lost in thought, I hurriedly grabbed her hands. Senior? Are you okay? Snapping back to reality, Chloe's expression instantly turned cold and distant. All right, go back now. I blinked twice, unable to fathom how she went from caring about me 1 second to kicking me out the very next. I didn't really mind, but I was a bit worried that over time, she might develop schizophrenia or something. It wasn't until I walked out the door that Chloe's clenched fists finally relaxed, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly remembering something, she opened her closet, hanging inside. Was a piece of clothing, a men's denim jacket that didn't fit her style at all. She took it out, and as if possessed, buried her face in the fabric, yet still felt like it was far from enough. Realizing what she was doing, Chloe's face flushed bright red. She placed the jacket right next to her pillow, forcing herself not to touch it. Meanwhile, I went home, turned on my computer, and got ready to draw. But inside my head, flashes of Chloe's blushing face kept popping up. I really couldn't focus on drawing. I couldn't blame myself for overthinking. Chloe's reactions were just way too strange. It felt like she was completely possessed, as if she literally wanted to devour me. Not in the mood to update today. I decided to just take a day off. Right then, my phone buzzed several times. There were several unread messages in our dorm group chat. Ethan tagged me. Bro, check out what I just snapped. Curious, I tapped open the photo, and understood instantly. The photo seemed to have been taken at the school gate. The two people in the picture were Lauren and Felix. The two of them were acting very intimate with each other. Felix seemed to be drunk, and Lauren was helping him stay upright, a smile plastered on her face. The messages following that were all comforting words for me. I replied directly to them. Guys, I moved on long ago. This doesn't hurt me at all. Still, an inexplicable feeling of annoyance washed over me. Felix was really a total scumbag. On one hand, he was making a massive show of pursuing Chloe, while on the other, he was flirting around with other girls. What if someone as pure as Senior Chloe got played by him? As her neighbor, I felt it was necessary to subtly warn her, but realizing I didn't even have Chloe's contact info, I instantly chickened out. At the end of the day, she and I weren't close at all. What right did I have to lecture her? However, late into the middle of the night, I suddenly heard a soft knocking sound outside my front door. At first I thought I was mishearing things. A few minutes passed. The person outside kept knocking persistently. I sat up in bed with a bolt. I reached into my nightstand for my pepper spray. Guys can be in danger out there too. But when I opened the door, there stood Chloe in her pajamas. Seeing her like this, I got a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Chloe pressed herself against me again. She tilted her head up, and her hazy eyes lit up instantly when she locked onto my lips. I tried pushing her away, but I had no idea where a girl got that much strength. I couldn't budge her at all, like she was glued right onto me. In the process, I even felt like she was absorbing some kind of energy from me, because I could clearly see that when Chloe finally let go, she looked genuinely happy. The exact same expression she had when drinking milk tea. Then she just turned around and walked back to her apartment on her own. Staring at her closed front door, I stood there feeling completely dazed. I opened my phone browser and typed in sleepwalking disorder. Last time, I wasn't entirely sure, but based on what I just observed, I was basically certain that was it. After deciding to get some rest, I lay down in bed, constantly hallucinating that I was hearing door knocks. I didn't get a good night's sleep at all. The next morning, when I stepped out, I happened to bump into Chloe right outside the door. Chloe looked at me with surprise. Did you not sleep well? I gave a helpless smile. It seemed she didn't remember a single thing. I felt like if her sleepwalking didn't get cured soon, I was going to have a nervous breakdown in a few days. Meanwhile, Chloe was in an unexpectedly good mood today. Strange as it was, over the past 2 days, she felt remarkably rejuvenated. Thinking about it, she figured it might be because of the guy living across the hall. Still, she was curious. Could just a jacket and a few seconds of touch really have such magical power? Would hugging him feel even better then? At this thought, Chloe offered a faint smile and spoke up. Going to bed early is good for your health. I had grievances I couldn't air out, desperately wanting to say, the reason I can't sleep is all because of you. But I still obediently agreed. Got it, Senior. Seeing this, Chloe nodded with satisfaction and got ready to go for a morning jog around the complex. To her surprise, I ended up following her over. Senior, are you sick or something? Realizing I had phrased that terribly, I quickly tried to explain. No, wait, that's not what I meant. What I meant to ask was, have you been under a lot of stress lately, Senior? I spent all night yesterday reading articles, and they said occasional sleepwalking might be caused by psychological stress. Chloe began to seriously size up the guy standing in front of her. He had sharp, handsome features, stood around 6 feet tall, and wore trendy streetwear head to toe. By all logic, he should have been a total player. Yet she always felt like my eyes, radiated a vibe of pure, innocent foolishness. Why are you asking that? Do you like me? Her natural guard as the campus goddess compelled her to get a clear answer. No, I don't. I hurriedly denied it, not wanting to be seen as a simp like Felix. Hearing this, Chloe looked at me with surprise, though she hated to admit it. Every time this guy came near her, the magnetic field around him seemed to turn surprisingly soothing. Then why did you ask if I've been under stress lately? I thought about it for a second. Well, our college psychology professor, assigned us a task to survey the mental states of people around us. So I thought I'd ask you while I had the chance, Senior. Hearing this, Chloe finally nodded. My mental state is perfectly fine. With that, she turned on her heel and started jogging. However, thanks to my gentle reminder, Chloe suddenly remembered that she really hadn't been back to the hospital for a checkup in quite a while. I had headed out early, so it was only 7:30 a.m. when I got to school. I picked up a few steamed buns from a roadside vendor to bring back to the dorm for my sons. In the afternoon, after classes were over, I returned to the dorm. Ethan slapped my shoulder with a mischievous grin. Bro, I've been through it before. I know getting replaced without a breath in between. It is impossible for anyone to take lying down. Cry if you need to. Your daddy's shoulder is always open for you. Saying that, without another word, he pulled out his phone and pulled me into a new group chat. What is this? I felt a bit helpless at his antics. I was truly disappointed in Lauren and genuinely didn't care anymore. Counting me, there were 4 people in the group chat, and the other 2 had female avatars. I looked at him with confusion. What kind of group chat is this? Ethan grinned. Girls I recently got to know. Freshmen from the dance department, gorgeous and classy. We're getting dinner together this afternoon. Hearing this, I waved my hand. I'm not going. I wasn't heartbroken in the first place. Ethan had just misunderstood the whole thing. Besides, I didn't really like meeting girls with an ulterior motive like this. It just felt weird to me. Seeing my reaction, Ethan began earnestly trying to persuade me. It's just making acquaintances. Making a few friends. Besides, if you don't come along, what if the conversation dies and I'm left stranded? Turns out he just needed a wingman. In the end, I had no choice but to give in. Before long, the 4 of us arrived at a BBQ and hot pot joint in the college town. It was affordable and cheap. By the time we arrived, the 2 girls were already sitting at the table, waiting. We ordered a few plates of meat to grill and started chatting about our interests and hobbies. Seeing Ethan chatting up a storm, I didn't need to help keep the conversation going, so I just quietly grilled meat on the side. Just as I was zoning out, Tina, sitting across from me, stared at me and asked, Hey, handsome, what are your usual hobbies? Eating, sleeping, and playing video games, I answered offhandedly. Hearing this, Tina blinked her large eyes. I bet you're a Cancer, right? I paused for a second. How did she know that? Seeing my reaction, Tina realized she had guessed right and said playfully, My cousin is a Scorpio. You're a Cancer. You 2 are a match made in heaven. How about I introduce her to you? Sorry, I don't add strangers. I shook my head and declined. Seeing this, Ethan quickly grabbed me from the side and whispered, Are you stupid? Why wouldn't you add a beauty's contact? How do you even know she's a beauty? What if she looks like a disaster? I felt a bit turned off by this random matching process, so I firmly refused. Tina clearly overheard our conversation, though. My cousin is a mega beauty. In all of North City, nobody can top her looks. No matter how pretty she is, can she beat Senior Chloe? I scoffed inwardly. Right then, Ethan snatched my phone straight out of my pocket, unlocked it with Face ID, and quickly pulled up the QR scanner, working together with Tina to complete adding the friend contact. By the time I snapped back, I realized someone named Sleeps promptly at 9 had already appeared in my friend list and had even sent a greeting. Seeing this, Tina was overjoyed, pulling out her phone to send a message. Mission accomplished. How was my performance? Sleeps promptly at 9 replied, Not bad, followed by a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Tina instantly accepted the money and asked gossipingly, Cousin, you haven't actually fallen for him, have you? After all, her cousin had never accepted a confession from any guy before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe, sitting in the cafeteria eating her meal, was staring blankly at her phone screen. She repeatedly switched back and forth on her messaging app, discovering an astonishing fact. The comic artist she had been following on her alt account all along was none other than me, her idol all this time. It was actually the underclassman living right across the hall. Chloe switched over to her T-Rex Warrior account and opened her chat window with me. Their chat history was still stuck on the moment he invited her to grab a drink together. Back then, because she had been caught off guard and frightened, she never ended up replying to him. Due to her touch deprivation, she recoiled from all social interaction. But deep down inside, she secretly longed for someone who could truly understand her. Back when she was a freshman, she stumbled upon my webcomic and added me as a friend. The 2 of them would often chat about everyday trivial things, but never pried into each other's personal lives. She really enjoyed this kind of connection, secretive, addictive, and allowing her to shed her cold shell and just be her true self, Chloe. But now, a faint wave of worry crept over her. What if he found out her real identity? Would he start distancing himself from her? At the thought of this, Chloe felt immensely frustrated. Why had she suddenly agreed to add him on her main account? Ultimately, it was all Tina's fault. Why did she have to drag her out for BBQ of all things? And, as if BBQ wasn't bad enough, it had to be with this guy. Tina even specifically sent her a video of him. If she had known, she never would have added him. Yet while eating her meal, Chloe couldn't help constantly glancing at her phone on the table, feeling an inexplicable flicker of anticipation in her heart. But every time she tapped open the chat window, there was nothing. He actually hadn't messaged back. Why wasn't he replying? Damn him. It wasn't like she actually cared that much anyway. Meanwhile, on my end, I had actually seen her message the moment she sent it. I just chose not to reply. I couldn't help it. I had zero interest in girls introduced through setups like that. Simply put, I was a bit of a romantic purist. I was even planning to delete. Sleeps promptly at 9 after a few days. After finishing our BBQ, the four of us hung out for the rest of the afternoon. I checked the time and saw it was getting late. I had an 8 a.m. class tomorrow morning anyway. Thinking back, I had poured enough dog food for Snowy this morning, so I decided to just crash at the dorm for the night. As I lay on my dorm bed scrolling through my phone, I opened my app and found an unread message. It was sent 10 minutes ago by Sleeps Promptly at 9. Sleeps Promptly at 9? She had sent a simple, "Are you there?" Ignoring her again felt a bit rude, so I replied, "Gavin, a freshman at North City University." Little did I expect, the moment the message sent, the top of the chat screen immediately displayed, "Typing. Sick." I waited for half a minute, but she still hadn't sent anything over. What's more, those words, "typing," kept appearing and disappearing continuously. I nearly fell asleep staring at the screen. After 15 whole minutes, Sleeps Promptly at 9 finally sent back a single word, "Oh." I was left totally speechless. Standard etiquette would suggest she ought to introduce herself at this point too, right? Tina's cousin was a total weirdo. I decided not to reply at all, and just went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other end, Chloe stared blankly at her chat screen with me. He's actually being this cold to me? Did Tina not mention to him that her cousin is a total stunner, with both gorgeous looks and an incredible body? But turning the thought over in her head, if he had acted enthusiastic purely because she was the campus goddess, she probably wouldn't have been happy about it either. After comforting herself with that thought, Chloe hummed a pleasant tune in a good mood. Putting down her phone, she walked into her bedroom to wash the clothes she had changed out of today. However, nestled in the pile of laundry was a men's denim jacket. Chloe pulled it out separately. The soothing scent that made her feel so relaxed had faded significantly, almost entirely gone. At this realization, an itch began prickling all over her body again. Inside her mind, the sensations of a recent physical contact with him resurfaced once more. No, no, no. How could I let myself fall from grace like this? Craving physical touch? And from a guy no less? Was this really who Chloe Vance was supposed to be? Yet 5 minutes later, Chloe was standing right outside my front door, holding a denim jacket in her hands. She was purely here to return the jacket. Yes, exactly. If he asked about it, she would just say she stumbled upon it while tidying up. With that thought in mind, Chloe knocked on the door. No response. Did he not hear it? She knocked a few more times. This time, there was movement on the other side of the door. For some reason, Chloe felt a sudden rush of nervousness, but after waiting a moment, all she heard were a few dog barks, followed by the sound of the little dog scratching relentlessly at the door. It sounded like it desperately wanted to come out. Chloe's delicate, willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly. This guy stays out all night so late, leaving a little puppy all alone at home. She suddenly remembered again that the first time they met, it was because he drank too much that he sleepwalked into her room. Is he out drinking again tonight? That's way too irresponsible. Hearing the puppy whimpering and whining inside the apartment, Chloe instantly felt so sorry for the little pup. Though cold and distant on the surface, she was actually deeply fond of small animals, especially puppies. Although she had zero patience for people, and no desire to get close to them, puppies were a completely different story. Good puppy, stay safe at home by yourself. I'm heading back now. She spoke in a soft, tender whisper, having failed to do what she came for. Chloe felt uncomfortable all over, leaving her completely drained of energy. Returning to her room, She curled up in bed all by herself, pulling the jacket over her face. But how could a faint scent ever compare to actual physical contact? She craved a snuggle so badly. Chloe picked up her phone, switched over to her T-Rex Warrior account, opened our chat, and typed, "Are you there?" Chloe really wanted to ask why he hadn't come home, but half an hour passed without receiving any reply. Furious, she tossed her phone aside. Men are completely unreliable. So what if I have touch deprivation? I've endured it for so many years before. Why would I be afraid of a single night? Fuming with anger, she prepared to go to sleep, but Chloe barely slept a wink all night, staring at the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror. She had never cared much about her appearance before, but right now she mostly just felt baffled. Even though she only had a few seconds of touch with me over the past 2 days, still, she hadn't felt like it would impact her life all that much. At most, her sleep quality had simply gotten better than before. But yesterday, simply because she didn't see him, she could hardly sleep at all the entire night. For so many years, she had constantly restrained herself, refusing to become a slave to her body's cravings. Yet ever since I appeared, that balance seemed to have been completely shattered. Thus, Chloe decided to head to the hospital for a follow-up checkup today. Meanwhile, after my morning classes ended, I headed home, planning to catch up on sleep. Just as I was about to unlock my door, the door across the hall opened right on cue. I smiled and greeted her. "Morning, senior." In response, Chloe looked toward my direction, with an extremely cold, distant glare, and simply walked away, just like that, without saying a single word. My smile froze right on my face. Walking back into my apartment, I wondered, over the course of a single night, why had Senior Chloe become so cold and distant? They were clearly chatting just the day before. Even if they weren't laughing and joking around, at least they were communicating normally. I'd even thought she had a pretty decent impression of me. What's more, I clearly noticed that the campus goddess didn't look well at all, looking like she hadn't slept a wink. A thought suddenly struck me. Since I wasn't around last night, did her sleepwalking act up again? Did she end up failing to find me? For some reason, I really wanted to know if Chloe had come looking for me again. So I pulled up the security footage from outside my door, scrubbing directly to around 2 or 3 in the morning. Still, there was no sign or sound of Chloe. An indescribable sense of disappointment washed over me. But I did end up noticing a pattern. Whenever Chloe sleepwalked, her complexion would look amazing the next day. On the flip side, whenever she didn't sleepwalk, she looked completely drained and exhausted the following day. Could that actually be a benefit of her sleepwalking condition? I couldn't help feeling a bit perplexed. Just as I was about to close the video, I suddenly saw Chloe walking over in the footage. In her hands, she was actually holding my denim jacket. Wait, that's not right. Didn't she say she hadn't seen it? In the footage, Chloe looked really anxious. She knocked on the door a few times, but after hearing Snowy barking inside, she very gently soothed Snowy before turning and leaving with a disappointed look. Right at this moment, I utterly despise myself for going out to hang out yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed at the dorm so late, let alone miss Senior Chloe coming by to find me. I checked my messages again, and only then realized that T-Rex Warrior had sent me a message. Around 11 o'clock last night, are you there? Seeing that, I texted back, "So sorry, I just saw this. Is everything okay?" Honestly, ever since starting college, my messaging app has been flooded with all these class group chats, to the point where I often miss messages when people text me. I can never catch them right away. Did something happen for T-Rex Warrior to text me so late? Could something really be wrong? I thought about it for a moment, deciding to wait a bit for a reply. Setting my phone aside, I didn't pick it back up until I finished drawing today's comic chapter, but there was still no reply from the other side. I couldn't help feeling a bit strange. As my loyal fan, for as long as I could remember, whenever I updated a chapter, they would always message me right away. But today was unusually quiet. Having known each other online for so many years, we could loosely be considered friends. I could sense that. T-Rex Warrior was probably pretty socially anxious. Someone like that probably didn't have many friends in real life. If something really happened to them, likely nobody would even know. With that thought in mind, wanting to help if I could, I dialed a voice call right over, but nobody picked up for the longest time. I sent another message asking, "Why aren't you answering? Did something happen?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe sat inside the therapy room, looking with rare nervousness at the therapist across from her. Dr. Avery, is my condition getting any better? Dr. Avery was considered a top-tier psychologist, and Chloe trusted her deeply. Dr. Avery pushed up her glasses and said in a very serious tone, Chloe, I remember telling you before that you have to accept who you are right now. A wave of bitterness washed over Chloe's heart. She bit her lip and remained silent. Though she appeared cold and distant on the outside, deep down, she was actually filled with deep-seated insecurity. Only in front of a select few people could she take off her icy mask. Dr. Avery was one of those rare few. Looking at the gorgeous girl's somber face in front of her, Dr. Avery let out an imperceptible sigh. She was well aware of Chloe's background. Her parents had passed away when she was young, so she had lived with her uncle and aunt since childhood. Living under someone else's roof was a painful experience. Under the influence of such an environment, Chloe developed a contrasting personality. Cold outside, warm inside, seemingly proud on the surface but deeply insecure within. Yet, because of her deep craving for an intimate connection, she ended up suffering from touch deprivation. How could anyone not feel heartbroken for a girl like her? Dr. Avery offered gentle guidance. Chloe, you must never excessively suppress yourself. More often than not, it will backfire. Chloe lowered her head, hesitating slightly before speaking up. Dr. Avery, I actually met a guy. Hearing this, Dr. Avery raised her eyebrows in slight surprise. This was the very first time Chloe had ever brought up another person in front of her, let alone a guy. Chloe continued softly, I realized I don't seem to feel disgusted by his touch. She was even a little addicted to it, though, of course, she didn't say that part out loud. Dr. Avery looked in shock at the girl sitting across from her, whose face was slightly flushed. For a guy to make an aloof goddess not recoil from physical contact, he must be truly exceptional, right? I'll stick to my advice. Don't suppress your feelings. As for who you choose to interact with, even though I'm your doctor, I have no right to make that decision for you. By the time Chloe stepped out of the therapy room, dusk had already settled in. Sunset at twilight, that was always the moment when a person felt the loneliest. Chloe drew in a deep breath. It was rare to see such a breathtaking sunset, yet she had no one to share it with. A certain person suddenly crossed her mind. So she opened her messaging app, switching over to her T-Rex Warrior account. Instantly, her eyes caught several missed calls and text messages. But because she had been chatting with Dr. Avery the whole time, she hadn't replied to any of them. Chloe stared at the long list of messages, dazed for a moment. A completely unfamiliar feeling flooded her heart. So this was what it felt like to have someone worry about you. It actually felt pretty wonderful. Across her face, a faint, unconscious smile slowly surfaced. To stop him from worrying about her any longer, she quickly texted back, I'm fine. So sorry. I was busy this afternoon and didn't see these. On my end, I saw her message the instant it came through. Did something happen? Is there anything I can help you with? Chloe stared at her screen while waiting at the bus stop. She typed, nothing, but thought better of it and deleted it. She decided to take a step forward and try opening up to him. So she wrote, It's all right, just ran into a few upsetting things. After sending it, she nervously locked her screen, her heart hanging anxiously on his response. Opening her phone to check again a moment later, she saw he hadn't replied yet. Her brows furrowed slightly. Why is he so slow? Little did she expect. An incoming call popped up on her screen the very next second. Seeing that, Chloe's face instantly flushed hot. Should she answer, or shouldn't she? In her moment of hesitation, her body had already reacted. My voice came floating through the speaker. Bro, if something's bothering you, talk to me about it. Chloe swallowed nervously, afraid that speaking out loud would give away her identity. Clearly, this idiot on the other end thought she was a guy. As for me, I wasn't nervous at all. Being a total extrovert, I was naturally friendly with everyone. Bro, can you hear me? If you don't answer the phone, I'm gonna have to call the cops. Just as I was waiting for them to speak up, I checked my phone and saw 3 unread text messages. I can hear you. I've just been in a bad mood lately, so I haven't been checking my phone. Seeing that, I showed total understanding. Socially anxious folks were just like that, so I began comforting them. Living life all comes down to one word, mindset. The two of us chatted back and forth until the bus arrived. T-Rex Warrior texted, I feel a lot better. Thank you. Hey, between bros, no need for thanks. I chuckled, not thinking it was a big deal at all. Chloe sent another message. I'm getting on the bus now. Gonna hang up first. But she didn't hang up right away, instead waiting for something. Because my mom was a psychologist, I had gradually grown very sensitive to emotions. After thinking it over, I still said, don't hang up just yet. I'll keep you company on your bus ride. By the way, didn't we talk about getting food last time? How about I buy you a meal whenever you're free? As a wholesome content creator, I genuinely care a lot about my fans. Hearing me say this, Chloe's heart trembled. Why is he so good to me? While thinking this in her mind, by the time she snapped back to reality, she had unexpectedly sent that message right out, because we're friends. I replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But on second thought, I suddenly felt like that sounded a bit weird. I hurriedly explained, Bro, don't get the wrong idea, my orientation is totally straight. I like fair-skinned, gorgeous beauties with long legs. Meanwhile, sitting on the bus, Chloe stifled a smile. Fair-skinned, gorgeous, with long legs, isn't that literally describing me? Chloe couldn't help feeling secretly delighted, because her appearance was so extraordinarily striking. In an instant, quite a few glances gathered on her, but seeing her constantly typing on her phone, with an affectionate, smitten smile on her face from time to time, it was obvious to everyone that she had a boyfriend. T-Rex Warrior texted back, Don't get the wrong idea. I was just asking casually. Only upon seeing this message did I let out a sigh of relief. Then I couldn't help teasing, bro. I kinda feel like you're a bit girly. Chloe chuckled softly without replying. Just like that, the two fell into a tacit, comfortable silence. All along the ride, she gazed at the scenery outside the window, while my voice scolding my puppy came through her earpiece now and then. Chloe closed her eyes, quietly savoring this moment. This was one of her rare moments of pure peace and cozy comfort. Before long, the bus reached her stop. Chloe opened her eyes. Right at that moment, I heard the bus automated voice prompt over the call. Looks like you reached your stop. Thanks for today. You can hang up first. Figuring this guy's mood was probably much better now, I directly hung up the call. Stepping off the bus, Chloe looked at her chat screen. It showed a call duration of 40 minutes. This was the very first time in her life she had stayed on a call with anyone for this long, so she took a screenshot directly and saved it in her photo album. Perhaps even she herself hadn't realized that. Back around noon, she still held a slight grudge against this underclassman. But after seeing so many missed calls from him, all those negative feelings seemed to have completely vanished into thin air. After hanging up with T-Rex Warrior, I kept waiting right near my front door, occasionally pressing against the peephole to peek at the apartment across the hall. Strange. Why isn't Senior Chloe back yet? I couldn't help it. Whenever I remembered her extremely cold expression before she left, I felt a bit restless and uneasy. But night had already fallen, and there was still no sign of Senior Chloe. Could she not be coming back today? Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. My eyes instantly lit up. Grabbing the trash bag I had prepared long ago, stuffed completely full, I opened the door, coming face to face with Chloe, who was just about to enter her apartment. What a coincidence, Senior Chloe. Out of nervousness, my voice sounded a bit shaky as I spoke. Chloe raised an eyebrow. No! For some reason, she had the odd impression that I had been waiting for her all along. But keeping up her cold face, she asked, Is something wrong? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have any trash you need taken out, Senior. According to my original plan, I was going to happen to walk out with a trash bag and bump into her by chance, and she would happen to remember my denim jacket was still inside her apartment, and give it back to me. After all, as a considerate underclassman, I should actively give the senior a graceful way out. Chloe pondered for a moment. It seemed there wasn't really any trash in her apartment, but having no trash didn't mean she couldn't create some. I do, she said, before immediately stepping back inside her apartment. She rummaged around her apartment for a long time, pulling out stuff from under her bed that she rarely cleaned, as well as from the balcony, gathering plastic bottles she had accumulated for ages, stuffing them all into a giant trash bag. About 10 minutes later, I stared in sheer shock as the campus goddess hauled out a massive bag of trash. Does Senior Chloe never clean her place at all? No wonder people online say that to truly know a girl, you should never judge by how clean and pristine she dresses in public, but rather by the state of her bedroom. Yet I still had a clear memory of Chloe's bedroom. Not only was it clean and tidy, but it smelled wonderfully sweet. Taking the trash bag from the campus goddess, I wanted to try subtly reminding her that she seemed to have forgotten something, like my jacket. But looking at her expression, she didn't seem to remember it at all. I couldn't bring it up directly either. I couldn't exactly confess that I checked the security footage, right? That would freak a girl out. Well, I'm heading down then. Just as I turned to leave, Chloe called out to stop me. A moment later, she handed me a bag containing desserts. Flabbergasted and overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, I quickly took it with utmost care. But why are you giving this to me? Seeing the confusion. In my eyes, Chloe explained, you've taken out my trash so many times. This is my way of saying thanks. In reality, the true reason was known only to Chloe herself. Thank you for comforting and encouraging me, she said silently in her heart. Ah, I see. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said, thank you, Senior Chloe. After accepting it, throwing out the trash, and returning home, Gavin stared at the desserts on the table and burst out laughing. This is love straight from the campus goddess. Gavin unpacked the desserts, revealing 2 boxes of Basque half-baked cheesecakes. He didn't usually like eating sweets, feeling that eating too much dessert easily made one sick of it. But since this was given to him by Senior Chloe, he was determined to devour every single bit. However, before doing that, there was one more thing he had to do. He pulled out his phone, opened the camera app, and began taking photos of the 2 boxes of desserts, from top to bottom, from left to right, snapping them from every 360-degree angle. Looking at his photo gallery, he had unexpectedly taken over 100 photos. Picking 3 that he was fairly satisfied with, he first posted them to his dorm group chat and then posted them to his social media feed, with the caption, Sweet Treats Chloe. After posting, Gavin navigated back to the dorm group chat, tagging Lucas. Only Noah replied with a line, Are you in a relationship? In a relationship? Gavin frowned. Where was he even coming up with that? He immediately shut down the rumor. Don't overthink it. I was just sharing it with you guys. What he didn't know was that this excuse was extremely flimsy, and practically nobody would believe it. Even the comments under the social post he had just uploaded were all asking if he had fallen in love. Holy crap, the iron tree is finally blooming. Oh, look at you. Sweet treats. Chased her for 3 years and finally landed the beauty. Gavin was left completely bewildered reading them. Especially when he saw that last comment. He felt immensely annoyed inside. These were desserts Senior Chloe gave him. What on earth did it have to do with Lauren? To prevent more people from misunderstanding, I'd better just delete it. Right after Gavin tapped delete, he felt a bit reluctant to part with it, so he changed the post setting to private instead, so that nobody else could see it. Gavin set down his phone and began enjoying the desserts Senior Chloe had given him. He very carefully peeled open the packaging, delicately picked up a piece, and gently placed it into his mouth. Delicious. Snowy had long since trotted over to his side with his tongue lolling out, drool dripping from his mouth, as if saying, Hurry up and let me have a bite. Go eat your own dog food. Don't go stealing mine. Gavin, like a dog fiercely guarding its food, immediately grabbed the dessert and scurried off to the side, completely ignoring Snowy's pathetic, pleading eyes. This was given to him by the campus goddess. He was going to eat it all by himself. Forget about a dog. Not even a human could dream of stealing it from him. He ate 3 pieces in a row, put the rest into the fridge, and was just about to wash up and go to sleep to wrap up this perfect day, when his ringtone suddenly blared. Looking at the caller ID, Dr. Avery, Gavin picked up. Mom, is something wrong? You little brat. Just letting you know. I've already arrived in North City. What? Didn't you say you weren't coming until Sunday? What, you're not welcoming me? Are you looking for another beating, or what? Gavin immediately offered a nervous, flattering smile. How could I ever? I was just way too excited when I heard you were coming. I just arrived earlier today. Where is your apartment located? I'm coming over tomorrow to check on you. Gavin wailed in despair inwardly. Why was his life so miserable? Mom, you don't really have to come over. There's nothing special to see here anyway. You little brat. You didn't secretly get a girlfriend at college and start living together, did you? Hearing this, Gavin jumped in shock, hastily explaining, How could I, Mom? Is your son really that kind of person? Then cut the nonsense. and send me your address." She hung up the phone. Gavin sent the address over, completely devoid of any will to live. Gavin felt that in a brief half-hour, he had experienced the ultimate highs and lows of life. His delicate heart just couldn't handle it. In class the next day, Gavin was steeped in the terrifying dread of being dominated by his own mother. Their family followed a typical, strong wife, weak husband, dynamic. It wasn't that his dad lacked capability, but rather that Dr. Avery had a much stronger personality, while his dad, on the other hand, actually enjoyed being managed by his mom. Gavin felt that the entire world was just one giant BDSM fetish. So ever since he was little, he had planted a flag. He would absolutely never end up like his dad, henpecked by his wife. "Classmate, is Gavin here?" Snapping back to reality, he glanced outside the classroom door and saw Chloe standing right outside. She stood graceful and tall, eye-catching like a striking red rose. It was Senior Chloe. Without even noticing it himself, the moment he saw Chloe, his gloomy, miserable face instantly brightened up. And, like an excited puppy, he quickly trotted over to stand before his master. "Senior Chloe, is something up?" Coming closer, he noticed Chloe looked pale and sickly, her usually rosy lips completely drained of color. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing major. After all, for girls, there are always those few days of the month." Of course, she would never say that out loud. "My stomach just hurts a bit." Hearing this, Gavin nodded, deep in thought. "I just wanted to let you know. The New Year's Gala is coming up soon. The club wants to put together a performance. If you have any ideas, make sure to let me know." "Sure." He didn't have much interest in this, but since it was a task assigned by Senior Chloe, he would definitely take it seriously. "I'm heading off then." Watching the campus goddess's seemingly fragile figure walk away, Gavin felt a pang of heartache in his chest. Holy crap! When did you hook up with the campus goddess, man? The second he returned to his seat, Ethan grabbed onto him, demanding a full explanation. Otherwise, he'd disown him as a friend on the spot. Gavin didn't want to reveal that he and Chloe lived right across the hall from each other, so he brushed it off. "We're in the same club. Isn't it completely normal for us to know each other? Besides, what do you mean by hookup? Senior Chloe isn't the kind of girl who can just be hooked up with so easily." "Oh, look who's getting defensive." Joking aside, Ethan patted his shoulder and advised him, as a guy who's seen a thing or two, "Bro still needs to warn you. Chloe Vance is an unattainable flower on a high peak. Her personality is cold and proud, radiating an icy chill from head to toe. Within a 50-meter radius centered on her, no male can even get close. So many rich kids in school have chased after her, and she ignored every single one of them. So you better give up on those thoughts." Hearing him say this, Gavin furrowed his brows. That just shows Senior Chloe has her own values. What she wants is genuine affection, not money. Seeing him so dead serious, Ethan nodded and stopped arguing. Ideals are grand and full, but reality is harsh and bare. In truth, in real life, people who sell their souls for money are countless beyond number. How many people can actually stay true to themselves? Ethan went back to playing games and carrying girls. Seeing that Gavin was still feeling down over what he had just said, he immediately wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "Alright, baby. Bro was wrong. Bro promises never to talk smack about your goddess again. Gag me. You're disgusting, dude." Gavin shoved him away with a chuckle. He hadn't actually been truly angry. However, Ethan made one point that was very true. Chloe was the campus goddess, and so utterly perfect, while, as for him, well, he really was a tiny bit behind movie star handsome. As soon as class ended, Gavin declined his roommate's invitation to grab lunch in the cafeteria. He had far more important things to do. Stepping out of campus, he headed straight for a convenience store. "Hi, do you have brown sugar? I need the best quality you have." After buying that, he went to the supermarket to pick up a few eggs, along with red dates and ginger. By the time he got back home, Gavin quickly washed his hands, opened up a recipe tutorial with full confidence, and then stood in the kitchen feeling a bit lost. What on earth was the first step again? Having lived alone for so long, Gavin had never even turned on the stove. He simply didn't possess this skill at all. Sigh. take it step by step. His movements were very slow. The first poached egg he cracked broke completely apart, and the second one failed to hold its shape too. Only on his fourth try did he finally succeed. Next, following the recipe, he put the red dates and ginger into the pot. Once the water boiled, he added the brown sugar and poached egg. Perfect execution. During an entire class session earlier, he had been searching online, where it said that when a girl's stomach hurts, it's very likely due to her period. So he immediately searched for recipes on the Green Note app. Green Note said that painkillers work well for period cramps, but Gavin instantly shot that idea down. All medicine carries a bit of toxicity, plus those pills can be addictive and bad for the body. He saw a girl sharing a post saying every time her period came, her boyfriend would make her brown sugar, ginger, date, and egg soup, complete with a step-by-step recipe attached. So Gavin bought the ingredients and quickly cooked it, pouring it into a thermal flask. He took a sniff, smelled pretty good. Gavin tore off a little bear-shaped sticky note, wrote a short note, and slapped it onto the thermal flask. Taking advantage before the campus goddess returned, he sneakily cracked his door open, placing the thermal flask right at her doorstep. After scurrying back into his apartment, his heart kept pounding non-stop. This was his very first time making something like this for a girl. Even back when he was chasing Lauren, whenever she complained to him about stomach cramps, he would only offer a generic drink, plenty of warm water. Turns out, when you meet someone you truly care about, you really learn how to do things without being taught. Just as he was pondering, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Gavin's eyes lit up instantly. Composing his emotions, he pulled open the door, but after seeing clearly who was standing outside, Gavin fell dead silent. "Mom?" Dr. Avery caught every detail of the shift in her son's expression, seeing it plain as day. "What kind of face is that? Are you really that disappointed to see your mother?" Slipping on house slippers, she set down the daily essentials she had just bought at the supermarket onto the cabinet. Bypassing Gavin, she scanned the room, and after confirming there was nobody else inside, walked back into the living room. Seeing Gavin still standing dazed at the doorway, she asked, "What are you standing there for?" The thermal flask was still sitting outside at the campus goddess's door, which meant she hadn't come back yet. Gavin closed his door and looked at his own mother, completely bereft of any hope. "You actually came." He had been so busy worrying about Senior Chloe's health that he completely forgot his mother was visiting today. Dr. Avery rolled her eyes at him in annoyance and activated her tigress mother mode. "Look at those clothes tossed all over the couch. And your bedsheets. Have you gone another half a month without changing them? And Snowy too. Did you skip giving him a bath again?" Gavin got a massive headache listening to her. He knew his own mother was brought into this world just to torture him. He swore to himself that he would definitely find a gentle, sweet wife in the future. Meanwhile, Dr. Avery walked into the kitchen, and seeing in the bowl about 2 or 3 ruined, misshapen poached eggs, she roared, "Gavin! Why are you wasting food like this when you have nothing better to do?" Uh-oh, busted. Those were the botched eggs from when he was making brown sugar and egg soup for Senior Chloe. He immediately trotted over to butter her up. "Mom, wasn't I just trying to cook something for myself? Eating takeout all the time is so bad for you, right?" Dr. Avery held Snowy, preparing to give him a bath. Snowy was very smart. He usually hated bathing the most. Every time Gavin tried to give him a bath, he would hide under the bed and refuse to come out no matter how much he was called. But now, under the terrifying aura of Dr. Avery, even Snowy didn't dare to misbehave, standing obediently in the wash basin and casting a pair of deeply resentful eyes at Gavin. His master, Gavin, wasn't faring much better either. Having just thrown his clothes into the washing machine, he was currently changing the duvet cover. Overflowing with resentment throughout the process, he asked, "Mom, when are you leaving?" "You ungrateful little brat. Your mother traveled all this way just to see you, and you're in such a rush to kick me out." Gavin went quiet. Well, true. Although his mom often came to North City on business trips before, this was the very first time she came to North City specifically to visit him. A mother worries no matter how far her child travels, right? Even if he desperately craved freedom right now, putting up with her for a few days didn't seem like a big deal after all. After changing the bedsheets and duvet cover, Gavin was dripping with sweat. "Man, I'm exhausted." Hearing this, Dr. Avery mocked. For a college student, your physical fitness really needs work. Otherwise, when you get a girlfriend in the future, she's going to be disappointed in you. Gavin's face instantly flushed bright red. Mom, what are you talking about? Putting on duvet covers was the absolute most tedious chore ever. He sprawled out on the couch, contemplating life. On the other side, Chloe had just finished up club matters, preparing to grab dinner with Ashley. I mean, why did you specifically run around in person today? Don't we have a group chat? Wouldn't a quick notice in the group chat have been enough? Ashley asked, utterly confused. Chloe said indifferently, as the vice president, there's nothing wrong with being a little more responsible, right? Ashley stared at the girl in front of her like she was seeing a ghost. My dear sister, you didn't need to? Personally go to every single person's classroom to notify them. I've been walking all day and I'm practically dead of exhaustion. Called out by her, Chloe felt a bit embarrassed as well. She originally just wanted to personally tell that person, but feeling bewildered by her own behavior, as if trying to prove something to herself, she went and personally notified every single member in the club, let alone Ashley. Even her own stomach was hurting terribly. Thinking back on what she had done all day today, Chloe herself found it completely unbelievable. Was this really something an aloof campus goddess was supposed to do? No way, no way. I'm not going to dinner anymore. I'm going back to the dorm to sleep. Then I'm heading home. She didn't have much of an appetite right now anyway, and her body was completely drained of energy. She directly hailed a cab to go home. Half an hour later, Chloe dragged her exhausted body off the elevator. From a distance, she saw something sitting outside her front door. What's that? Coming closer to take a look, she discovered it was actually a thermal flask. Chloe instinctively looked toward the door across the hall. Could it be him? In her heart, a faint sense of anticipation bloomed. Chloe squatted down. She could faintly smell a sweet aroma of red dates. Stuck on the thermal flask was a sticky note, reading, "Drink it while it's hot. Stay warm these few days, and don't catch a cold." In the bottom right corner was a signature from a handsome underclassman. Chloe burst into a soft chuckle, before her eyes turned slightly misty and sore. Entering her apartment, Chloe washed her hands and opened the thermal lid. A rich waft of brown sugar and ginger tea rushed over her, with 2 round poached eggs floating inside. This was the very first time anyone had ever made brown sugar tea for her. She remembered back when Ashley was dating. Every time her period came, she would complain about her boyfriend, only telling her to drink plenty of warm water. She hadn't understood back then, but now she finally got it. Turns out, when someone puts their heart into caring for another, you can truly feel it. At this thought, she picked up a spoon and took a sip. Delicious. How did he know how to make this? Does he make it for other people often? Chloe, who had just been immersed in happiness, was suddenly overcome with a wave of dread. Then she facepalmed herself in frustration. Chloe? Oh, Chloe, when did you become someone who overthinks like this? He went out of his way to send you a token of care. And you're here doubting if he does this all the time? Why suffer from internal friction when I can just ask him face to face? After finishing the bowl of soup, Chloe instantly felt her entire body feeling warm and cozy, and her lower abdomen wasn't hurting as badly as before. It's actually pretty effective. After thoroughly washing the thermal flask, Chloe prepared to return it and apologize to him in person. Passing by the mirror, she paused. The girl in the mirror was wearing a simple knit sweater and flared pants, highlighting her shapely curves to perfection. Having just drunk the warm red date and ginger soup, her face was currently rosy and bright, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a dewy sheen. A total goddess through and through. Not bad. Chloe felt it still wasn't quite enough, so she tied her loose hair into a high ponytail. That way, her exquisite oval-shaped face was completely revealed. Now it's perfect. Chloe flashed a confident smile, and rang the doorbell across the hall. Gavin was lying on the couch, groggy, and on the verge of falling asleep. First he made soup for the campus goddess, and then he cleaned up the whole apartment again. He felt his entire body was utterly drained. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Gavin's brain wasn't even fully awake yet. As he got up to open the door, the instant he saw the campus goddess, he froze on the spot. Senior Chloe? Probably because he had just woken up. A few strands of cowlick hair on the front of his head were currently sticking straight up, looking pretty adorable. Thank you for the soup. I feel a lot better now. So she came for that. Gavin gave a shy, embarrassed smile. It was my first time making it, so I was worried you wouldn't like it, Senior. So it really was his first time making it. Chloe's expression softened noticeably. How did you know I was on my period? Gavin smiled and explained. You mentioned your stomach was hurting, Senior, so I looked it up online. Honestly, it was just a guess. That maybe that was why you were feeling under the weather. His words flowed like a warm current right through Chloe's heart. Thank you. I'm really grateful. You're too polite, Senior. Gavin thought quietly to himself, just as he was wondering if he should say anything else. Dr. Avery's voice came echoing from the bathroom. Gavin, who's at the door? Crap. His expression changed instantly. He had been so busy chatting with Senior Chloe that he completely forgot his own mother was inside. Because there was some distance from the bathroom to the front door, Chloe couldn't hear the voice clearly. But what she knew for sure was that it was a woman's voice. There was actually a woman in his apartment. Chloe glanced down slightly and spotted a pair of black high heels inside his doorway. In an instant her face turned a shade colder, and an indescribable wave of grievance began spreading throughout her heart. He looked at the slightly flustered boy in front of him, feeling inexplicably out of sorts. I won't disturb you any longer, she said with extreme coldness. Set the washed thermal flask down on the floor, turned around, opened her door, and slammed it shut with a loud bang. Before Gavin could even react, he heard Dr. Avery's footsteps approaching. Who was that, son? Nobody, just the neighbor. Gavin hurriedly pulled the door shut, only to turn around and find Dr. Avery glaring right at him. That scalp-numbing dread. He had suffered through it for over a decade. You little brat. I can tell what you're scheming before you even open your mouth. Spill it. Who was that really? Having a psychologist for a mother was practically an absolute nightmare in life. But this time, he really wasn't lying. Wasn't the campus goddess literally his neighbor? Though for some unknown reason, a wave of guilt inexplicably washed over his heart. Even though there was nothing between him and Senior Chloe. Why was that? Mom, she really is just my neighbor. Did she come back to return something? To prove he wasn't lying, Gavin picked up the thermal flask Senior Chloe had just set on the floor and waved it in front of Dr. Avery. Seeing this, Dr. Avery said half skeptically, Is that so? Well, perfect timing. I brought some local specialties from home. Let me bring some over to her. Saying so, she started rummaging through the bags she had brought. Whoa, Mom. It's so late, she's probably getting ready to rest. Girls rarely stay up late anyway. Girls? Your neighbor is a girl? Dr. Avery asked excitedly. Gavin slapped his own mouth. Damn it, slip of the tongue. His mother was truly worthy of being a psychologist, instantly zeroing in on the most crucial detail in the conversation. Is she pretty? Gavin answered dead serious. Pretty. Exceptionally pretty. Nobody could ever question Senior Chloe's beauty, not even his own mother. Attaboy. Your mom will be waiting for you to graduate, so you can hurry up and give me a granddaughter. Gavin was left completely speechless. Where was this even coming from? Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? You brat. Still playing dumb with me? Dr. Avery said while sorting out her bags. Don't think I can't tell. You like her, don't you? I could tell the second I looked at you. The moment you shut the door, your face turned flush red. Your eyes were darting all over, and you couldn't even keep a grin off your face. Your mother sees right through you. Gavin looked at his mom in sheer horror. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Nothing about me has to be tough, but my mouth is definitely staying stubborn. Oh, right. Dr. Avery suddenly remembered. What about Lauren? Are you not chasing her anymore? Gavin didn't know how to explain it to his mom, so he vaguely muttered, We stopped contacting each other long ago. It wasn't that simple. She understood her son's personality better than anyone. As long as he set his mind on something, he wouldn't stop until he crashed into a brick wall. Dr. Avery observed the subtle shifts on Gavin's face, simply saying, Well, as for these matters, handle them wisely. Just make sure you don't do wrong by the girl. Gavin nodded in earnest. I know, Mom. All right, I'm taking off. Gavin gasped in surprise. You're not staying here? This place of yours is messy as a pigsty. Is there even room for me to sleep? Besides, I won't stick around to bother you. With long strides, she strode out. After Dr. Avery left, Gavin looked around his room. It was 100 times cleaner than before. He had every reason to suspect that his mom had come over specifically to supervise his chores. After washing up and lying in bed, the moment Gavin closed his eyes, his mind was completely filled with the image of Senior Chloe returning the thermal flask earlier. She was breathtaking, literally like a fairy. Meanwhile, across the hall, Chloe lay in bed, and looking closely, the rims of her eyes were slightly red. That rotten underclassman. How could he treat me like this, caring for me so much when he actually had a woman in his apartment? Why? Chloe was filled with overwhelming grievance. Unable to help herself, she grabbed her phone, opened her chat window with Gavin, and started tapping furiously away. Jerks. But while furiously tapping, she accidentally double-tapped his profile picture twice, triggering a nudge, nudged Gavin and called him Daddy. In an instant, she was so startled she tossed her phone away. After reading a small line of text clearly, her face flushed bright red immediately. P. Pervert. A few minutes later, she received a question mark sent from him. Chloe lay flat on the bed, biting her lip as she typed back coldly. Clicked by mistake. How do you even click that by mistake? Gavin didn't overthink it either. To be honest, if she hadn't reminded him, he almost forgot that inside his phone, there was still a contact like this. He felt stringing things along like this wasn't good, so he sent, "If there's nothing else, I'm going to delete this contact." Seeing this message, Chloe's eyebrows knitted tightly. She typed back swiftly, "Why?" "Why?" Gavin found it totally bizarre, so he replied, "Because we don't know each other." A very simple reason, but Chloe felt deeply uncomfortable in her heart. She pressed further, "Is it because you have a girlfriend?" The other side replied immediately, "No." Just as Chloe let out a breath of relief, right after he sent another message. "However, I do have someone I like." Chloe stared at those words, reading them over and over in her head. Someone he likes? Who is it? Chloe touched the area over her heart, finding a dull, aching soreness lingering there. She couldn't describe what this feeling was, as if something precious was slipping away, and trying to grab it only to find it impossible to reach. In an instant, she felt uncomfortable all over her body. Damn it, her condition was acting up again. It hurt so much. Chloe curled up under her blanket, constantly rubbing her own arms, hoping to relieve the symptoms this way, but it was completely useless. She craved being touched by someone. To be precise, by that specific person, but he said he already had someone he liked. In that moment, an indescribable sense of grievance expanded uncontrollably. Chloe's eyes gradually grew moist. Before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Gavin, completely unaware of all this, seeing that she hadn't replied for so long, stopped talking as well. Staring at the "I do have someone I like" message he sent, he unconsciously burst out laughing. Right now, he could be absolutely certain. He had fallen in love with Senior Chloe, not the kind of fondness for an ordinary friend, but the kind of romantic love. This feeling felt incredibly novel to him. Even though he had liked someone before, he had never been this nervous and thrilled, feeling mostly, above all, pure happiness. Yes, exactly. Happiness. So true love meant that. Simply thinking about that person filled one's heart with complete fulfillment. Gavin even felt as though his previous teenage years had been lived in vain. Sleep? He couldn't sleep at all. He tossed and turned in bed, and after a while went over to wake up Snowy. "Snowy, I have someone I like. Do you know who that person is?" "Oh, you don't need to know." Snowy squinted his eyes, giving a face full of disgust as he looked at his owner suddenly going crazy. Finally finding it way too annoying, he whined a few times at him, and only then did Gavin leave. Gavin thought he was going to suffer insomnia till dawn, but at 3 a.m, that familiar knocking echoed outside the door once again. Gavin sprang up from the bed like a flopping carp. It was Senior Chloe. Completely different from how he felt before. Right at this very moment, Gavin's heart was thumping like crazy. He quickly rushed over to the mirror and put on his battle armor prepared long ago. A sleek, black silk bathrobe he changed out of his Dormun pajama set. A mature man should radiate his charm at all times. That was what he had learned on Green Note. Gavin walked over behind the door. Swallowing nervously, he opened the door, only to see Chloe standing there just like before, staring blankly in front of him. He was already mentally prepared to be kissed again, but after waiting for a moment, The girl in front of him still didn't budge at all. What's the situation, senior? The girl finally moved, but the very next second, she raised her arm and threw a punch straight into Gavin's chest. Ouch, that hurt. Who would have thought? A girl who usually looked so fragile actually had this much strength? Ha! You hit like a girl. Suppressing the pain, Gavin grimaced with a smirk. Just kidding. A real man couldn't easily cry out in pain. After punching him, Chloe seemed much more satisfied. Then, just like before, she lunged forward into his arms. Their bodies pressed tightly together without a single gap. This time, she didn't kiss his lips directly, but instead softly kissed Gavin's neck. Holy crap! He suddenly felt a surge of regret. This was testing his willpower to the absolute limit. He tried to push the girl clinging to him away. But just like before, no matter how hard he pushed, she wrapped herself right back around him the next second. Gavin was almost ready to give up struggling, but the very next second, Senior Chloe went even further, continuing to squirm and move around restlessly. Who could possibly hold back from this? He hurriedly grabbed the girl's hands, his face flushing bright red, even stuttering as he spoke. Senior Chloe, don't do this. He really was about to lose control. For some unknown reason, he kept feeling Senior Chloe was different today than before. Exceptionally domineering. Sensing the guy's resistance, Chloe actually let out a cold snort. Pulling her hands free, she declared, "You'll be mine sooner or later." Then, once again, she turned around and walked away. After this whole crazy ordeal, Gavin was practically dripping with sweat. Things were getting more and more ridiculous. Taking a shower and sitting at the edge of his bed, he felt he couldn't just keep letting Senior Chloe go on like this. How could he, out of his own selfish desires, just sit by and let Senior Chloe's sleepwalking get worse and worse? Wouldn't that make him a total scumbag? At this thought, Gavin still felt he needed to address the root cause. To cure Senior Chloe's sleepwalking condition, he had to figure out why she sleepwalked in the first place. There was definitely something going on here that he didn't know about yet. However, given his current relationship with the campus goddess, it was safe to say there was still a long way to go. He didn't even have Senior Chloe's contact info, and they were still merely neighbors. Still, taking it step by step, there would always be a way. Inside the drama club at North City University, New Year's Eve is coming up in a little while, and our club needs to perform a piece. Earlier, I asked everyone to go home and brainstorm. Does anyone have any good ideas? Felix crossed his arms, scanning the silent students gathered below. Though he said he wanted everyone to brainstorm, in reality, hardly anyone took it seriously. After all, the club wasn't the student council. Most people had originally joined the club, just to earn some extra credits. Of course, a small handful of people joined out of personal interest and passion. Naturally, that didn't include Gavin, but at the thought of it being a request from the campus goddess, he actually spent quite a long time brainstorming after going back. However, the campus goddess didn't come to today's club meeting. Maybe she was busy with something else. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gavin raised his hand. Felix raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the underclassman who talked to Chloe last time? Underclassman, what idea do you have? Gavin shared his thoughts aloud. I think we should put on a performance of Cinderella. Felix frowned. The reason? Who doesn't want a sweet romance? Especially college students nowadays. Even though Cinderella is an old cliché, I feel that, as long as we add a bit of our own creative spin, it'll still be super entertaining to watch. Don't let Gavin's usual slacker vibe fool you. When it came to brainstorming real ideas, he could step up to the plate. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Felix was the first to object. No way. We're college students, for goodness sake. Childish stuff like Cinderella? How can that be presented on a real stage? Little bro, you still don't quite get what college students want nowadays. We have to put on a show that's an absolute crowd pleaser. Do you guys know what makes a show a crowd pleaser? I won't go into too much detail here. But anyway, the guy should know what I mean, right? As he spoke, a thoroughly greasy grin crept across his face. Gavin knitted his brows. President, how about we let everyone vote on it? Voting? Great! I agree too. Or we could do an anonymous vote. Everyone prepare a little slip of paper. Write 1 if you agree with Gavin, and 2 if you agree with Felix. The surrounding club members chimed in one after another. Seeing this, Felix didn't say much more either. Looking at the naive underclassmen in front of him, he felt secret gloating inside. As the president of the drama club and a junior upperclassman, he didn't believe for a second anyone would dare not vote for him. Rank always triumphs over reason. Looks like this little underclassman still didn't understand the harsh reality of society. 10 minutes later, everyone handed their paper slips over to Felix. Brimming with confidence, Felix unfolded the first one. Glancing down, written right on it was 1. An anomaly. An anomaly. It must be an anomaly. He hastily unfolded the second one. Still, 1. He coughed lightly a few times, opening all the rest of them one by one. Practically every single slip of paper was marked with a 1. He couldn't save face at all, feeling immensely irritated inside. President, how did it go? Gavin asked with wide, curious eyes. Heh heh. Looks like everyone really wants to support Junior Gavin. Actually, I think your topic is pretty great too. Then it settled. Our drama club's performance will be Cinderella. Gavin smiled happily. He had never expected that his idea would actually be adopted. Felix's face turned sour. Now that the play is decided, the actors are still undecided. Anyone who wants to sign up can message me privately. With that, he turned and left. Seeing him leave, an upperclassman walked up to Gavin and teased, "Kid, you're a total savior to our club." Gavin looked totally bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" Another female senior immediately chimed in, saying, "If you hadn't brought up Cinderella, our club would have completely embarrassed itself when the time came. Felix loves nothing more than putting on those vulgar, trashy shows. And he actually thinks he's awesome for it. Does he think every single one of us is as creepy as him? Exactly, compared to that trash. What we actually long for is pure, sweet romance." As the crowd dispersed, Gavin prepared to leave as well, but unexpectedly found himself blocked by someone. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Gavin felt completely helpless. This woman never stops, does she? "Gavin, how long are you going to keep throwing this tantrum?" Lauren demanded sharply. She couldn't understand. Where did that man who used to obey her every whim go? Overnight, he seemed like a completely different person. "Lauren, has nobody ever told you that the world doesn't revolve around you? By that logic, I can't revolve around you forever either." "Got it?" Hearing the guy say this, Lauren opened her mouth in utter shock. She blurted out, "Why shouldn't you revolve around me? Have you forgotten how you treated me before? You paid my tuition, bought me a phone and makeup, and bought me whatever I wanted. Have you completely forgotten all of that?" Gavin scoffed. So she did remember it all. Humans really are bizarre creatures. When someone pursues you, you sneer at their genuine kindness. Now that they've come to their senses and given up, you aren't used to it and throw yourself back at them. To put it plainly, it's just pathetic. Lauren was filled with overwhelming fear. She had no idea how things had escalated to this point. Thinking back to the cause of their big argument, she swallowed her pride for the very first time and explained on her own initiative, "I just accepted explicit attention from Felix." Is that really so wrong? I swear I never did anything with him. Back then, she thought Felix would book 2 separate rooms, never expecting him to claim hotel rooms were hard to book and reserve only 1 room instead. When the 2 of them were on the bed, Felix indeed tried to get handsy with her, but she rejected all his advances. She felt she had sacrificed so much for Gavin, yet he kept misunderstanding her and throwing tantrums. It was genuinely so disappointing. Whatever. I don't care about your business anymore. Right now, there was someone far more important he cared about. "Gavin, you're going to regret this." After shouting that, Lauren ran off in tears. Gavin smirked. After 3 whole years, it seemed Lauren truly didn't understand him at all. Once he made a decision, he would never regret it, even if it turned out to be wrong. Gavin glanced at the time, and seeing it was still early, decided to head back to the dorm to check on his roommates. To his surprise, a huge crowd was gathered right outside the dorm building. What was going on? Walking closer, he saw Lucas and Ethan standing there as well. So he patted both of them on the shoulder. "Boys, what's the situation here?" Seeing him arrive, the 2 immediately made a quiet gesture, then pointed right toward the center of the crowd. Gavin squeezed through the crowd to get a look. Completely stunned. Wasn't that Noah? Looking again, standing opposite him was a girl with a furious face. She had a great figure and was very pretty, seeming somewhat familiar. What happened? He asked in a low voice. Noah wants to break up with her, and she's no pushover either. She made a scene down here at the dorms, insisting on seeing Noah in person, saying she wanted to return every single gift Noah gave her, too, throughout their relationship. Isn't that absolutely insane? Looks like Noah finally hit a brick wall this time. Ethan and Lucas looked like they were thoroughly enjoying the drama. Gavin still felt the girl looked familiar, feeling like he had seen her somewhere before. He searched through his brain meticulously for this person, and realized who she was. His voice wasn't quiet, causing the surrounding crowd to look over at him. Gavin immediately lowered his head. You can't see me. You can't see me. Persons. Who is she? Ethan whispered. Just as Gavin was about to speak up, he thought twice and immediately shut his mouth. This girl seemed to be pretty close with Senior Chloe. If he blabbed it out, it might reflect poorly on Senior Chloe. Whenever Senior Chloe was involved, he had to tread carefully. Seeing him stay completely silent, Ethan urged him, You little brat! Stopping mid-sentence like that? Careful, or I'll curse you to get instant noodles without seasoning packets. Gavin blinked. Right back at you! Ethan was so annoyed by him that his teeth ached. Meanwhile, Noah looked with an impatient glare at the unreasonably stubborn girl in front of him. Girl, can't we just part on good terms? Ashley scoffed with red-rimmed eyes. You scumbag. Just wait until you get exposed on the confession wall. Unexpectedly, the guy had a completely fearless look on his face. He shrugged his shoulders and said, Go right ahead. My reputation is already in ruins anyway, so I don't care. Besides, how did I cheat you? Relationships are built on mutual consent. Is it a crime for me to not want to date anymore? I didn't cheat, and I didn't flirt around. During our relationship, I never let you spend a single dime. I'm pretty handsome myself, so you didn't lose out either, right? Ashley was rendered completely speechless. Every single word the guy said was true. However, she wasn't so easily fooled either. Right. Everything you said is true. That's why today, every gift you gave me, I'm returning back to you in full. Plus, as for our relationship expenses, I kept a detailed log the entire time. I'll transfer all of it back to you. Noah looked at her in sheer disbelief. Seeing her actually pull out a small ledger, he was almost driven to laughter by sheer anger. You actually kept a ledger while dating me? Of course, just in case. Certain guys claim I took advantage of them after breaking up. Noah nodded repeatedly out of pure frustration. Fine. Just great. I really never expected that I, Noah, would be calculated like this one day. Fine. Go ahead and transfer it. Right after, the girl slammed a burlap sack down in front of Noah. Here! And these are yours too. Having done all this, the girl turned and walked away without a single shred of reluctance. Noah's face turned as dark as a beet from anger. Looking down at the bulging burlap sack at his feet, he hoisted it onto his shoulder with a gloomy face, pushed through the crowd, and headed up to the dorm. Seeing this, Gavin and the others immediately followed right behind him. The moment they walked in, Ethan yelled exaggeratedly, Holy smokes! Noah, if I were a girl, I'd marry you on the spot. Noah kept a heavy expression, staring at the tens of thousands of yuan being transferred on his phone, his face darkening even further. Lucas opened the burlap sack and was equally shocked. Inside were not only limited edition designer bags, but also high heels, and even crazier women's underwear. Damn, you guys sure play wild. And it's lace too. Get lost. Hearing that, Noah immediately wrapped the sack tight. Ethan teased. The life of a rich kid, my ultimate dream. Right, Gavin? As soon as he spoke, he realized he had picked the wrong person. This guy was a rich kid too. After so much time had passed since the semester began, everyone had already learned pretty much everything about one another's backgrounds. Even though Gavin kept a low profile, usually, the clothes he wore and the stuff he used daily were basically all luxury brands that an ordinary family simply couldn't afford. Gavin, someone's looking for you at the entrance. The dorm manager auntie suddenly rushed in to call him. Who is it? He asked instinctively. The auntie looked at him with a wide grin, speaking in her thick local accent. Hey, go check for yourself and you'll know. Dressed up so sharp and pretty. Gavin walked downstairs with a face full of question marks, only to see someone completely unexpected. Senior Chloe? In an instant, Gavin grew nervous. Why would Senior Chloe suddenly come looking for him? Chloe held a cold expression, holding a bottle of YSL perfume in her hand, and handed it to him without a word. Her fingers accidentally brushed against his in the process. Please, help return this to that man. Just tell him, Ashley. Forgot to return it earlier. Hearing her say this, Gavin froze on the spot. Wait a second. How did Senior Chloe know he shared a dorm with Noah? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Chloe explained on her own initiative. I was standing right beside the crowd watching earlier. Did you really not notice? Did he really not notice me? She had even deliberately stood in a very conspicuous spot. Gavin wanted to slap himself across the face. He had been so busy watching the drama unfold with Ethan and the guys that he completely failed to notice Senior Chloe's presence. Oh no, Senior Chloe wouldn't form a bad impression of me. Because of this, right? No wonder he had felt it was strange earlier. It was just a couple going through a breakup. So, was it really worth having so many people surrounding them to watch? Turns out all this commotion was really just aimed at Goddess Chloe. I tried to explain myself, but the girl in front of me didn't give me the chance at all. Then again, I wasn't really that important of a person to her anyway. Thinking back to those black high heels, Chloe felt a wave of irritation rise inside her. She could wear high heels too. Her feet were gorgeous, and she'd look even better in high heels. Dropping those words, Chloe turned and was about to leave, when the guy blocked her path. The two locked eyes, and the guy's gaze looked remarkably clear and sincere. The words that came out of his mouth were deeply in earnest. You are important. Realizing how borderline romantic that sounded, Gavin hastily added, No, wait. What I mean is, I've always seen you as a deeply important friend, Senior. Friend? Chloe raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had told her yesterday that he had someone he liked. A mischievous thought struck her. Won't the person you like mind that? At this moment, Gavin was still completely immersed in explaining himself to Chloe, completely failing to notice why the campus goddess would even know about him having someone he liked in the first place. Of course she won't, because the person I like is literally you. Gavin thought quietly to himself. Hearing his answer, Chloe felt a bit better in her heart. Him putting it like that? Did that mean compared to the person he liked, she was actually more important? All day long, Chloe had been feeling deeply gloomy inside, simply because of one line from this guy. She had been overthinking and overanalyzing all day long. Even she herself found it strange why she was acting like this. Even delivering this bottle of perfume was something she had actively volunteered to do. She simply wanted to see how this underclassman would react. Upon seeing her, she couldn't explain the reason behind her actions, knowing only that. When she heard the guy worrying so urgently about her, the dark cloud looming over her heart instantly dissolved. How miraculous. You just want to be friends with me? Those words practically blurted out of her mouth. Well, what else? Gavin was completely bewildered. In his eyes, being able to be friends with the campus goddess was already something beyond his wildest dreams. Although he liked her, he didn't want to forcefully press his feelings onto her. That would just burden her with pressure. And he didn't want to do that, especially towards someone as outstanding and amazing as Senior Chloe. He didn't dare to harbor any unrealistic hopes. But in Chloe's ears, his words carried a completely different meaning. She said indifferently, It's nothing. I'm heading back. Oh, by the way, Senior, since we're friends now, can I add you on the chat app? Heaven knows that when Gavin said this, it took literally every ounce of courage he possessed. He didn't even dare look the campus goddess in the eye. Chloe froze on the spot, blurted out immediately, No. I left my phone in my dorm room. She hastily made up an excuse. Gavin nodded, offering a bright, sunny smile, as he casually said, Next time then. Just as the words left his mouth, a ringtone suddenly chimed. I don't sing passionate love songs. Sick. 2 doesn't mean I haven't known heartbreak. 2 doll. 2. I've never laid my wounds bare to be cut open. 2. And this ringtone was very clearly ringing right from inside Chloe's pocket. In an instant, both of them fell into an extremely awkward silence. Chloe instinctively tried to explain, but Gavin blurted, Senior, I still have things to take care of. I'll take off first. Gavin practically fled from the spot. Meanwhile, Chloe scowled, pulled out her phone to look, and saw an incoming call from Ashley. For the first time in her life, The cold campus goddess felt the urge to curse. She picked up the phone. Ashley, you are so dead. Oh no, now I've actually made the underclassmen mad. What should I do now? Chloe returned to her dorm room preoccupied with worry. Meanwhile, ever since Gavin got back to his dorm, he lay on his bed, staring silently at the ceiling. His mind was completely filled with, Senior didn't give me her contact info. Time. Senior hates me. She's probably been sick of me for a long time. He let out a sigh, flipped over, pulled out his phone, opened his music app, and searched directly for Eason Chan's Lonely Patient. The more he listened, the sadder he felt, growing more and more emo by the second. Seeing him like this, his roommates in the dorm began roasting him one by one. What's wrong, baby? Heartbroken? Are you not going home tonight? Right? He had been so busy wallowing in sorrow that checking the time he saw it was getting late. No, I don't want to go back. He was deeply heartbroken right now, and even more terrified that if he ran into Senior Chloe upon returning, it would make things awkward for both of them, so he wanted to stay far away from that place of heartbreak. Suddenly, his phone buzzed several times. He opened it to check, and saw someone had messaged him on the chat app. Gavin felt annoyed just looking at the chat app right now. Tapping it open, he saw T-Rex Warrior asking what he was up to. Nothing much. He was in no mood to chat right now, so his reply was extremely half-hearted. T-Rex Warrior replied in seconds. In a bad mood? This bro is pretty perceptive, able to tell. I'm in a bad mood right through the screen. Having nobody else to vent to anyway. Gavin spoke the honest truth. Someone hates me. Back in her dorm room, when Chloe saw those words, Ashley was currently crying her eyes out to her, talking about nothing other than how big of a scumbag Noah was, and how obnoxious he was. But mostly, she kept saying she couldn't forget him. Chloe snorted expressionlessly. Then why were you acting so tough back there? How should she tactfully comfort the underclassmen? A woman always has to save face in public, right? Oh, Chloe nodded very half-heartedly, expressing her agreement. By the way, why did you take so long just going out to grab something? Did Noah say something to you again? Ashley assumed that bottle of perfume was returned to her ex-boyfriend, personally, by her best friend. Chloe said without batting an eye. He didn't say much. After all, she hadn't even met with Noah in the first place. All right then. Looks like he's totally dead set on breaking up with me. Sigh, Chloe. I still feel so miserable. I don't think I can forget him. If I ask him to get back together, do you think he'll agree? Shut up, Chloe interrupted her sternly. It was all because of this woman constantly nagging in her ear, leaving her unable to figure out how to reply to him. Ashley looked at her best friend with a pitiful expression. You're so mean, Chloe typed back. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Staring at T-Rex Warrior's text, Gavin fell into deep thought. Except for the times Senior Chloe sleepwalked, he didn't have much contact with her on a normal basis. There really didn't seem to be anything between them to misunderstand. He thought about it for a bit. Maybe in Senior Chloe's heart, he was nothing more than an ordinary neighbor, nowhere near close enough to exchange contact info. In an instant, he felt a wave of relief. What did exchanging contact info even prove anyway? It wasn't like anything real would actually happen between him and Senior Chloe. In that moment, his gloominess from earlier instantly vanished into thin air. He texted T-Rex Warrior, Doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter anymore? Chloe, who had been guarding her phone non-stop, felt a wave of complex emotions wash over her. Upon seeing those words, what did doesn't matter anymore mean? Could it be that simply because she didn't give him her contact info, he was completely disappointed in her? Chloe's heart instantly tightened in her chest. She didn't know how to describe this feeling. Empty, hollow, and deeply painful. This sudden change in her was caught by Ashley, who, as if witnessing something completely mind-blowing, stared in utter shock at Chloe. When had this cold campus goddess of their school ever worn an expression like this before? Sad and heartbroken. Because of what? A raging fire of gossip flamed up inside her, making her temporarily forget the pain of her breakup. Chloe, who are you chatting with? Because of those words, Chloe was instantly snapped back to her senses. Calmly locking her phone, she picked up a magazine and said indifferently, Chatting? What chatting? Still playing dumb? I saw everything. Just now, you were staring at your screen the whole time. with an utterly smitten, lovesick look. Don't even think about fooling me. I've been observing you for days now. Remember last time when we were eating in the cafeteria? This woman refused to admit it back then, refusing to tell me anything no matter what. And now I finally caught her red-handed again. I have no idea what you're talking about. Chloe kept a cold face, set the magazine aside, picked up a book, and flipped through a few pages rapidly. When people feel awkward, they perform 30 fake nervous gestures a second. Ashley narrowed her eyes, with a knowing look. Still acting. No wonder you were so impatient with me just now. Turns out, your attention was completely stolen away by some guy. She was utterly shocked right now. Exactly which guy on earth could capture the attention of the ice goddess? What's more, this wasn't just any ordinary ice goddess. This was a goddess suffering from touch deprivation. She had originally thought that her best friend might end up growing old all alone for the rest of her life. After all, let alone a human being, not even a fly could get anywhere near Chloe. Staring at Chloe's back as she forced herself to look calm, Ashley secretly made up her mind. You little thing. Sooner or later I'm going to dig this guy out. Meanwhile, ever since that incident happened, Gavin hadn't gone back to his rented apartment for days. Without senior Chloe's appearance, daily life felt utterly boring. It was either going to class or being on the way to class. Freshmen and sophomores had the heaviest course loads, to the point where after class every day, everyone looked like they had been completely drained of energy by life. Even Noah, the big player, had been behaving pretty tame lately. Tomorrow is Saturday. Want to go find some fun, boys? Noah asked with a mischievous grin. Gavin and the other two looked at each other. Ethan declared with righteous conviction, Noah, even though I look a bit greasy and love watching dirty movies when I'm bored, I still have standards. The other two chimed in repeatedly. That's right. Noah knew these guys had completely misunderstood him. He rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you take me for? Am I really that kind of guy? The three of them nodded in total unison. It wasn't that they were biased, but rather Noah's playboy persona had already become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. After the spectacle of his recent breakup, the entire school now knew that among the computer science freshmen, there was a rich, handsome, big-time player. They originally thought that Noah's romantic luck would be completely ruined after this, but unexpectedly, the number of girls who wanted to date him was actually 10 times higher than before. According to posts on the campus confession wall, a guy who is handsome, has a great body, and rains cash on you. Even if he doesn't come home at night, you can still turn a blind eye to it. Seeing those comments, Gavin felt that this world had ultimately turned upside down into something unrecognizable. Can having money really make people sell out their emotions? He expressed respect for it, but could not understand it. All right, just come along with me, and let me open your eyes to the world. Come Saturday, the guys piled into Noah's Rolls Royce and kicked off their team-building outing. Holy crap, this feels awesome. I'm definitely going to be a rich guy in my next life. The luxury car sped down the road, drawing endless stares from pedestrians. Ethan stuck his head out the front passenger window, waves of wind rushing against his face, blowing his bangs straight up. I feel like I'm the male lead in a teen drama right now. Does anyone feel me? Gavin and Lucas sat in the back seat, both struggling to hold back their laughter. Shen Jai, wait for me. I'm coming to marry you. Ethan didn't shut up for a single second the whole way. About half an hour later, the car pulled up outside a high-end luxury club. Stepping out of the car, Gavin felt like he was about to pass out. His family had a few sports cars too, but he had never driven them. Right now, they were gathering dust in the underground garage. Back when his dad secretly bought them, he got chewed out big time by Dr. Avery. His dad had only offered one excuse. A man stays a boy until the day he dies. I'm just fulfilling my childhood dream. In response, his mom kicked him, and he behaved immediately. Gavin found it novel at first, so after getting his driver's license, he immediately picked one to drive. Within 10 minutes, he threw up, and went right back to riding his little electric scooter. I say, Noah, what did you bring us here for? Ethan asked, unable to contain his excited expression. Relax, it's 100% wholesome and healthy. The guys followed him inside, watching him effortlessly book a private room like a regular. Walking inside, There were 4 massage beds in total. Gavin had a bad feeling about this. The 3 of them looked at one another, each seeing from the other's eyes a look of terror. Wait, no! The other 2 guys actually had a subtle, barely noticeable flicker of anticipation. Just as Gavin was about to speak up, 4 gorgeous women walked into the room. They wore matching traditional kipao dresses, except the slits went all the way up to their upper thighs. Not only that, every single one of them wore high heels and black stockings, with professional smiles plastered on their faces. Lucas flushed bright red, pulling Noah over to whisper, "What the hell, man? What happened to wholesome and healthy?" They were still innocent college students. Although they occasionally cracked dirty jokes, when it came to doing it for real, they were terrified. Especially in a place like this. Looking at the frightened expressions on the 3 guys' faces, Noah felt utterly bewildered. What? It's literally just a massage. A massage? Realizing they had misunderstood, the guys laughed awkwardly. Oh, that's fine then. Ethan glanced at the 4 female masseuses still standing there. Every one of them had a sweet smile. And a stunning, voluptuous figure. Truly a bit hard to handle. What's more, they looked like older ladies in their mid-20s or above, radiating a mature, sexy vibe that hit them right in the face. He was practically itching to get started, but Gavin felt something was off. Although he had never been to a massage parlor before, he had read plenty of posts online. Most massage parlors had hidden extra services. Basically, if you know, you know. Sometimes, it's not something you can easily control, even if he could hold firm to his own principles. His other 2 roommates might not be able to. Especially Ethan. The moment he sees a pretty girl, he can't even move his legs. Gavin exchanged a quick glance with Noah, and Noah got the message instantly. Turning to the 4 masseuses, Noah said, "Swap them all out for male therapists." Hearing this, Ethan widened his eyes and yelled, "What are you doing, Noah?" Noah patted his head, comforting him. "Be a good boy. Daddy is doing this for your own good. You don't understand how treacherous society really is. Get out of here." After the female masseuses reluctantly stepped out, 4 guys walked in a short moment later. Taking one look at them, Gavin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Is the service industry nowadays really this strict with appearances? Holy smokes! Every single one of the 4 guys who came in was handsomer than the last. Looking closely, it seemed like they were even wearing liquid foundation, and some even had eyeliner on. They were a bit effeminate, which couldn't help making him think of T-Rex Warrior. But T-Rex Warrior probably wouldn't wear makeup. After all, being an otaku, how could they know anything about this stuff? Except for Noah, this was the first time for the other 3 to get a massage. Truth be told, it actually felt pretty damn good. The 4 guys looked thin and frail, but they were surprisingly strong. Bro, how much cash do you guys make a month in this line of work? Ethan was naturally outgoing, able to strike up a chat with anyone, anywhere. One of the masseurs with blue-dyed hair offered a meaningful smile. "Oh, that varies. It depends on individual performance, though pulling in over 10 grand is pretty easy." Hearing this, Ethan was a bit surprised. "For real? Then what's the point of me even getting a college degree?" Another guy chimed in with a laugh. "Little bro, big bro advises you to stick to your studies. You think it's as simple as just giving massages? Heh. The most crucial part is actually maintaining good client relationships. Get it?" "Hey, say less. Don't corrupt the kid." The guys understood instantly upon hearing that. Everything's tough these days. If you want to earn big, you have to sell yourself out. In every sense of the word. However, one thing was for certain. No profession is superior to another. This was Gavin's first time at a massage shop, so he found it pretty novel. Realizing he didn't really have anyone else to share this with, he pulled out his phone, snapped a quick random photo of himself, and sent it to T-Rex Warrior. Since they were both guys anyway, there was nothing to be shy about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe, who was tutoring a kid with homework, heard her phone vibrate and cast a quick glance over. Someone had messaged her on the chat app. Because she was afraid of missing his messages, she had been logged into her alt account the whole time. Aside from that guy, nobody else ever messaged her on it. "Teacher, I'm done." Chloe nodded and said indifferently, "There's still another worksheet. Keep working on it. I'm going to the restroom." Ignoring the student's wails of grief, she walked into the restroom holding her phone. The two of them hadn't met in person for so many days. It wasn't that Chloe was intentionally dodging him, but rather she didn't know how to make it up to the underclassmen. She had specifically searched online for advice, but the default search results were all, "What to do when you make your boyfriend mad." The top voted comment under the post read, "Sisters. Making up with an angry boyfriend is simple. Put on a sexy little dress, pounce into his arms, and act cute in a sweet, cooing voice saying, 'Hubby, I know I was wrong. Forgive me, okay?'" When Chloe read that back then, her face instantly flushed red. What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Still, she took a screenshot and saved it anyway. Just in case she might need it in the future, she made up an excuse for her own behavior. But soon enough, she found a more reliable comment. She originally planned to find a chance to give it to him after making it, never expecting him to private message her first. Although the underclassmen didn't know T-Rex Warrior was actually her, sitting on the toilet, Chloe opened the message Gavin sent her. The moment she saw the photo clearly, her face instantly boiled hot. Total pervert. Why on earth did he send me this? In the photo, the guy was covered with a white blanket, 2 perfectly straight, long legs, almost completely exposed, and she could even faintly catch a glimpse of his abs. Gavin's text read, "Bro, massages feel so damn good. If there's a chance, bro will bring you along to enjoy it too." In Gavin's eyes, T-Rex Warrior was just a shy, friendless otaku. So, he felt it necessary to take care of them at all times, checking in on their mental state. To let them know true warmth still existed in this world. Is this guy really this casual? Sending pictures of his body to a stranger? Is he not afraid I might be a bad person? Chloe zoomed in and out on the picture repeatedly, realizing this kid's physique actually looked pretty amazing. It must feel really good to touch. Just thinking about the feeling of touching his bare skin made her itch all over her body. This kind of conditioned physical response was something even Chloe couldn't control. Besides, she hadn't touched the underclassmen in so many days. God only knew how she had gotten through. All these recent nights, Chloe nearly hated this body of hers to death. Once her thoughts started wandering, she couldn't stop them. She long pressed the photo and tapped save. After completing this series of actions, Chloe felt like a total pervert. And an insatiably unsatisfied pervert at that. "It's all your fault." She threw a small temper tantrum at her screen. A few seconds later, she sent back a very cold and aloof reply. "Oh." On the other side, Gavin and his roommates finished their massages. Getting into the car, he intentionally refrained from looking at his phone, because looking at a screen made him motion sick. After returning to the dorm, Gavin first went to take a leak. Suddenly remembering he hadn't replied to T-Rex Warrior, he pulled out his phone to check, only to find the other side had replied with a simple, single word. So cold and aloof, Gavin felt his enthusiasm completely doused. He directly dialed a voice call over, but nobody picked up. What's the deal? Who's supposed to be whose fan here? Gavin had a moment of bewilderment. Why did he feel like their roles had been swapped? Fortunately, a few minutes later, the other side sent over a photo as well. In the photo was a girl working on a test sheet. Are you working as a private tutor? Who would have thought T-Rex Warrior was actually an academic ace? He held a special soft spot for straight A students. Like Senior Chloe, for instance, whose breathtaking beauty was merely her least notable quality, as she was genuinely an exceptional person through and through. All of a sudden, Gavin really wanted to meet this star student. "Hey Ace, when are we meeting up in person?" Chloe only unlocked her phone after finishing her tutoring session, opening her phone to check. She saw the underclassman was trying to invite her to meet up again. And as T-Rex Warrior, the answer she gave, of course, was, "No way." Sitting on the bus, Chloe suddenly thought with a mischievous grin, if the underclassman found out one day that T-Rex Warrior was actually her, his reaction back then would definitely be hilarious. The more she thought about it, the more she suddenly burst out laughing aloud. In an instant, people on the bus all turned their heads to look in her direction. Realizing what she had just done, Chloe cleared her throat lightly, immediately switching back to her cold, aloof goddess persona. Right then, her phone ringtone suddenly blared. Pulling out her phone to check, the caller ID read, "Aunt." The usually composed campus goddess instantly knit her brow, seemingly recalling something thoroughly unpleasant. After hesitating for a good while, she still picked it up. "Chloe, Why did you take so long to pick up? Complained the voice on the other end. Chloe offered no explanation, simply asking indifferently, Is something wrong? You child. Can't your aunt call to check up on you without an excuse? How have you been eating at school lately? Do you have enough allowance money? Words that sounded deeply caring on the surface, but only Chloe knew full well that her college tuition and living expenses were all earned by herself. This so-called aunt was just running her mouth for lip service. A wolf in sheep's clothing, up to no good. Sure enough, the very next second, her aunt chuckled through the phone. By the way, didn't your cousin just finish her college entrance exams? She's planning to head to North City to hang out with you for a couple of days. Chloe frowned deeply. Her cousin, Hannah, was coming. Just the thought of this cousin gave her a massive headache. Besides, she had to work part-time as a tutor every day, so where would she find the time to take care of her? So she immediately refused. I'm very busy, and I don't have time. Hearing her refusal, the woman on the other end turned a shade darker, but still smiled insincerely, saying, Oh, come on. Chloe, it's just for a few days. It won't take up much of your time. Oh, right. Hannah arrives tomorrow. She'll text you when she gets there, so make sure you pick her up. With that, without giving her a chance to speak, she immediately hung up the phone. Chloe stared at her phone expressionlessly, radiating a terrifyingly cold aura all around her. The people standing nearby quietly backed away, feeling deeply bewildered. How did the young girl who was smiling just a moment ago suddenly look like she was ready to murder someone? Chloe's good mood for the entire day was completely ruined. Getting off the bus, she prepared to head back to her apartment. After all, she hadn't been back in days and wanted to take a look. As for what exactly she wanted to see, she instinctively chose to ignore that question. Riding the elevator up to her floor, she instinctively looked toward the door across the hall. She saw his front door tightly shut and quiet, peaceful and silent, as if the owner of the apartment had never come back. Unsure of what impulse was driving her, Chloe walked over to his front door once again, probably hearing the footsteps outside the door. Snowy inside immediately dashed to the front door, pawing relentlessly at the door with his paws. Is that you, puppy? Are you home all by yourself? Chloe asked in a soft, gentle whisper. As if understanding her words, Snowy immediately whined a few times in response. This guy, how could he leave the little puppy home alone again? Senior Chloe? Just as Gavin stepped off the elevator, he saw someone standing right outside his front door. At first he thought it was a burglar, but coming closer, he realized it was campus goddess Chloe. He glanced at his own door, then looked at the campus goddess again. Did you need something from me, senior? Caught red-handed on the spot, Chloe had already thought of a solution the moment she heard Gavin's voice. Without batting an eye, she said, I was just about to go home when I heard your dog barking inside your room. Since you adopted a dog, you have to be responsible for him, leaving him home alone every single day. That's animal cruelty, do you know that? Gavin blinked twice. The way Senior Chloe scolded him with a stern face was so charming. Wait, no, that wasn't the main point. It seemed like Senior Chloe had misunderstood him. He hurriedly explained, Don't worry, Senior. Whenever I'm not around, I hire someone to specifically come over and walk Snowy. Plus, there's a big basket of toys for him inside, so he shouldn't be bored at all. Hehehe. Hire someone? Is that safe? Gavin thought for a second and said, Yeah, it's safe. A lot of college students take on these kinds of side gigs nowadays, and they're all students from North City University, so there shouldn't be any issues. There's actually a side gig like that. It turned out she had misjudged him. It had been so many days since that last incident, and she still hadn't smoothed things over with the underclassmen. Yet the moment the two met, she went and scolded him all over again. Chloe, oh, Chloe, when did your emotional intelligence get this low? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Now's the time. Wait here for me for a second. Saying so, without waiting for the guy's response, she quickly pushed her door open and went inside. When she came back out, she was holding a pink tote bag in her hand. Unlike when she gave him the desserts last time, when Senior Chloe stepped out this time, her face seemed a little flushed red. This is for you. Chloe turned her head off to the side, but the reddened tips of her ears betrayed her nervous mood at this moment. Gavin took it confusedly, opened it, and looked inside. It was actually a scarf, red in color, looking very festive. Is this for me? Heh, It was buy one get one free at the supermarket. And since I don't really have many close acquaintances at school anyway, Senior Chloe putting it like that, did that mean he had finally been accepted by her? At the very least, she definitely didn't dislike him anymore, right? Thank you, Senior Chloe. I'll definitely wear it every single day. Saying that, he immediately pulled out the scarf to put it on, only to notice that at the very bottom of the bag was another tiny scarf, the kind that slipped directly over the neck. Gavin pulled it out in confusion. Huh? Why is there another one? Chloe took a glance and said with an unnatural expression, It's a scarf for your dog. It was a freebie from the supermarket, too. Are supermarket promos really this generous nowadays? Snowy. This lucky pup sure knows how to win people over. He put on the scarf, the red making his whole complexion look much more vibrant. It's so warm. Seeing the guy grinning foolishly, the weight hanging over Chloe's heart for all these days, finally settled to the ground. Knitting the scarf day and night over the past few days made it all worth it. Then, you're not mad about what happened last time, right? She asked tentatively. What happened? Gavin opened his innocent, wide eyes. Looking at her blankly, Chloe knit her brows slightly. He actually forgot? Then what was I sitting around on pins and needles for all these days? Didn't this kid want my contact info? Wasn't he hurt when I didn't give it to him? Do you still want my contact info then? She couldn't help asking. Gavin realized instantly. So Senior Chloe was talking about last time. Truth be told, Gavin had stopped feeling bad about it long ago. Thinking. Senior Chloe was still feeling guilty over it. He immediately tried to comfort her. Senior Chloe. After I went back and thought it over, I felt I was being too abrupt back then as well. After all, we aren't that familiar with each other yet. Chloe was rendered completely speechless. So this kid had already comforted himself and moved on long ago. She deliberately said, Oh, all right then. I was originally planning to give you my phone number. Since you don't want it, never mind. Gavin widened his eyes in shock. What? Had he misheard? Senior Chloe had just said she was going to give him her phone number. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. As if afraid she might go back on her word, Gavin immediately pulled out his phone. Senior Chloe, what's your phone number? The guy's excited appearance was just like a cute puppy whose owner had suddenly given him an extra chicken drumstick. Is it really that big of a deal? Is getting my phone number really making him this happy? Chloe then recited a string of digits. After returning inside his apartment, Gavin stared back and forth at the phone number he had just saved to his contacts, falling deep into thought. What nickname should he save her under? Senior Chloe? No, too distant. Way too formal. Pretty lady? No, not serious at all. After pondering for a long time, Gavin finally flushed red and typed in 2 emojis, a red heart icon, and a little girl wearing a wedding dress. Heh. Even though it was a bit fanciful, a guy had to have dreams, right? What if heaven opened its eyes and made it come true one day in the future? Gavin looked down, glancing at the red scarf around his neck. Today was simply pure bliss. Even though Senior Chloe said it was a freebie from the supermarket, why didn't she give it to anyone else? Why did she give it specifically to him? Gavin glanced over at Snowy, who was sound asleep in his dog bed. Right at this moment, around his neck, was the exact same matching scarf from Senior Chloe as his own. For some strange reason, Gavin felt a peculiar sentiment rise in his heart, as if what was wrapped around his and Snowy's necks wasn't merely simple scarves, but rather collars holding this man and dog in place. Still, he was more than willing to be tied down by Senior Chloe. When going to bed, he took off the scarf, carefully set it on his bed, and started taking photos. He took photos, completely losing track of time, and when he opened his photo album, the entire screen was filled with photos of the red scarf. Here, then, he picked out a photo he was fairly satisfied with, and posted it in the group chat. As soon as it was posted, the group chat instantly came alive. His 3 roommates dropped question marks one after another, Ethan asking, What's with this ugly scarf? Damn it. Seeing those words, Gavin instantly lost his temper. Bullshit. How is it ugly? This was the scarf Senior Chloe gave him, and he wouldn't allow anyone to badmouth it. Wait, are you for real, baby? There's literally a huge hole right in the middle. With his roommate pointing it out like that, Gavin finally noticed that there really was a hole in the scarf. as if a stitch had been messed up while knitting it. Gavin stubbornly typed back, "What do you know? This is this year's trend. If you don't know fashion, shut up." After bickering with his roommates in the group chat for a few more lines, Gavin hung up the scarf carefully, washed up, and lay down in bed, his mind floating wildly as he thought over everything that had happened today. Suddenly he felt like he had forgotten something again. After thinking it over for a long while, he finally remembered Senior Chloe's sleepwalking condition. He wondered if, over the few days he was away, Senior Chloe's sleepwalking had acted up again. At this thought, he still felt he ought to find a chance to ask and get a clear picture. You couldn't drag out a condition like this. The longer you delayed, the harder it was to cure. Then, turning the thought over in his mind, he wondered, would Senior Chloe come over again tonight then? Gradually, he drifted off to dreamland. When he woke up the next morning, Gavin's first reaction was that Senior Chloe actually hadn't come over to find him. He couldn't tell whether he felt happy or disappointed. Then he felt a sudden wave of sheer, bone-deep exhaustion. Starting today, he was definitely swearing off it. Otherwise, his future wife would end up looking down on him. God was really unfair. Why on earth in this department? Did guys and girls have to be so vastly different? After washing up, Gavin checked the weather. Temperatures in North City had dropped recently. He changed into a thicker jacket and pulled on a pair of thermal underwear under his pants. He couldn't help it. He was getting old, and a man had to take good care of his health. Otherwise, when he got old and ended up in a wheelchair, he'd only be able to watch his old lady square dancing with other old men. Right before heading out the door, Gavin pulled out his phone again and opened his contacts, finding the contact nickname he had just updated yesterday. After thinking it over, he still wanted to remind Senior Chloe to bundle up warm too. So he texted, "It's cold out, make sure to bundle up warm." Then switching back up a level, he dialed a call over to Dr. Avery. The call was quickly answered. "Mom, I'm getting ready to head out." Today was the day his mother wrapped up her business trip and prepared to return to Riverton. Before leaving, Dr. Avery said she wanted to visit her alma mater, which was North City University. Both of Gavin's parents were graduates of North City University. The two dated during college and went all the way to marriage and kids. In the past, they often talked in front of him about their romantic days in college. Influenced by his parents, Gavin had gotten into North City University too, wanting to find love in college just like his parents, finding a beautiful romance during his university years, and if all went smoothly, getting married and having kids, spending a happy lifetime together just like that. He had always believed Lauren was the person who would spend her life with him. Unfortunately, the two of them ultimately drifted apart, but none of that mattered anymore now. He had Senior Chloe now. Oh, wait, Senior Chloe wasn't actually his just yet. When stepping out his front door, Gavin even fantasized about bumping into Senior Chloe by chance. After all, without any hugs or kisses last night, he really felt a bit unused to it. The moment he opened his door, to his complete surprise, he actually saw an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Looking at the girl standing in front of him, who was a full 2 heads shorter than him, Gavin thought he was still groggy from sleep. Their apartment building had only 2 units per floor, which meant on this floor, besides him and Senior Chloe, normally nobody else would come up here. Who was this girl with twin pigtails who had suddenly popped up? Hannah looked the handsome guy standing in front of her up and down with a quick glance, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. She knew big cities were full of opportunities. Her classmates hadn't believed her, but look, hadn't she just bumped into a total hottie right away? "Hey, add me on the chat app." Are girls nowadays really this bold? Gavin turned her down with absolute coldness. "Sorry, I don't add strangers." Who knew the girl wasn't discouraged at all, even stepping closer by a few paces, cooing, "Oh, come on. Once we get to know each other, we won't be strangers. What's your name? Are you a college student, or are you working already? Oh, right, are you a local?" Gavin stared at the girl in front of him with a face full of awkwardness. Is this girl insane? What are you two doing? Before he could even say a word, he was interrupted by an icy cold voice. He and the pigtail girl looked over together, only to see Senior Chloe staring straight at the two of them, carrying bags and suitcases in her hands. Stepping forward with brisk strides, she shielded Gavin behind her, glaring at the girl in front of her with ice-cold eyes. "Hannah, you're getting bolder and bolder." Senior Chloe stood around 5'7", so Hannah looked like a child standing before her, having to tilt her head up just to speak to her. Cousin, why are you being so fierce? You're scaring me to death. The girl spoke in a whiny, ultra-sappy voice, completely different from Senior Chloe's cool, ethereal voice. Gavin felt. That Senior Chloe's voice sounded infinitely more pleasant. Behave yourself, or get the hell back home. At the thought of the scene she had just witnessed of the two chatting, Senior Chloe's temper flared up instantly. Looking at Senior Chloe standing right in front of him, Gavin suddenly felt like a mother hen was fiercely protecting her own little chick. And why is Senior Chloe so angry anyway? Handsome, did you see that? This woman is so scary and fierce. Pouting her lips, Hannah whined pitifully to act cute with Gavin. Goosebumps broke out all over Gavin's body. He didn't like this kind of girl at all, finding her utterly fake. Hannah pushed past her limit of patience. Senior Chloe pulled out her keys, unlocked her door, and shoved both the luggage and her cousin inside together. Slamming the door shut with a loud bang, Gavin thought Senior Chloe was going to go inside with her, but discovered that after shutting the door, she was looking at him with a thoroughly displeased expression. He immediately scrambled through his mind for a conversation topic. Senior Chloe, is that your younger sister? He had heard the girl calling the campus goddess sister just now. The moment those words left his mouth, Senior Chloe's face darkened several shades further. What? Are you interested in her? Want to pursue her? Should I give you her contact info? Senior Chloe's imposing aura was terrifyingly intense, making Gavin feel like an innocent rookie elementary kid standing before her. Why is Senior Chloe suddenly being so fierce? Standing dazed on the spot, Gavin hurriedly shook his head. No, not at all. I have zero interest in her. Then he couldn't help asking another question. Senior Chloe, is your period still not over yet? He had heard that when girls are on their periods, their tempers become moody and unpredictable, with massive emotional mood swings. But little did he know that this sentence was literally dancing right on a girl's biggest pet peeve. What? So you think I'm making a scene for no good reason? Gavin froze into complete stone. Heaven as his witness, he didn't mean that at all. I didn't. I really didn't. Looking at the guy who, in his rush to explain, had turned bright red in the face, Chloe's expression softened slightly. At least this kid knew what was good for him. Meanwhile, Hannah changed her clothes and was now wearing the sailor outfit she had just bought as she opened the door, winking at Gavin. Hey, handsome. Do you like this outfit? Before Gavin even had time to react, he saw Chloe quickly charge over and shove Hannah inside, then shout fiercely at Gavin, Don't you dare look. Next, he heard a series of pathetic wails echoing from inside the apartment. Left all alone in the previously noisy hallway, he checked the time. Crap, he was going to be late. Inside Chloe's apartment, Hannah was sitting with her legs crossed, playing games on her phone while eating freshly washed grapes. Seeing Chloe maintaining a scowling face, radiating an icy chill from head to toe, and glaring at her like she wanted to murder her, she said helplessly, Cousin, is it really that big of a deal? I just flirted a little with your handsome neighbor, didn't I? Chloe drew in a deep breath. You think I'm angry because of that? Why else then? When you blocked his view of me, you were acting just like a mama hen protecting her chick. Chloe knit her brows. What kind of analogy was that? And did she even do that? No, she definitely didn't. Seeing the girl absorbed in her mobile game, she snatched the phone right out of her hands, ripping out the earphone cord along with it. Instantly, the in-game voice chat blared over the speaker, a sexy, deep voice echoing out. Babe, come take this blue buff. Chloe spoke into the phone without a shred of mercy. Get lost! Back in the dorm, Ethan, who was playing games with a girl, wore an expression like he had swallowed a fly. Wait, could someone please tell him? How did a cute lolly voice suddenly turn into a domineering goddess voice? Could it be a crossdresser? Just as he was about to get a clear answer, the system notified him that the player went AFK. Cousin, what are you doing? I was playing games with a handsome guy. Don't think I don't know. Is this your new online dating crush? Hannah admitted very candidly. Yep. And what's more, just like you. He's a student at North City University, too. Chloe scoffed. So coming to see me was a lie, and meeting your online crush in person was your real goal. Having her true motives called out, Hannah nodded sheepishly and said shyly, Oh, stop it. I just wanted to see my boyfriend. Cousin, for real. I think I've found true love this time, Chloe scoffed with a laugh. If I remember correctly, you said the exact same thing about your last 5 boyfriends. Hannah immediately retorted. This time is different. Those before were all purely online relationships. We never even met in person. I can feel it. He's definitely a handsome and thoughtful guy. Chloe was rendered completely speechless. This younger cousin of hers had been obsessed with online dating since middle school, changing boyfriends who knows how many times a year. Every single one proclaimed to be her true love. And when breaking up, she'd cry her heart out every single time, even if it's an online relationship. For your first meeting, you shouldn't be making a girl travel all this way to see him, right? Chloe couldn't help feeling a bit concerned. After her parents passed away, she had lived with her uncle and aunt. Although her uncle and aunt treated her poorly, luckily, their daughter, Hannah, hadn't been influenced by them. When Chloe didn't get enough to eat as a kid, Hannah would often sneak over with snacks she bought secretly to share with her. So the bond between the cousins was actually pretty good. Hearing Chloe say that, Hannah immediately retorted, That's not it at all. He has no idea I came to North City. I'm planning to give him a surprise. All right then, Chloe felt like she was totally unable to keep up with the times. Does liking someone really make a person willing to travel 1,000 miles just to see them? Chloe didn't know if she would ever do something like that for someone in the future. In an instant, a certain person's face suddenly floated into her mind. Wait, what on earth was she thinking about? She instinctively shook her head, trying to shake that guy out of her head. Oh, right, cousin. Does that cute guy across the hall have a girlfriend? Chloe instantly turned vigilant. What are you trying to do now? Don't you already have your online guy? Hannah giggled twice and said, I could introduce him to my bestie. Besides, why are you getting so nervous? Saying so, she wore a mischievous grin. Could it be that you? Before she could finish her sentence, Chloe, like a startled, bristling rabbit, immediately blurted out, I don't. Besides, he already has a girlfriend, so give up on that idea. Saying that, she fled back into her bedroom like a startled deer. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Hannah was absolutely certain that there was definitely something going on between those two. So staring at the tightly closed bedroom door, she intentionally raised her voice and yelled, It's fine. My bestie says she doesn't mind 3 people living together. Gavin, riding a shared electric scooter, arrived at North City University, seeing Dr. Avery waiting at the entrance from afar. Today she was wearing a lotus pink dress, with a coffee-colored trench coat draped over it. Looking at her from behind, she really didn't look any different from a college student. He quickly rode over, and seeing Dr. Avery putting on a face like she was about to scold him. He immediately coaxed, Mom, 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 I was wrong. I just ran into my neighbor when stepping out and chatted for a bit. Please don't be mad. Dr. Avery's gloomy face, upon hearing the word neighbor, instantly cleared up into sunshine. She asked gossipingly, The same girl who knocked on the door last time? Gavin nodded. Dr. Avery was about to say something else, when she suddenly noticed that her son looked a bit odd today. She looked him up and down, before her gaze finally landed on the extremely eye-catching red scarf around his neck. Son, our family isn't so poor that you have to pick up junk off the street to wear, right? Gavin, utterly bewildered, asked in confusion, What are you talking about? Mom means this trashy scarf of yours. It looks pretty unsightly, don't you think? Hearing this, Gavin immediately got defensive. Why did everyone keep saying? The scarf Senior Chloe gave him looked ugly. He thought it was super pretty and warm. A friend gave this to me. A friend gave it to you? Dr. Avery, who was exceptionally skilled at reading people, instantly caught on that something was fishy. She understood her son's temperament better than anyone. Back when he was in high school, she had bought him scarves too, and she still remembered how intensely this brat had resisted it back then, even claiming that wearing a scarf was way too girly. Had you ever seen a real man wear a scarf? A true warrior fears neither wind nor snow. At this thought, Dr. Avery pretty much guessed the general truth. This scarf was 80% likely a gift from that neighbor girl. Otherwise, why would her son treasure it like a precious prize, refusing to let anyone speak ill of it? College really was a sanctuary for romance. Returning to her alma mater, she felt as if she had reclaimed the memories of her youth. Mom, hop on. I'll take you for a spin. Gavin said with a cheerful chuckle. Meanwhile, Dr. Avery took a glance at the little electric scooter under his butt, finding it almost unbearable to watch. With just this, how are you going to attract girls? Son, how about Mom just buys you a car instead? Hearing this, Gavin hastily waved his hand and turned it down. No, no, no. Riding my little electric scooter is great. It's super comfortable. All right then. Dr. Avery reluctantly climbed on. Gavin knew his mom wasn't used to riding this. After all, back home in Riverton, his dad drove her to and from work every single day, rain or shine without fail. People often say you can tell if a woman is happy in her marriage just by looking at her state of being. Gavin felt that for his mom to maintain such a youthful mindset, apart from her own reasons, she also had a husband who doted on her. What he didn't know was that the sight of him giving his own mom a ride around campus was completely spotted by Lauren's roommate. Lauren was in her dorm room, voice chatting with a rich guy she had just met, when her roommate suddenly barged in and thrust a phone right in front of her face, saying with excitement, "Lauren, look at what I just snapped. What is it?" Making such a big fuss. Taking the phone to look, she saw a photo of Gavin riding his electric scooter, giving a ride to a girl. The girl's figure looked great from behind, and without even thinking, she knew it was a beauty. Her face instantly turned sour. Seeing her stay silent, her roommate asked curiously, "Gavin hasn't looked for you at all lately. You kept saying he was busy. Looks to me like he's busy chasing another girl." Another roommate chimed in as well. Exactly. Going on a date on an electric scooter. Isn't that way too cheap? Lauren, no offense, but your standards are pretty good. Gavin used to pester you all the time, and you couldn't even bear to turn him down. Look how that turned out. He was clearly just playing around with you. Shut up, Lauren retorted in annoyance. Gavin's family isn't cheap at all. All 3 years of high school, he paid for my tuition and living expenses. Just from that alone, you can tell. His family is pretty well off. At least much better off than mine. There were many times she suggested visiting his house. After all, looking at the decor of someone's home usually gives a good idea of their financial situation. Gavin had always made excuses to decline, and rarely mentioned what his parents did for a living. So although she knew his family was decently off, she had no idea just how wealthy they were. After starting college, the things she wanted kept growing and growing, and he gradually couldn't afford them anymore. He even claimed that she had changed, and even made excuses to distance himself from her. She had never changed. It was just that this guy didn't understand her at all. Now, seeing him move on to someone else so quickly, she felt immensely uncomfortable in her heart. Could 3 years of feelings for her be thrown away so easily? She didn't believe it, and decided she had to get a clear answer. No sooner said than done. Lauren immediately put on her clothes, and when leaving, afraid of running into acquaintances, she specifically put on a face mask. She walked briskly to the school gate. She could definitely ambush him here. Lauren guessed that no matter what the two were going to do, they would definitely pass through here. She waited for a long time, and finally saw Gavin riding his electric scooter out. When he rode closer, she immediately stepped out to block him. The second Gavin saw Lauren, he even wondered if he had forgotten to check his horoscope before stepping out today. How could he be this unlucky? He had taken Dr. Avery for a tour around campus, followed by a meal in the cafeteria. Along the way, his mom kept telling him about how she and his dad first met. Gavin was practically stuffed with public displays of affection, preparing to take his mom back to her hotel and head to the airport together, never expecting Lauren to pop out of nowhere halfway through. He asked, "Is something wrong?" He didn't intend to hide things from Dr. Avery. After all, what she needed to know, she would find out sooner or later. Lauren scoffed coldly, stepping to the side to see the girl's face in the back seat. Taking one look, her brows knit tightly together. Fallen? Gavin has actually fallen so low. He's actually poor enough to be kept by a sugar mommy. Although this woman was well preserved, and decked out in luxury brands from head to toe. Looking at her age, she had to be at least 40. She exploded in anger, yelling, "Gavin! I never expected you to be this kind of person. In the past, I used to think that. Even if you weren't as rich as my other suitors. At least you were a decent guy. Looking at you now, you're downright despicable. You actually sold your body for money. Let me tell you, even if you want to use this money to butter me up, I won't accept a single dime, because I find it disgusting. The moment these words came out, even an idiot could understand what she was implying. Gavin's face darkened, and he shouted to stop her. Shut up. Don't taint my mother and me with your filthy mindset. Lauren, I'll say this one last time. You'd better get the hell away from me. Otherwise, I won't be nice to you. Saying so, he rode past the girl standing dazed in place and left. Lauren stood frozen on the spot. What, mother? Lauren returned to her dorm room, completely soul-crushed. Seeing her state, her roommates immediately crowded around to ask, How did it go? Did you give that scumbag a good chewing out? Lauren nodded. That's more like it. You can't spoil men, otherwise they'll think you're an easy pushover. Lauren stayed silent, her mind in absolute turmoil. How could this be? She had never expected that woman was actually Gavin's mother. She had never met his parents before. When she saw that woman, she had instinctively assumed that Gavin, in order to make her look up to him, had found himself a sugar mommy. That woman was covered in luxury goods, and even the handbag she carried was Hermes. On her way back, she had pulled out her phone specifically to look it up. An Hermes Faubourg White House bag cost around 2 million yuan. And that was just for a single handbag. That number was sheer fantasy to her, and she had never imagined that such a figure could be linked to Gavin. Right after, she realized what kind of person she had missed out on. She couldn't help but regret her previous and current impulsive behavior. In front of Gavin, her other suitors were completely unworthy of mention. With Gavin's feelings for her back then, she could have lived the life of a wealthy wife. But now, everything was ruined. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Right now, she had only one single thought in mind, winning him back. Gavin had liked her for 3 whole years. As long as she learned to show weakness, and as long as she made a change, the guy would definitely soften up. After all, in her view, Gavin was deeply, desperately in love with her. After seeing Dr. Avery off, Gavin took a cab directly back to school. Along the way, mother and son had tacitly refrained from bringing up what just happened. Gavin still remembered on the day he started college, Dr. Avery had specifically told him, Son, you're an adult now, capable of making your own judgments about things. In the future, whatever choices you make, neither your dad nor I will interfere with you, because this is your life. Gavin was deeply grateful that he had open-minded, understanding parents. After all, not everyone's family of origin was wonderful. When he was almost back at school, his phone received a text message. A pickup reminder sent from a bakery. Today was Ethan's birthday. Ethan had repeatedly insisted that ordering takeout in the dorm and grabbing. A few beers would be enough, but since it was a birthday after all, how could they go without a birthday cake? So he and his other 2 roommates had secretly ordered a birthday cake for him. Since he happened to pass by the bakery, he prepared to pick it up on the way. However, thinking of that cake's custom design, he felt a little hesitant. Stepping into the bakery, Gavin showed the text message to the clerk. All right, please wait a moment. Gavin waited obediently in place. Suddenly, inside a display case, he spotted a uniquely styled strawberry cake. The cake wasn't big, looking to be about 6 inches. Unlike other cakes, it came served in an enamel basin, giving it a super retro look. Gavin suddenly remembered that when scrolling through short videos online a couple of days ago, he frequently saw this exact type of cake, though he didn't know how this cake had gotten so popular in the first place. It was mostly promoted by merchants to boost sales. But whatever. Whatever other girls had, Senior Chloe should have it too. Hi, please pack this one up for me, Gavin said to another store clerk. Sure thing, student. This cake is 108 yuan, is that okay? Spending a little money to make Senior Chloe happy? Totally worth it. Right then, the other clerk came over carrying the custom cake. In an instant, the gazes of everyone in the shop gathered squarely on Gavin. The one holding the cake was a girl, her face flushing bright red as if the cake in her hands was a hot potato. And Gavin was so embarrassed he couldn't even raise his head. He hurriedly snatched it, and with one cake in each hand, bolted out of the store. On the way back to the dorm, he kept his head down the entire time. To keep the cakes from getting ruined, Gavin didn't even dare to run, having no choice but to bite the bullet and walk fast. As a result, because he didn't look up at who was ahead, he bumped full force right into someone. A wave of refreshing fragrance rushed over him. I'm so sorry. Gavin hurriedly apologized. Looking up, he realized it was actually Senior Chloe. She stared at Gavin expressionlessly, saying coldly, "You bumped into me, and it hurt." In reality, she had spotted the guy walking over from a distance long ago. He had his head down, looking sneaky as hell. She originally just wanted to see when he would finally notice her, never expecting this foolish kid would walk straight into her. Truth be told, the moment his body collided with hers, her body experienced an unprecedented wave of delight. Not having touched him for so long, this single touch made her heart itch for more once again. But since they were out in public, she couldn't lose her composure. Hearing that he had hurt Senior Chloe, Gavin panicked immediately. I'm so sorry, Senior. I didn't break anything on you, did I? Why does that sentence sound so bizarre? Chloe knit her brows. This kid really blurted out whatever popped into his head. But seeing his flustered, worried face, Chloe felt a sudden urge to tease him. If you broke me, will you take responsibility? Of course, Gavin said without a moment's hesitation. I'll take responsibility for the rest of my life. The corners of Chloe's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. Just teasing you. I'm fine. How strange. When did I become so mischievous? This was the second time they met today. Seeing that around his neck, he was still wearing the scarf she gave him, her heart grew a bit lighter with joy. Then she suddenly realized that the guy was holding a cake in each hand. Taking a closer look, her face instantly flushed bright red. Why, you pervert. Following the girl's gaze, Gavin looked down, instantly stuttering, No, it's not mine. It's my roommate's birthday. He felt like dying of embarrassment right now. It was all Noah's fault, insisting this cake matched Ethan's personality, resulting in him losing face completely in front of Senior Chloe. Oh no, Senior Chloe won't think I'm some kind of creep or pervert, right? Still, truth be told, the way Senior Chloe blushed was genuinely alluring. Chloe let out a cold snort. She didn't believe him for a second. All guys were perverts at heart. The underclassman in front of her, no matter how innocent he seemed, was still a guy after all, and all guys were dirty-minded. I don't think I have this style of lingerie yet. Does he like this style too? She suddenly felt that switching up her style occasionally didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For some strange reason, Chloe actually felt this side of Gavin seemed even more attractive, making her unable to resist wanting to get closer to him. Chloe realized with shock, how had she become so wild and bold? No, wait. Could it be him? I still have things to take care of. I'm leaving first. She couldn't stay any longer. Chloe made up an excuse to leave. Senior Chloe, wait a second. Gavin handed the strawberry cake over and said sheepishly, This is for you. Although her heart was pounding wildly inside. The title of the cold, aloof campus goddess wasn't earned easily. In just a few seconds, Chloe adjusted her facial expression back to normal, then asked indifferently, Why are you giving this to me? Well, Senior, you gave me desserts and a scarf, so I wanted to show my appreciation. I see. Chloe took it generously, but a cake this big, how could she finish it all by herself? Observing the girl's hesitation, Gavin feared she might go back on her decision, so he quickly added, You can share it with your cousin Senior. Hearing the word cousin, Chloe's face instantly fell. Even by the time he got back to his dorm, Gavin had no idea why. Senior Chloe seemed to have gotten angry again. He originally wanted to send a text to ask, but the moment he opened his dorm room door, his foolish roommates lunged right at him. Babe, I heard you guys ordered a cake for me. Your father is deeply touched. Ethan hugged Gavin tightly. Fake, crying like a total drama queen. Gross, you're disgusting. This cake made me lose face the entire way back, Gavin said helplessly, setting the cake onto the table. At first, Ethan didn't get it, but taking one look, he understood instantly. Laughter like squealing pigs erupted in the dorm immediately. Noah looked at this masterpiece with immense satisfaction, saying, Not bad, though the essential parts are still not big enough. Lucas snapped several photos from every 360-degree angle before stopping. In the photos was a black lace lingerie cake. For a realistic effect, Noah had specifically instructed to use real lace, and creepily told the seller The bigger, the better. Gavin let out a wail. I've had enough of you perverts. Jokes aside, Gavin could tell Ethan genuinely loved it, because he was constantly studying how to slice the cake later, and specifically announced that he wanted to eat both big globes on top, all by himself. The birthday boy had the final say, and everyone showed respect to that. After all, celebrating a birthday was all about having a good time. Right at midnight sharp, everyone turned off the lights, put a birthday hat on Ethan, gathered around him, and sang the birthday song, Happy Birthday! Ethan made a wish and opened his eyes, tears genuinely glistening in his eyes. Brothers, I'm so touched. In our next life, I'll let you guys be my sons again. Get out of here. Screw you. The roommates bickered back and forth, unpacked the takeout they had ordered earlier, and cracked open a few bottles of beer. Just as they sat down, Ethan grabbed a bottle of beer and downed it in one go. Brothers, I have an announcement to make. Gavin and the other two saw his grand, dramatic stance, thinking it was some huge, important matter, not daring to interrupt. Listening to him continue, I'm in a relationship. Dead silence fell over the dorm. That's it? We thought it was something major. Gavin chuckled as well, not taking it seriously at all. After all, this online dating pioneer in their dorm changed partners practically every single week, developing feelings while playing games together. They were long used to it. Seeing nobody taking him seriously, Ethan slammed the table and stood up. You don't believe me, do you? I have a photo. Look, Lucas said. Fine, let us see. Ethan unplugged his phone from the charger, opened his photo gallery, selected a photo, and showed it first to Lucas, who was closest to him. Lucas's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, Where on earth did you steal this picture from? Hearing this, Ethan snorted softly, asking boastfully, How's that? Isn't my girlfriend crazy hot? Right then Noah's curiosity was piqued too, so he leaned over to take a look. Oh-ho, she's an anime-style lolly. I just wonder if she still looks decent once the makeup comes off. Don't you insult my babe. Let me see, let me see. Gavin took a look and was instantly stunned. How is it? Gavin, are you rendered speechless by her beauty? Ethan said proudly, and then went on explaining how the two of them met, while Gavin stared at the photo, feeling his whole world falling apart. The girl in the photo was someone he had just seen yesterday. Senior Chloe's cousin? Gavin's entire worldview completely shattered. How on earth could the world be this small? How could two people with zero connection actually end up dating? Gavin felt vaguely worried. Judging from his first interaction with that girl, he felt Ethan was definitely no match for her. Looking at Ethan, who was still passionately rambling on, he asked tentatively, Ethan, has she ever seen a photo of you? Although it was a low blow, he simply had to ask. Ethan's mood visibly plummeted. He first let out a sigh, then said, With my looks, if that girl saw a picture, she would have been scared off long ago. The three of them exchanged a glance. In reality, Ethan wasn't particularly ugly. He was a northerner, standing 6 feet tall, not short at all. His biggest issue was just being overweight, plus not knowing how to dress himself, which made him look pretty unappealing. After all, girls are visual creatures. First impressions matter a lot, so Lucas stepped up first. Don't be scared. Ethan, we'll help you pull off a total glow-up. Yeah. What's that saying again? Boys help boys. Gavin immediately chimed in. We'll do it together with you. Ethan clearly didn't know yet that she was already in North City, Gavin guessed. The girl probably wanted to give Ethan a surprise. However, he didn't plan on telling him right now. This was their personal business, and blabbing about it wouldn't be good. Ethan put on an expression like he was about to cry again, then downed another bottle of beer, wrapped his arms around his bros, and started acting like a drunken fool. Come on, let's swear brotherhood as the North City. 4. From this day forth, through thick and thin, and every man for himself when disaster strikes. The guys fooled around until very late. The dorm building doors were locked long ago. Gavin was the only sober one. He had a pretty high alcohol tolerance. Lying in his dorm bed, his mind was still wondering why Senior Chloe got mad. He still remembered that after he said that sentence, Senior Chloe had walked off in a huff. He originally wanted to chase after her, but thinking it over, in broad daylight, if he chased after Senior Chloe, it might reflect poorly on her if others saw it. At this thought, Gavin still decided to send a text. Senior Chloe, are you asleep? It was already 12:30 a.m. So Gavin assumed she must have fallen asleep long ago. Little did he know that not only was Chloe awake, when she received Gavin's text message, she was actually cradling the enamel basin, eating the strawberry cake inside her bedroom. Outside her bedroom door, Hannah was throwing a major tantrum. Chloe, how could you hog it all for yourself? Can you even finish a cake that big all by yourself? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Right after saying that, she suddenly remembered her campus goddess cousin had a body type that never gained weight, making her even more aggrieved and furious. No, I just don't get it. Is a stupid cake really worth treasuring like that? You won't even let me touch it once. How can your conscience even rest easy? Chloe completely ignored the racket outside her door, currently curving her lips as she pondered how to reply. Earlier, she hadn't controlled herself, actually turning around and walking off like that. Looking back now, it felt a bit impolite. Why had she gotten so angry in the first place? Chloe felt acting like that was completely petty and unlike her usual self, but since he took the initiative to text her, that meant he wasn't mad, right? With that thought, she replied in a good mood. Nope. Then she followed up with, what's up? After sending it, she scooped up a big strawberry with her spoon. So yummy. Ever since her parents passed away, this was the very first time anyone had bought her a cake that belonged exclusively to her. So there was no way she would share it with anyone else. Want a bite? Not a chance. Facing her bedroom door, Chloe muttered softly to herself. The next day, an agonizing wail like a slaughtered pig rang out from the men's dorm. Help! There's a bunch of gay guys in room 214 trying to assault me. Gavin looked at the scene in front of him helplessly. Noah and Lucas were forcefully dragging Ethan, who was clinging to his bed, and still completely naked, to get up and do morning exercises. Hurry up and get out of bed. Who was the one yelling about making a comeback yesterday? Ethan, completely devoid of the will to live, clutched his teddy bear blanket and whimpered. Bros, we drank so much beer yesterday that when I woke up early this morning, I was completely limp. I beg you, please spare me. Noah and Lucas exchanged a quick glance, letting go of him. Fine. Keep lying there. Keep lying down until your family falls apart. Your girl runs away with someone else, and your kid belongs to the neighbor. The two chimed in one after another, every single word, stabbing straight into his heart. Clearly, those words carried massive deterrence. The moment Ethan heard that, he sprang straight up like a flopping carp, and in less than 10 seconds, stood fully clothed at the door, shouting furiously, Where are we going? Gavin silently gave those two a thumbs up. Brilliant. He couldn't help marveling at how grand the power of love was. 15 minutes later, the four of them arrived at the entrance of a gym. Ethan looked at his 3 roommates and asked nervously, Guys, are we seriously doing this? Gavin patted his shoulder and comforted him. First step of a glow-up, lose weight. First, lose that spare tire around your waist. Then build a few abs. Ski just imagine. When a girl's soft, tender little hands caress your chest, that feeling will be unforgettable for the rest of your life. Ethan pictured in his mind the scenario of his babe snuggling with him and unconsciously burst out laughing. Fine. Yours truly will go. The guys went inside, and each signed up for a monthly membership. Seeing this, Ethan felt a little embarrassed. Guys, I can't believe I'm making all of you spend money too. Lucas immediately replied, Don't say that. I've wanted to put on some muscle for a while anyway. So this is a great chance, too, for us brothers to keep each other in check. Noah on the side added, I already have a habit of working out, so I don't care where I train. Gavin actually had some abs originally, but after getting to college, it was nothing but eating and sleeping, causing his weight to shoot up too. Don't people always say, girls like guys with muscles? Gavin felt he couldn't slack off either. Otherwise, what if Senior Chloe started looking down on him? The four changed clothes and stepped out of the locker room, unable to hide their mutual disgust at one another's scrawny physiques. Noah, don't you work out regularly? Doesn't look like it's been very effective. Noah coughed dryly twice, and quickly changed the subject. It's cold out. Let's head inside quickly. Holding back their laughter, the moment they stepped inside, Ethan's eyes sparkled brightly. Holy crap! This isn't a gym. This is straight up heaven for straight guys. Even Lucas, who was usually very composed, couldn't help exclaiming in awe. No wonder people say, gyms are a hotbed for college dating. You could fall in love with 10 girls a second in here. No wonder the guys were so surprised. At the gym inside North City University, nearly 90% of the patrons were current students. Nowadays, not only do guys love working out, but to pursue a perfect physique, more and more girls frequently hit the gym as well. Most importantly, they were basically all dressed in sports bras and yoga pants, showing off their voluptuous, curvy figures to perfection. That kind of feeling? Felt like 4 pilgrims walking right into the spider demon's cave. Looking at all those sweat-drenched, gorgeous girls, Ethan offered a greasy grin. Smells so good? Gavin asked innocently. Ethan, are you switching crushes already? Ethan said in annoyance. Screw you, I'm just looking. Though there are 3,000 beauties in the kingdom. Yours truly takes only 1 scoop. Getting poetic now, are we? After saying that, he stepped right onto a treadmill. Jokes aside, Ethan knew his roommates had come here to supervise his real, glow-up journey. Right now he was brimming with motivation. Not just for his babe, but even more for his brothers. The 4 of them went to choose the equipment they wanted to use. Gavin originally wanted to do a few sets of bench presses, but every single bench press rack was occupied. Just as he was wondering what to do instead, his eyes scanned the room, and locked eyes with someone completely unexpected. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was actually Senior Chloe. He immediately trotted right over to her. Senior? What a coincidence. To be able to see Senior's drop-dead, gorgeous face first thing in the morning. Gavin felt waking up this early was completely worth it. Underneath, Chloe wore a light pink sports bra, and on top, a fitted white workout jacket that cinched at her waist, paired with light pink yoga pants on the bottom. Even though Senior Chloe bundled herself up pretty conservatively, you could still tell her figure was truly insane. Literally, to the point of giving someone a nosebleed. Guys throughout the entire gym glanced over in this direction, consciously or unconsciously, their glares looking like they wanted to murder Gavin. Why didn't you reply to my message? Chloe asked icy coldly, having made her wait until the middle of the night. Gavin blinked twice, asking in confusion, I didn't reply? How did he remember that he had replied? Wasn't it Senior Chloe who hadn't replied to him? But when he pulled out his phone and opened the chat screen, he instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. Senior Chloe had not only replied, but replied in seconds. It was just that, after he sent his message last night, he originally meant to close his eyes and wait for her reply, never expecting he'd sleep straight through until dawn. Plus, with all the chaos surrounding Ethan, he had completely forgotten about it. Grinning foolishly, he admitted honestly, Heh, Senior, I just completely forgot. Hearing him say this, Chloe knit her brows slightly. Forgot? How could he forget something like that? Did he really take her messages that lightly? Then again, to him, she was merely an ordinary neighbor. Recalling the pair of black high heels she had seen at his doorway that day, and him personally telling her that he had someone he liked, a surge of aggrieved, bitter feelings flooded her heart, giving her a momentary, sharp ache in her chest. Seeing the girl's complexion turn worse and worse, Gavin hurriedly asked out of concern, Senior, are you feeling unwell? Chloe made up a casual excuse. I'm fine. I just didn't eat breakfast. Hearing this, Gavin hurriedly said, Senior, wait here for me. With that, he sprinted off quickly. Watching the guy's back as he left without a moment's hesitation, Chloe bit her lip, feeling as though something was drifting further and further away from her. What was it? She thought for a bit. It was probably her light. Before long, a crisp voice called out from not far away. Senior! Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a young man running straight toward her. Because he was running so fast, the wind blew his hair back, revealing his whole face as sunlight showered over him. The light that belonged to her seemed to have arrived. The guy ran over anxiously, holding hot steamed buns and porridge in his hands. Senior, eat it while it's hot. In reality, Chloe had already eaten breakfast. She had merely said that offhandedly just now, yet he had actually taken it dead serious. She took the bun and bit into it. It was filled with savory pork and preserved mustard greens. It was delicious. The two sat inside the gym's lounge area, with practically nobody around to disturb them. Gavin sat down, looking at the campus goddess's side profile, thinking the way she ate was extremely cute. What are you looking at? Caught off guard by her sudden question, Gavin didn't react in time, and blurted out the exact thought in his mind. Cute? The moment he realized what he had just said, he felt it was a bit impolite. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Senior Chloe ask casually, "Who's prettier, me or her?" "Who?" Senior Chloe's words left him completely baffled. "The person you like," she explained. Gavin knit his brows. How on earth was he supposed to answer this question? He couldn't possibly tell her, "The person I like is literally you." He would definitely get rejected if he said that, and might not even be able to stay friends. Following his true heart, he said in earnest, "You're prettier, Senior." Hearing this, the corners of Chloe's lips curled up slightly. Looks like her charm was still pretty immense. "Are you two together then?" she asked again. Gavin answered truthfully once more, no, because he hadn't won her over yet. Chloe raised an eyebrow. So it was an unrequited crush. Her mood brightened up significantly all at once. The guy was sitting very close to her, the radiant warmth from his body enveloping her. Looking at his exposed, bare arms, Chloe suddenly felt a wave of dizzy restlessness. Noticing her complexion getting worse again, Gavin asked with deep concern, "Senior, are you still feeling unwell?" Chloe said without batting an eye, I feel a bit dizzy." She wanted to snuggle up to him, wanting this guy to soothe her restless craving. "What should we do then?" Gavin was a bit lost at what to do. "How about I walk you back to your room to rest, Senior?" Chloe shook her head, swallowed softly, and asked, "Could you let me lean on you for a bit?" Gavin's eyes widened instantly, as he looked at her in sheer disbelief. Had he heard that right? Seeing the guy's face turn even redder than her own, Chloe suddenly felt like teasing him. "Is that a no?" "If you don't want to, then never mind," she said, pretending to sound aggrieved. Gavin immediately nodded frantically. You can. Who could possibly refuse a senior like her? Unless he wasn't a man." Then, shyly lowering his head, he waited for Senior Chloe to lean over. Chloe was already itching with impatience. She immediately leaned her head onto the guy's shoulder. To make it even more comfortable, she intentionally pressed her face right against his bare skin, and then let out a contented sigh. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be if she could snuggle with him every single day. The moment Senior Chloe's face touched his shoulder, Gavin screamed hysterically in his mind. Senior Chloe actively leaned on him. Even if it was because Senior Chloe was feeling under the weather, why didn't she pick anyone else? Gavin's face burned red. Although Senior Chloe had already kissed him multiple times, this thrilling flutter in his chest still made him completely addicted. Thinking of this, Gavin began worrying again. Was Senior Chloe's constitution a bit too weak? Sleepwalking at night and getting low blood sugar during the day. How could her body handle this over time? So he mustered up the courage to ask her, "Senior Chloe, have you ever sleepwalked before?" Chloe said nonchalantly, "No." "Why are you asking?" Because they were sitting so close together. When she spoke, the warm puff of her breath hit him right in the face. Suppressing his voice, Gavin said, "Actually, Senior, you used to sleepwalk quite often, knocking on my door in the middle of the night." Gavin stopped speaking right there, feeling that saying this much was enough. Going any further would only embarrass the girl. Hearing this, Chloe immediately sat up straight, asking seriously, "Really?" Gavin instantly affirmed, "For real." She sleepwalked? Chloe could hardly believe that this was something she would actually do. "I knocked on your door. And then?" What happened next? Then came snuggling and kissing, though Gavin didn't dare tell the truth, choosing instead to make up a white lie. "That was it. You just kept knocking on my door, Senior. And after I opened it, you'd head back without saying a word." Looking at the guy's sincere expression, Chloe felt something was off. Very off. Sleepwalking was one thing, and knocking on the underclassman's door was another. But heading straight back without doing anything at all? That didn't seem to fit her personality, Chloe, right? After all, in her own dreams, she frequently got handsy with the underclassmen. "Oh, I see." Seeing Senior Chloe revert back to her cold, aloof image, Gavin continued, "Senior, it's best to visit a hospital for a checkup. Continuing like this in the long run isn't good for your health." Chloe nodded, deep in thought. To find out if the underclassman was lying, there was only one way. I have things to take care of, so I'm leaving first. Chloe quickly stood up, completely shedding her fragile posture from a moment ago. Gavin didn't suspect a thing, nodding with a smile as he said, "Sure thing, Senior." Watching Senior Chloe's back as she walked away, Gavin couldn't help letting out a silly smile. Senior's back view is truly so beautiful. Just as he was admiring it, his phone began buzzing repeatedly. Unlocking it to look, it was a message sent in the dorm group chat. "Gavin, where the hell are you?" Only then did he realize that he and the campus goddess had stayed in the lounge. For a really long time, he immediately ran out, only to see his 3 roommates standing at the exit, each wearing a look of utter betrayal. "Spill it honestly. What were you doing inside with the campus goddess?" Gavin played dumb. "I don't know what you guys are talking about," Ethan said with a mischievous grin. "We saw everything just now. You and campus goddess Chloe came out of there one after the other." "You bastard. Still trying to play dumb?" Gavin had no choice but to explain the full context from start to finish. Very simple. The campus goddess was feeling unwell, so he helped her rest inside for a bit. Lucas teased sarcastically. "Teesk, teesk, teesk. While we were sweating bullets out here, you were inside flirting with a girl. You're such a sneaky dog. What nonsense are you talking about?" "There's absolutely nothing between Senior Chloe and me," Gavin said, dead serious. Seeing him like this, the guys stopped teasing him. They certainly wouldn't overthink it. After all, no matter what, they weren't foolish enough to believe the campus goddess would fall for their buddy. Come on, that was the campus goddess, not someone mere mortals like them could ever touch. "Still, I advise you to watch your step over the next couple of days. I'm afraid that, while you're walking, a random brick might come flying at your head at any moment." "Why?" Gavin asked. Noah looked at him strangely and said, "The photo of you and the campus goddess talking in the gym just now has already been posted on the campus confession wall." There's actually a thing like that? He couldn't help it. The instant he saw Senior Chloe, his mind was entirely consumed by her, failing to notice anyone secretly taking photos of them at all. Whatever. So what if it's posted? A clean conscience fears no rumors. There's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing his reaction, the other 3 shook their heads repeatedly. "Gavin, my man, you're still way too naive. Don't you know now that the campus goddess has a fan club at school?" "A fan club? There's actually such a thing?" He had never heard of it before. This fan club was formed back when campus goddess Chloe first arrived at school. There are probably tens of thousands of members in total, and 90% of them are guys. And do you know what the weirdest part is? "What?" Noah continued. "The fans inside aren't even dream boyfriends." Wait, what's a dream boyfriend? Why did Noah keep pulling out terms he couldn't understand at all? A dream boyfriend is someone who projects himself into the role of the campus goddess's boyfriend. The weird part is right here. Almost none of these people actually want to be her boyfriend. Most of them fantastically imagine themselves as her older brother or younger brother. People actually have such weird quirks. Gavin couldn't understand it, but he respected it. Well, that's pretty good then. With so many people liking Senior Chloe, I couldn't be happier for her. Noah looked at this naive young boy with total exasperation, continuing to explain, "How do you still not get it? You know, what you did just now was literally playing with fire. In the eyes of these fanatical fans, you're basically some guy who suddenly showed up, a random blonde punk, trying to steal away the treasured older sister in their hearts, or their beloved little sister. Do you get it now?" Gavin knit his brows. "Is it really that exaggerated? You're an only child, right?" Gavin nodded. "Then that explains it." Noah turned his head to ask Lucas, "Lucas, if one day you saw your younger sister chatting with some random foolish kid who popped out of nowhere, what would you do?" The guy who had been looking completely calm suddenly snapped, punching and kicking the thin air furiously, cursing out loud. "Damn it! Nobody touches my sister." Noah nodded with satisfaction. "See that? That's a sister complex." Gavin was left speechless. Is it really that dramatic? The guys bickered and noisily returned to the dorm. With classes in the afternoon, he wanted to take a quick afternoon nap. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Chloe's apartment, Hannah was watching the technician install something. She held the ladder and said with a bright smile, "Sir, be careful. Make sure you don't fall." "Got it. Don't worry, kiddo." Half an hour later, it was done. Hannah shouted toward the living room, "Cousin!" Time to pay. After Chloe paid the bill, she downloaded an app according to the manual instructions. Hannah asked in confusion, "Cousin, why on earth are you installing security cameras outside?" "None of your business," Chloe said indifferently. "Abnormal. Extremely abnormal. I bet it's definitely related to that cute guy across the hall." Hannah was completely absorbed in her own detective deduction, failing to notice Chloe staring at her with an icy face. "Hannah, how long are you planning to stay here?" "Cousin, you're not trying to kick me out, are you? I've only been here for 2 days, and you're already annoyed with me?" Chloe let out a cold snort without replying. It wasn't that she was annoyed, but rather that Hannah kept hovering in front of the underclassmen, which she felt was not conducive to neighborly harmony. "I haven't met my online crush yet, so I'm not leaving." Speaking of this, Chloe felt it was completely unreliable. Could online relationships ever lead to true love? "Then when are you going to meet this online guy of yours?" Hannah said with a troubled expression. "It's not that I don't want to meet. It's just that I'm not ready yet, cousin." "Tell me, what if he looks down on me?" "Look down on you?" Chloe looked the girl in front of her up and down. Although Hannah wasn't as tall as her figure fell into the petite and cute category. Though short in stature, her curves were beyond reproach. Everything that needed to be there was there. Well above average. Not to mention her face, as exquisite as a porcelain doll's. The looks in their Vance family were completely flaw-free. A man who would look down on her sister simply didn't exist. "You're overthinking it. Where did all your confidence go?" Hannah pouted her lips and said, "Cousin, you've never been in a relationship, so of course you wouldn't know. When you truly fall in love with someone, you feel insecure. You worry that if there's any flaw in you, they won't like you. And you worry that if you're better than them in any way, it might hurt their pride. I didn't understand it before either, but ever since I got together with him, I finally learned what true love really is." After saying that, she walked into her bedroom holding her phone. Before long, the sounds of her playing mobile games drifted from the bedroom again. Chloe sat on the couch, staring off into space, Hannah's words from earlier still echoing in her mind. When you truly love someone, your first reaction is feeling insecure. Is that really true? Chloe pondered for a moment. In her 20-plus years of life, it seemed like she really had never met anyone who made her feel insecure. Even when she suffered from touch deprivation, which prevented her from having normal physical contact and social interaction, causing her a period of internal struggle, she had never felt insecure because of one specific person. Wait, that wasn't right. A face suddenly floated into her mind, a sincere and handsome face. Only in front of this person. Would she worry whether she was doing well enough? Worrying that, if he found out she had such a weird condition, would he start looking down on her? Could this actually be love? For the very first time, Chloe carefully looked back on all her unusual behaviors during this recent period, and then she reached a conclusion. Total bullshit. She hadn't fallen in love with him. She simply wanted to snuggle up with him, and felt a little upset upon hearing him say he had someone he liked. That was all there was to it. How could any of that prove it was love? Chloe refused to admit it. Absolutely not. She picked up her phone, looking at the security footage screen on it. Didn't he claim she just knocked on his door and did nothing else? She was going to see what the actual truth really was. After waking up from his nap, Gavin went to class with his roommates. The moment he stepped inside the classroom, the gazes of everyone were locked squarely onto Gavin. The second he sat down, a guy thrust a phone right into his face, saying, "Gavin, is what this post says true or fake?" Gavin took the phone, and looking at it, saw a North City University's confession wall, an anonymous post pinned right to the top, with the title reading, "Shocking. Aloof campus goddess. Laughing and chatting with mystery, guy at the gym." Yeah, that's me. He didn't intend to hide or deny it. There was nothing shady or improper between him and the campus goddess anyway. Bro, spill it. What's your relationship with the campus goddess? It couldn't really be like what people are saying online. That you two are actually relatives, right? Relatives? Gavin deeply admired this crowd's wild imagination. Why on earth would they think that? He returned his attention back to the phone screen. only to see that down in the comment section of this post, it was basically flooded with spammed comments. No, to be precise, it was fan-controlled review scrubbing. Hundreds of comments, and every single account handle had a prefix. Reading Chloe's Cottage. Quite clearly, these people were all members of Chloe's fan club. What's more, every single one of them kept repeating the exact same line. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Protect Chloe for life. Even Gavin, who hadn't taken it seriously a moment ago, was thoroughly shocked by this group of people right now. The level of madness from these people rivaled fan culture in the entertainment industry. Soon enough, he understood why his classmate had asked him earlier if he was related to Senior Chloe. Because, right beneath that post, there was another anonymous post, claiming, I have rock-solid proof. I can prove the campus goddess and that guy are nothing like what you guys are imagining. The two of them were talking. Simply because this guy is the campus goddess's younger cousin. Many comments below questioned him. I could claim I'm the campus goddess's older cousin too. Do you have any actual proof? To which the original poster replied, My dad works at the Bureau of Education. I called him to check. The two of them are literally on the same family registry. I can't post other people's private info online for you, so believe it or don't. Besides, why would I lie to you guys? What would I get out of it? As a result, people actually bought into it. I think OP is spot on. If they weren't relatives, why would she talk to him? In 3 years of college, have you ever seen the campus goddess initiate a conversation with any guy? Well said. Think about it, guys. Besides the two of them being relatives, what other possible reason could there be for the campus goddess to interact with a guy? Agreed. And honestly, the more I look at them, the more they look alike. Not gonna lie, this guy is pretty handsome. Though still a bit behind me, the movie star handsome of North City. What kind of ridiculous nonsense was all this? Why did Senior Chloe talking to him have to be strictly because they were relatives? Gavin got a massive headache reading this and handed the phone back to his classmate. In his classmate's eyes lingered a burning craving for gossip. So, are you really the campus goddess's cousin? Gavin fell silent. Seeing this, Ethan immediately chimed in. Go on, beat it. Go play somewhere else. My bro popped right out of a magic rock. Only when the professor walked in. Did the classroom finally quiet down? Gavin looked up at the ceiling, completely devoid of the desire to live. Heavens above, someone please save him. Ethan gloated. Told you were naive, kid. Look at you now. You've become a campus celebrity overnight. Now, all of North City University knows the campus goddess has a younger cousin. Gavin couldn't bring himself to smile. He originally wanted to become the campus goddess's boyfriend, and now he inexplicably became some younger cousin. Why was he this unlucky? Gavin felt 10 years older in an instant, slumping over his desk all morning without saying a word. Class is over. Class is over. Gavin, let's go grab food. I'm not going, Lucas said in horror. No way, Gavin. Are you really going on a hunger strike over this? No. The club called a meeting. I won't make it in time. He had only just received the message as well. College was just like that, packed with annoying chores. Sometimes a single word from an upperclassman meant you had to hurry over immediately. Otherwise, they'd give you a miserable time later. By the time Gavin rushed over, practically everyone was already there. Wait, no. Chloe wasn't there. But even if she wasn't there, nobody would dare say a word. The moment the guy walked in, everyone began whispering among themselves. Without even thinking, he knew they had seen the confession wall. Gavin ignored the sizing up glares from these people, found a seat, and sat down. Meanwhile, Lauren, from the moment the guy walked in, kept staring straight at him, hoping he would make eye contact with her. But the guy didn't notice her from beginning to end. She had seen the confession wall too. Those people claiming Gavin was the campus goddess's cousin was pure, unadulterated nonsense. All right, since everyone's here, let's get down to business. Felix put on airs, saying with self-important authority, last time, our New Year's performance piece was settled. Earlier, I asked you guys to message me privately about what roles you wanted to play. How come nobody reached out to me? Everyone lowered their heads, staying silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to perform, but rather the thought of Felix being the director doused everyone's enthusiasm completely. Seeing nobody speak up, Felix immediately zeroed in on one person. Student Gavin, do you have any role you'd like to play? Completely different from his previous attitude, Felix's soft, flattering tone right now utterly shocked everyone present. This was the first time they truly saw the word kiss ass embodied in real life. A vivid example like this. Nobody knew who whispered that under their breath. Hearing this, Felix's smiling face stiffened, though he still maintained his composure, saying, "If you have an eye-catching role you want, you must tell me." Got it? No matter how dense Gavin was, he knew why the other guy's attitude had suddenly done a 180-degree flip. Turns out, Felix genuinely took him for the campus goddess's cousin. I don't have one for now. He originally had zero interest in acting or anything like that. If Senior Chloe wasn't around, he would have planned to drop out of the club in his sophomore year. I do. Right then, a girl suddenly spoke up. Gavin looked over and saw it was Lauren. What role do you want to play? Lauren said with complete confidence. I want to play the lead role, Cinderella. Sure thing, Felix agreed very readily. The two of them were close, a fact well known to everyone in the club. In addition, I also want student Gavin to partner with me as the prince. What the hell? Gavin's face was full of question marks. Before Felix could even speak, the guy said very cleanly and coldly, I'm not doing it. Not expecting him to refuse so flatly, Lauren felt she had completely lost face. And at this moment, Felix naturally didn't dare to force Gavin, having no choice but to say, Well, Lauren, you and student Gavin can discuss it further in private. As for the other rules, since nobody else has objections, I'll go ahead and finalize them. When the boring meeting finally ended, Gavin was so hungry, his stomach was sticking to his spine. He didn't know if his sons had picked up his favorite shredded pork with garlic sauce for him. His whole face radiated a craving for food, yet unexpectedly, Lauren grabbed onto him with quite a lot of strength. Is there something else? Before, Gavin was still fairly polite to Lauren, but now, he practically had the words, "Get the hell away," written all over his face. Even with him looking at her with such utter disgust, Lauren burst into tears on the spot. If the Oscars didn't award you a statuette, they'd be doing you an injustice. Gavin felt annoyed just seeing her cry, as if he had bullied her or something. Gavin, I was wrong. I was ignorant and foolish in the past. Can you forgive me? What happened last time was my fault. I'll apologize to your mom. Also, I've already rejected Felix, telling him to stop pestering me. What gibberish is she rambling on about? Gavin didn't process a single word. He only wanted to go grab food. Seeing that he didn't refute her, the weight in Lauren's heart fell to the ground. She knew that as long as she swallowed her pride and admitted her mistakes, Gavin would forgive her. So she suddenly raised her voice. Gavin, let's get back together. With a loud bang, the classroom door was pushed open. Gavin turned his head to look, and found Chloe standing at the doorway with a thoroughly displeased look. The guy whose face had been dead gray a moment ago had his eyes light up instantly, exclaiming with excitement, Senior Chloe, what brings you here? Meanwhile, Chloe stared dead-eyed at Lauren, saying expressionlessly, just passing by. She had originally thought that after finishing student council duties, she could make it right on time for the club meeting, never expecting she'd still arrive late. Wait, no, not really late. It was just in time for her to witness this exact scene. A girl actually confessed her feelings to her underclassmen right in front of her. She sure had a lot of nerve. What are you two doing? She looked toward the guy. Just as Gavin was about to explain, he was cut off by Lauren beside him. Senior Chloe, he's my boyfriend. As she spoke, she very naturally linked her arm through Gavin's arm. In an instant, a deadly, suffocating chill spread through the classroom. What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn so freezing cold? Gavin shook off Lauren's hand, patted his sleeve, knit his brows, and said, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever become your boyfriend? This woman's skin is way too thick, isn't it? Hearing the guy put it like that, Chloe's expression softened slightly. Though her words remained icy cold, dating within the club is strictly forbidden. Didn't you know that? There's actually a rule like that? Gavin remembered when he first signed up. Nobody had mentioned this to him. Then didn't that mean he wouldn't be able to date Senior Chloe either? For a moment, he felt a wave of disappointment. Seeing his reaction, Chloe radiated an even colder aura from head to toe. Meanwhile, hearing this, Lauren was deeply dissatisfied as well. Senior Chloe, when did our club ever have such a rule? I remember President Felix never mentioned it. Chloe said coldly. I made the rule. Do you have a problem with that? Because her imposing presence was way too overwhelming. Lauren instantly fell silent, though in her heart she was still deeply resentful. So what if you're the campus goddess? Does that give you the right to abuse your authority and bully underclassmen? After Chloe walked away, Gavin was still immersed in his sad thoughts. Completely ignoring Lauren's aggrieved expression, Lauren tugged at the guy's sleeve. Gavin, if you're willing, we can date in secret. Lady, I've told you countless times already. I don't like you anymore. Do me a favor and get as far away from me as possible. Cockroaches weren't even as hard to get rid of as Lauren. Is this woman out of her mind? Can she not understand plain human speech? He really couldn't fathom it. She looked down on him so much before, and now she came back to pester him like this. Even a mental patient didn't have mental issues this severe. Hearing his words, Lauren broke down completely. She burst into hysterical wailing. I already said I know I was wrong. How can your heart be so cruel? I just agreed to date you. Isn't this what you've wanted all along? She didn't understand. She had already lowered her pride to win him back, so how could he be so heartless? And cast her aside just because he said it was over? This forced her to doubt. Was all the kindness he showed her in the past fake? I already have someone I like. Lauren's eyes were red. Who is it? What girl is prettier than me? Who has a better figure than me? No comment. In short, whatever was between us is in the past. Stop coming to harass me. Dropping those cold words, he walked away without a single shred of reluctance. Gavin, I'm not giving up on you. After returning to the dorm, Gavin ate the shredded pork with garlic sauce rice bowl his roommate brought back, while chatting with T-Rex Warrior on his phone. T-Rex Warrior, why haven't you updated the comic recently? Too busy. After what happened last time, he still held a slight grudge against T-Rex Warrior. Refusing to meet. Refusing to answer voice calls. Is this what a qualified fan is supposed to do? He even felt a bit like he was being led on. T-Rex Warrior asked, have you eaten yet? Gavin typed, eating right now. He intentionally said, oh, and that was it? As a qualified fan, shouldn't they show a bit of concern? In his heart, Gavin felt deeply concerned about his fans. Emotional intelligence, an otaku with no friends, and such low emotional intelligence, it'd be really hard for him to get a girlfriend in the future. As a wholesome content creator, Gavin decided he should really help his fan out. Bro, acting like this is totally wrong. Lucky for you, I'm a guy. If I were a girl, you'd get rejected in a heartbeat, get it? T-Rex Warrior replied, is that so? Then how should I reply? If the person on the other end were a girl, you should say something like, babe, you must be starving. Hurry up and eat something. My heart aches for you so much. Chloe stared at the phone screen, looking at his reply, and suddenly burst out laughing. Felix's speech came to an abrupt halt. Chloe, what are you laughing at? He scratched his head, asking shyly. Realizing she had just lost her composure a bit, Chloe immediately reverted back to her cold, aloof image, saying indifferently, nothing. Go ahead, keep talking. Oh, Felix continued, our club's New Year's performance piece is already set. It's just that we're still missing 2 leads right now. The role of Cinderella is tentatively set for Lauren, while the prince will most likely be student Gavin. Chloe raised an eyebrow, asking, Gavin? Felix said with a flattering smile, that's right. Your younger cousin, senior. Younger cousin? When on earth did the underclassman become her younger cousin? Yeah. Felix pulled out his phone, scrolling to the latest post on the confession wall. Chloe took a glance, and her expression shifted slightly. After getting the full picture of what happened, she burst out laughing once again. This time, Felix was completely spellbound. A fairy was truly a fairy. Even her laugh was so stunningly beautiful. In the entire university, there were probably very few who had ever seen the campus goddess smile. Felix thought narcissistically, was the campus goddess this happy just being with him? Looks like he was one step closer to successfully winning her over. Meanwhile, Chloe was completely unaware of the thoughts going through the guy's head beside her. By the way, I think the male and female leads still need further consideration. After all, this is a once-a-year New Year's show. Having 2 freshmen play the leads doesn't seem entirely appropriate, right? Felix nodded repeatedly. Right. Honestly, I thought so too. Chloe added, especially for a role as crucial as Cinderella. I feel that, Payaches. It's better to choose an experienced club member. Do you understand? This stumped Felix. There were plenty of experienced members in the club, but Lauren had both great looks and an attractive figure, and there didn't seem to be anyone better than her. Wait, actually there was one, and that was the campus goddess right in front of him, but asking her to perform. Possible. This was North City University's most popular, yet coldest campus goddess. Wanting her to play Cinderella? What kind of joke was that? Oh, right. I happen to have some free time lately. If the club really can't find a suitable candidate, I can step in and help. Chloe's nonchalant sentence completely shocked Felix. Wait, had he misheard? The campus goddess said she wanted to play Cinderella? What? Do you think I'm not suitable? Chloe asked back. No. Felix immediately shook his head, completely forgetting that he was actually the club president. If the campus goddess played the female lead, he couldn't even imagine how hyped the New Year's Gala would be. After all, even though Chloe was the vice president of the drama club, she had never, on any public occasion, performed in a single show. The reason she was able to join the drama club back then came down to one single word: face. And for all these years, nobody had ever surpassed her, let alone dared to question her. Thus, the female lead was settled just like that. When Felix broke the news to Lauren, she had a face full of shock. On what grounds? Didn't we agree that I would play Cinderella? Felix said nonchalantly. Circumstances changed. We swapped actors. Who? In the entire drama club, her looks were the highest, and her figure was the best. She didn't believe for a second that anyone was better suited for this role than her. You don't need to worry about that. Since Chloe was taking on the female lead, it was something that needed to be kept strictly confidential. He was already preparing to make their show the grand finale of the event. Hearing this, Lauren's face turned green immediately. She grabbed onto Felix and said pitifully, President, given our relationship, can't you just tell me? Her relationship with Senior Felix was better than with the others, for a very simple reason. The two often went out drinking together, and through him, Lauren got acquainted with many rich guys. But after going around in circles, she still felt Gavin was better now. Those rich guys could take her out to party and treat her to fancy restaurants, but to put it plainly, those were shared experiences. The second it came to transferring cash or buying designer bags and expensive makeup for her, they would vanish into thin air. She only gradually realized that finding a guy like Gavin who had great financial standing and was completely naive was exceptionally hard. That was why she wouldn't give up on him easily. No way. I can tell you anything else, but I absolutely cannot disclose this. Seeing his firm stance, Lauren knew she wouldn't get anything out of him, and her face darkened. If I can't act in it, no one else can either. Just you wait and see. Meanwhile, Gavin stared at his phone screen. This T-Rex warrior isn't replying to messages again. Are they really that busy? Just as he was about to send another message, an incoming call suddenly rang through. Food delivery. I didn't order delivery. Oh, okay. I'll be right down. Gavin hung up the phone feeling pretty bewildered. Someone had ordered delivery for him. Afraid of keeping the driver waiting too long, he threw on a jacket and sprinted downstairs. When he returned, he was carrying 2 huge bags of KFC. Seeing this, everyone in the dorm crowded right around. Holy crap, Gavin, are you suffering a famine? It's not Crazy Thursday today either, right? Do rich people really splurge like this? Ignoring the teasing from his sons, Gavin placed the takeout on the table, his mind frantically searching. Who on earth was the good Samaritan who bought him delivery? Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. Someone sending him a chat message. He opened it. It was T-Rex Warrior. Did the delivery arrive? Gavin's eyes instantly widened. What the hell? It was actually T-Rex Warrior who ordered him the delivery. He quickly texted back, Bro, where'd you get my dorm address? On the other end of the phone, Chloe curved her lips and replied, Don't worry about it. Just eat up. So bossy. When Gavin saw those words, those were the only 2 words in his head. But why did you order food for me? The other side replied in seconds. Weren't you hungry? Oh, right. He had indeed mentioned to them earlier that he hadn't eaten. Thinking back to how he had criticized their low emotional intelligence, Gavin instantly wanted to slap himself across the face. Who dared say Bro T-Rex lacked EQ? Bro? T-Rex's flirtation skills were literally maxed out. Thanks, bro. It's just that there's so much food, I can't finish it alone. Can I invite my roommates to eat together? T-Rex Warrior was very understanding. Sending back? Of course. Looking at the reply, a warm stream flowed through Gavin's heart. If T-Rex Warrior were a girl, I would have 100% fallen in love. This terrifying thought lasted for only 1 second, before being instantly squashed by Gavin. You must really be starving. Gavin, isn't Senior Chloe amazing? Just as he was pondering, the other side sent another line. Can you send me a video of you eating? What kind of weird kink was this? As someone from Riverton, who was well accustomed to all kinds of mind-boggling news reports, he had to stay on his guard a little. Bro, I'm genuinely straight. Though I'm handsome, funny, and innocent. I really don't swing that way. When Chloe saw the message sent from him, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. How is this kid so narcissistically full of himself? Though he's pretty cute. She quickly explained, don't overthink it. I simply like watching people eat. Earlier, she had stumbled upon a college couple who would video call each other while eating meals, occasionally sharing funny stories from their time on campus. When she saw that back then, she felt deeply envious. That sweet, cozy vibe was something she longed for. Since the other side put it that way, Gavin had no reason to be suspicious anymore, so he switched on his front-facing camera, bit into a burger right in front of the lens, and sent the clip over to T-Rex Warrior, Chloe. She'd been staying on the chat screen with Gavin the whole time. Seeing that he actually sent a video over, she couldn't wait to tap it open. In the video, a guy wearing a gray hoodie, with handsome, refined features, holding a burger in his hand, was obediently munching on it, bite by bite, looking just like a cute little hamster. She was watching in total enchantment, completely unaware someone was standing behind her. Since when did you get into watching? Mukbangs? Ashley said out of nowhere. Chloe instinctively covered her phone screen. She calmly said, What mukbang? You were literally just watching one? This creator is pretty handsome. And he doesn't look greasy at all while eating. What's his name? I want to follow him. I've been trying to lose weight lately, so I've been obsessed with all kinds of mukbang streams. It's just that most of them eat absurdly huge amounts, which gets pretty stomach-churning if you watch too much. That cute guy just now was actually great. Ashley had already pulled out her phone, only to see the campus goddess before her, looking thoroughly displeased, as if someone had deeply annoyed her. Tell me, she urged. I don't know, Chloe said with an icy face, not forgetting to block her phone screen from view. Ashley looked utterly bewildered. Then take a quick glance at it. In response, Chloe shoved her phone straight into her pocket, saying in a low voice, This is mine. Ashley nearly let a curse word fly. Chloe, when did you become so stingy? Chloe pretended not to hear her words, picking up a book and casually flipping through a few pages again. Oh, I get it now. Are you afraid your hidden gem creator will get discovered by more people? Hidden gem. Chloe's face flushed slightly red. Although that sounded a bit exaggerated, calling him a hidden gem didn't seem far off either, right? And what's more, he was a treasure that belonged exclusively to her alone. Gavin, having eaten and drunk his fill, was getting ready to pack up and go home, when suddenly, Ethan, who was playing games, let out a piercing shriek. Holy crap. My babe says she's in North City, and she wants to meet up. What was bound to come had finally come. Hearing this, the other two in the dorm immediately said with excitement, Sweet! Ethan, a gorgeous girl is throwing herself at you. You've really made us brothers see you in a new light. You see, online romances are a dime a dozen these days, but very few ever actually make it to an in-person meeting. What's more, no girl would normally be willing to travel 1,000 miles to take the initiative to come see a guy. Relationships are usually mostly calculated trade-offs. Right now, Ethan's heart was thumping wild and fast. His face flushed red with excitement. Anyone could tell how thrilled he was right now. But the very next second, he looked at his own figure in the mirror and instantly lost all his momentum. How could he go meet anyone looking like this? He'd be lucky if he didn't scare her away. Sigh. Babe is definitely going to be disappointed in me. Gavin suddenly abandoned the idea of going home. He felt that at this exact moment, his bro needed him. Ethan, don't worry. Meeting up means at least you won't leave any regrets. Gavin comforted him. They were still young, with plenty of chances to learn through trial and error. Noah chimed in from the side as well. Exactly. Be a real man and go for it with full confidence. Inspired by his good bros, Ethan's fighting spirit reignited instantly. Right. Exactly. Worst case scenario, I get dumped. It wasn't like he'd never been dumped before anyway. He picked up his phone and sent a message to her. Babe, let's meet tomorrow at 2 p.m., right at the gate of North City University. On this night, the guys in room 214 were all busily helping out with their roommates' meetup tomorrow. Noah pulled out his limited edition designer jacket, while Gavin pulled out his luxury Submariner watch that he had never worn, and Lucas lent Ethan his personal dating manual, built from years of experience out in the field. When 11 o'clock rolled around, lights went out right on schedule across the entire dorm building. Yet for college students, nightlife was only just beginning. Having not been home for 2 days, Gavin was worried about Snowy's condition, so he sent a direct message to the pet walker he hired. Hey bro, how was Snowy doing today? The dog walker sent a video clip. Gavin tapped it open. Snowy was currently mounting a small stuffed toy dog, his little butt thrusting back and forth non-stop. That little pup, the dog walker messaged. Bro, I couldn't stop him. Gavin replied with a bit of awkwardness. It's fine, just leave him be. Setting down his phone, he pondered that it was high time to get Snowy neutered. Closing his eyes, he had just built up some sleepiness, when suddenly Ethan in the next bed shouted, Babe! Don't leave me. Gavin took a deep breath and got ready to fall back asleep once more. 5 minutes later, the neighboring bed yelled out again, Babe! I promise I'll work hard to lose weight. Followed by a tearful whimper. Gavin exchanged a glance with the other two, each seeing the tolerance in the other's eyes. For the sake of their bro, they endured it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe looked at her crazed cousin in front of her, ready to kill someone. Looking around the bedroom, the bed was completely covered in all kinds of outfits. Lolita dresses, JK school uniforms, tailored blazers with fitted pencil skirts, form-fitting bodycon dresses, keypows, and she'd even dug out a bikini. Meanwhile, Hannah was standing blankly in place, scowling her doll-like face, unsure of which one to pick. Cousin, what style do you think guys like? Before Chloe could even answer, Hannah added on her own. Silly me. Why am I asking you? Her cousin hadn't even had contact with people in general, let alone guys. How could she possibly know? Chloe felt deeply looked down upon. Who said she didn't know? If she didn't know, she could ask. With that thought, she pulled out her phone, opened her contacts, found the entry marked with a little hamster emoji, and opened it. What style of clothing do you like girls to wear? Gavin was scrolling through short videos when he received the text. He was definitely not sleeping tonight anyway. Seeing the text sent from Senior Chloe, Gavin felt confused at first, and then began to think. All guys are a little perverted to some degree, and everyone has their own little personal preference. Up until now, Gavin only knew he had a thing for great legs. As for what clothes he liked seeing girls wear, he recalled back to his past. When he was a kid, he loved watching Republican-era period dramas with his parents because the ladies in those shows basically all wore traditional kippaus. He remembered during puberty when he had his first wet dream. The girl in his dream was wearing a kippao. He had always felt that girls wearing kippaos possessed an extraordinary charm. Mature, yet alluringly sexy. Thinking about it now, that was probably his subconscious preference. So he replied honestly, kippaos. Chloe, who had been waiting for his reply the whole time, showed a troubled expression the moment she saw his text message. She had never worn a kippao before. However, changing her style of clothing occasionally didn't seem like a bad idea either. Setting down her phone, she pointed at a modern Chinese-style kippao dress on the bed, and said to Hannah, I want this dress. Hannah had a face full of question marks. Huh? Right after, she watched her dear cousin shove her right out the door without a shred of mercy, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Snapping back to her senses, she cursed aloud. Chloe! Are you out of your mind? 10 minutes later, the bedroom door opened, even though she had been looking at that face her entire life, Hannah still couldn't help marveling at how two women could look so vastly different. Chloe wore a black embroidered kipow dress, outlining her voluptuous curves to perfection, paired with her cool, aloof face, elevating the entire vibe to a whole new level. Cousin, the difference between you wearing this kipow and me wearing it is way too insane. What was clearly a below-the-knee kipow dress turned into a mini-fitted skirt when Chloe put it on, Chloe said without a shred of mercy. Because my legs are longer. Hannah was rendered completely speechless, but soon she realized something was off. The famous, aloof campus goddess. Skipping sleep in the middle of the night just to have a fashion show? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Cousin, why did you suddenly decide to wear a traditional Chinese dress? Chloe said calmly, just switching up my style. It was definitely not that simple. When a girl suddenly starts dressing up and changing her whole style, it either means she got dumped or she fell in love. Suddenly, Hannah got a mischievous idea. Cousin, do you know what looks even better paired with a traditional Chinese dress? What? Hannah said, dead serious. Black stockings. As she spoke, she pulled out a brand new pair of black stockings from her suitcase and shoved them into Chloe's hands. Wear this tomorrow. Guaranteed to drive him crazy. Black stockings? Chloe had never worn them before. After processing what Hannah just said, Chloe said stubbornly, I'm simply changing my style. Don't overthink it. Saying so, she headed back to her bedroom holding the black stockings. Hannah watched with a mischievous grin at her back as she fled in panic. Future brother-in-law, how are you going to thank me for this? She turned back into her room cheerfully, her gaze freezing on the massive pile of clothes on the bed, and her smile instantly stiffened. Wait, who's the one actually meeting up tomorrow? Wish me luck, boys. Inside dorm 214, Ethan had a face like he was marching off to his execution, while the other three lined up in a row, giving him enthusiastic hugs one by one. Between brothers, no words were needed. After Ethan left, Noah asked, Do you guys think Ethan will succeed this time? Lucas shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't support his bro, but rather society nowadays is realistic and cruel. The pure connections are the hardest to come by. Ordinary people are mostly just using each other for what they need. Rich guys want young and pretty girls want handsome guys, and handsome guys want sugar mommies. It's just a vicious cycle like that. Sincere people keep missing each other. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Are you down to play games? Gavin put on his clothes and shoes, saying, Can't, I have to head over to the club. Lucas knit his brows in confusion. How is your club busier than our student council? Gavin shrugged. Who knows? Back when college started, he felt the student council was too much hassle, so he didn't bother interviewing, choosing a club instead, in hopes of snagging a few extra credits. Who knew he'd get called over several times in just 1 month? The key was, if he could bump into senior Chloe, it'd be fine, but she almost never showed up. This time, he didn't hold much hope either. On his way to the club, Gavin happened to pass by the sports field. Unlike before, North City University's field was exceptionally bustling today. There were people jogging, people playing basketball, and plenty of people taking strolls. But soon, he noticed that although everyone seemed to be doing their own thing, in reality, their gazes were all intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the exact same spot. Gavin looked over as well, only to see a tall, slender girl standing in the distance, wearing a black traditional Chinese dress, with a shawl draped over her shoulders, her red lips and white teeth striking like a fairy descending upon the world. Isn't she cold wearing so little? He complained in his head. Girls nowadays really go all out for fashion. As he walked closer and closer, Gavin caught a clear view of her face. It was actually her. The next second, she turned her gaze toward him at the exact same moment. Gavin immediately ran over. Senior Chloe! Chloe had great vision, having spotted the guy from a distance long ago. As it turned out, this silly kid didn't seem to realize it was her at first. What a coincidence. In reality, she had already been standing on the sports field for half an hour. Seeing what she was wearing up close, Gavin bashfully lowered his head, only for a pair of exquisite legs clad in black stockings to meet his eyes. Holy crap! Senior Chloe, aren't you cold wearing this? Cold. Extremely cold. But Chloe would never admit that out loud. she asked back. Does it not look good? Gavin nodded frantically. It looks good. It looks amazingly good. It struck right at the heart of his personal aesthetic tastes. He suddenly remembered that the night before, Senior Chloe asked him what clothing style he liked girls to wear, and his answer had been a traditional Chinese dress. He suddenly thought narcissistically, could Senior Chloe have dressed up like this for him? Chloe saw right through his thoughts, but just as she was about to tease him, she was interrupted by someone. Hi, Senior. Could I take a photo of you? A guy suddenly ran over, holding a professional camera in his hand. Because he was overly shy, he kept his head down even while speaking. Chloe knew this person. His name was Tyler. He was an admin of Chloe's fan club, as well as a die-hard fan of Chloe. Chloe's fan club had a very professional division of labor. Not only did they have anti-slander squads, but also dedicated fan promotional posts. They would find out about Chloe's schedule beforehand, take photos without disturbing her, and then upload them online for the fans at New York City University to enjoy. Chloe had never cared much for any of this, and paired with her cold, aloof personality, very few fans ever approached her directly. But this time, it was probably because Chloe had swapped to a new skin. And since it was such a rare sight, in order to capture the campus goddess's beauty even better, Tyler had thrown caution to the wind. Tyler waited nervously, not holding out much hope. After all, getting turned down was completely normal. Sure. Tyler raised his head in surprise, looking at Chloe. Because the visual impact of her beauty was way too overwhelming, he quickly lowered his head again. Had he heard that right? The campus goddess had actually agreed. Seeing this, Gavin prepared to take his leave. After all, sticking around while they took photos of her felt out of place. However, I want to take photos together with him. Chloe looked over at Gavin, and the latter clearly hadn't processed what she had just said. Meanwhile, Tyler looked at the handsome underclassman before him, and recalling the exposure post on the confession wall from a few days ago, immediately said, No problem at all. Since he was the campus goddess's younger cousin, there was zero issue. You see, when their fan club first saw him, they were actually preparing to give this brat a solid lesson. But after learning he was actually the campus goddess's younger cousin, they immediately behaved. And so, just like that, Gavin obediently followed Senior Chloe under the trees. Great. Yes, just like that. Now switch to another pose. Hold it, perfect. Throughout the entire half hour, Gavin was completely in a daze, having zero idea what he had just done. Meanwhile, Tyler, looking at the photos of the handsome guy and gorgeous girl in his camera, was brimming with excitement. This was true art. If this were posted onto the campus forum, he couldn't even imagine how legendary the response would be. Although he was deeply reluctant to leave, wanting to chat with his goddess a bit longer, as a qualified fan, he knew it was time for him to bow out. I'm feeling a bit cold. Could you help buy me a cup of milk tea? Chloe suddenly said to Gavin. Sure thing, Senior Chloe. Gavin obediently went off to buy it. After sending him away, Chloe said to Tyler, Add me on the chat app. Send all of these photos to me. Tyler was so excited he nearly pissed his pants. The goddess actually wanted to add his contact info. Yes, yes, yes. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone, opening his chat app, preparing to scan her QR code. But Tyler had thought the goddess was going to go back on her word, only to hear her say, Bah, that these photos couldn't be posted on the campus forum. The thought of her joint photos with the underclassmen, being viewed by random, irrelevant strangers, and maybe even attracting a huge crowd of fangirls for the kid, made her feel deeply unsettled inside. What belonged to her had to be kept strictly for herself. Tyler said without a moment's hesitation, No problem. If anyone in the fan club asks about it, I'll just say the goddess didn't agree to take pictures. He was so clever. After successfully adding the goddess on the chat app, he walked away completely satisfied. Right then, Gavin came running back excitedly, holding the milk tea. Senior Chloe, warm your hands up quick. He shoved the milk tea into Chloe's hands. The moment their hands brushed against each other, Chloe instinctively grasped his hand. Gavin froze for a second. Chloe cleared her throat lightly and said, Your hands are so warm. Even though I'm younger, my physical health is great, Gavin said with a carefree grin. Chloe, holding the milk tea, burst into a soft chuckle. Suddenly recalling the post on the confession wall, she teased him. Call me big sisters then. Gavin froze on the spot. He felt a bit shy. As an only child in his family, He had never called anyone sister before. Although he thought so in his head, he still obediently whispered, "Sister." The moment that sister reached Chloe's ears, it instantly sparked an unfamiliar tingling sensation in her. Looking at the guy's blushing ear tips, she suddenly felt an intense urge to pull him tightly into her arms and then ruffle his hair. Cuddling him in my arms would feel so amazing, wouldn't it? The usually cool, proud campus goddess was currently completely immersed in her own daydream, giggling out loud. "Senior Chloe, are you okay?" Looking at Senior Chloe, who had suddenly giggled out loud, Gavin felt an uncanny chill down his spine, meeting her seemingly indifferent eyes. He felt as though he had been targeted by a predator. Chloe quickly pulled back her smile, calmly taking a sip of milk tea. "Phew, that was close. I almost got caught." The two walked and talked side by side, mostly chatting about mundane, everyday topics, like, "What did you eat today?" or "What have you been busy with lately?" Though mostly it was Gavin trying to keep the conversation going, while Chloe's replies were very brief and succinct. Gavin was used to it. She was the aloof senior after all. If she talked a lot, it wouldn't fit her personality, right? Once the two reached the meeting room, the club members hadn't all arrived yet. When Felix saw the two walk in together, he immediately rushed over to greet them. "Have a seat. Hurry and sit." Gavin picked a seat and sat down, while Chloe stood to the side, hesitating slightly over whether to sit by herself or sit right next to him. A second later, Gavin felt right beside him, a wave of fresh, sweet fragrance rush over. Looking down at Senior Chloe's beautiful legs clad in black stockings, he immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her legs. Sitting in a traditional Chinese dress could easily lead to an accidental exposure. "This kid is pretty thoughtful." Chloe curled the corners of her lips slightly. Meanwhile, Felix's originally sleazy, ogling gaze, after making eye contact with Gavin, was instantly reined in. He got down to business. "All right, today, we still need to discuss our New Year's performance show." Hearing this, Gavin knit his brows. Everyone wasn't even here yet, so why start talking business already? Right after, his gaze happened to lock with Felix's. In the end, the club has still decided that student Gavin will serve as our male lead this time. What on earth? Didn't he remember rejecting it last time? This must be that woman Lauren playing tricks again. Gavin rejected immediately. "President, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm suitable for this role." First, he had zero interest in it. Second, the thought of partnering up with Lauren made him feel like it was bad luck. Whoever wanted to play this cursed male lead could go ahead. Gavin didn't realize that. After he said those words, the expressions of everyone present turned extremely strange. Starting with Felix. He first looked a bit embarrassed, then somewhat puzzled, and then unconsciously looked over at Chloe, who hadn't said a word the entire time. If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine. But looking over scared him half to death. The milk teacup in the campus goddess's hands right now was being squeezed so hard it was deformed, and inside her cool, icy eyes, she seemed to be radiating a wave of lethal, murderous intent. Lowering her eyes, she asked softly and darkly, "Why don't you want to act?" Senior Chloe asked him. Gavin answered dead serious right away. "I don't want to partner with Lauren. That crazy woman? She would definitely find all kinds of excuses to harass him during rehearsals." The moment he finished saying that, he instantly felt the surrounding suffocating atmosphere ease up significantly. Chloe's previously sunken dark face returned to normal as well. In a great mood, she took a sip of milk tea. "Not bad? Very sweet." Hearing Gavin say that, Felix immediately clarified. "The female lead changed. It's Chloe now." "What? The female lead is Senior Chloe now?" That meant performing a show together with Senior Chloe, and as the lead couple no less. He showed a pleasantly shocked and overjoyed expression, completely night and day from his attitude earlier. When he thought the female lead was Lauren, Chloe took every bit of this in. This Lauren is the girl who confessed to him last time, right? The underclassman seems deeply repulsed by her. Once the main leads and supporting roles were finalized, Felix immediately announced that from now on, they'd meet every weekend to rehearse. That meant she could see the underclassman every single weekend. Although she was already his neighbor in the first place, this sense of security from guaranteed weekly meetings made Chloe feel deeply satisfied. After everything was officially settled, Gavin and Chloe walked out together, bumping head-on into Lauren. "Gavin, Seeing who the guy was, Lauren's eyes lit up. But glancing off to the side, her eyes locked with the campus goddess's deep, icy gaze. Her heart trembled. For some unknown reason, when the campus goddess looked at her, she felt like she was being targeted by a venomous snake, ready to sink its fangs into her at any moment. I haven't done anything wrong. What am I afraid of? I originally wanted to go to your dorm to find you, but your roommate said you weren't there. I had gone to the club. That day ended on a terrible note, with the guy claiming he had someone he liked. After returning to her dorm, she had her roommates analyze the situation, and in the end, they unanimously concluded he was just faking it. Chasing her for 3 years, and suddenly saying he had a new crush? No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't believable. So, let me treat you to a meal. Your favorite BBQ. She looked at him filled with expectation, only to find the guy's eyes were completely cold. Gavin loved eating BBQ, but in the 3 years he chased Lauren, the two had never eaten it, even once. Every time he brought it up with Lauren, she would wear an utterly disgusted face. BBQ smells so strong, and it's so dirty. It'll make my new clothes stink. Now, she actually offered to treat him to it? Totally unnecessary. Just as he was about to refuse, Chloe beside him suddenly spoke up. He doesn't want to go. Her cold, icy tone carried an unmistakable air of authority. Because Chloe was standing one step higher on the stairs than Lauren, plus what she was wearing today, followed a dark, seductive aesthetic. It added a powerful, domineering presence to her whole demeanor. Lauren looked like a total weakling in front of her, and she was indeed intimidated by the aura of this legendary, aloof campus goddess. Still, she plucked up the courage and said, "You aren't him. How do you know he doesn't want to go?" Chloe raised an eyebrow, looking at the guy standing beside her. "Oh? Do you want to go?" Gavin shook his head like a rattle. Just kidding. How on earth could he want to go? Besides, he had a hunch that if right at this very moment he nodded even slightly, his fate would be miserable beyond words. Chloe was deeply satisfied with his reaction. She turned her gaze back to the unwilling Lauren, saying, "Student, is there anything else?" Lauren was so choked with rage she couldn't speak. Didn't everyone say the campus goddess always kept to herself? Why did she suddenly start poking her nose into other people's business? Having been rejected time and time again, even though Lauren had prepared herself for it long ago, in her heart right now she still felt deeply hurt. Watching her disappointed back as she walked away, Gavin spaced out for a moment. If you knew it would turn out like this, why did you act like that in the first place? Someone like her wasn't worth pitying. Feeling sorry for her? Chloe looked ahead, asking icy coldly, "No, just reflecting on things, I guess." "Reflecting?" Chloe asked back. Gavin nodded, saying, "People only learn to cherish things after losing them." "Just where you need to go," Chloe suddenly said, her face still devoid of expression. "Where?" Gavin asked instinctively. Seeing his reaction, Chloe asked back in dissatisfaction, "What? Afraid I'll eat you alive?" Although she really wanted to devour this underclassman in one bite, Chloe felt she needed to boil the frog in warm water until this frog could never jump out again and belonged to her completely and utterly. Gavin immediately denied it. How could he be? In his heart, Senior Chloe was a very innocent girl. How could she ever do anything to hurt him? Along the way, the two walked one behind the other. Gavin obediently followed behind Chloe. Now, even if he and the campus goddess appeared together on campus, people wouldn't find it strange, because they unanimously believed the two had a sister and brother relationship. At the thought of this, Gavin felt a bit troubled. Who wanted to be Senior Chloe's brother? He wanted to be Senior Chloe's man, a real man. Looking at the girl's delicate side profile, Gavin asked, "Senior Chloe, right now in school, everyone is spreading rumors that we're siblings." Chloe curled her lips slightly. "And so? So wouldn't it be better if we clarified things?" He was genuinely terrified that the rumor would become accepted as truth if it kept spreading, and he'd be stuck in an awkward position when the time came. Although it was still uncertain what the future held, at least right now he had to eliminate all potential risks. You're right." Gavin's eyes lit up. "Then how about we say we're husband and wife?" The moment those words came out, Gavin's face flushed bright red. Is this really coming from Senior Chloe's mouth? Senior Chloe, you're joking, right?" Chloe put on an innocent expression, pretending to be puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that sentence? Gavin's face flushed bright red. He suddenly exclaimed in shock, Senior Chloe, you can't say things like that to a guy. Why not? She asked intentionally. Because bad men will covet you if you do. Senior Chloe was so innocent. He had to protect her. The guy's words sent a warm current through Chloe's heart. This fool really thinks I don't know anything, doesn't he? After all, on her laptop computer, there were dozens of gigabytes of videos, a rather bountiful stash, covering every genre imaginable. Before long, Gavin was brought right in front of a storefront, with 4 large characters written on the sign, Veteran BBQ. Senior Chloe actually brought him to a BBQ joint. What are you standing there in a daze for? Silly brat. If she hadn't seen how unhappy he was earlier, she wouldn't have thought to come to a BBQ joint either. Realizing why she had brought him here, Gavin felt for the very first time that he was truly valued by someone. Sometimes life really was wondrous. A girl he had known for 3 whole years refused to understand his likes and preferences, yet someone he had known for merely a month actually took his casual offhand remarks dead serious. The two sat down, looking at the menu. Chloe didn't know what to order. She rarely ate BBQ. Seeing this, Gavin thoughtfully took the menu and shouted out to the owner, 20 lamb skewers, 20 beef skewers, 10 oysters, and 2 sheep kidneys. Then he ordered a few vegetable dishes as well. Chloe watched him quietly from the side, suddenly feeling a straightforward man was genuinely handsome. When Gavin looked up, he saw Chloe, staring at him with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Senior, is there something on my face? When he stepped out earlier, it seemed like he had just wiped his face casually. There couldn't be sleep in my eyes, right? Chloe immediately restored her indifferent gaze, saying, It's nothing. I just felt like you're pretty handsome. Hearing those words, Gavin immediately straightened his posture, beginning to recount the love letters he received in middle school and high school. Senior, I'm not bragging, but back in high school, every time I arrived at my classroom, my desk was filled with snacks sent by girls from other classes. And every time I played basketball, girls would always bring me drinks. Gavin rambled on with fiery passion, completely failing to notice the mood of the girl in front of him. Chloe truly couldn't listen to any more of it, saying darkly, Looks like you were pretty popular. At the thought of so many people liking the underclassmen, she felt deeply annoyed inside. If she had been there back then, what chance would those other girls have had? Gavin, being a total straight-laced guy, didn't realize he had said the wrong thing, and nodded excitedly. Of course. At this exact moment, he was doing this to prove to the girl he liked that he was very outstanding as well. As a result, the moment those words left his mouth, Chloe kept a dark face and stopped talking altogether. Gavin, unaware of what he had done wrong, asked blankly, Senior Chloe, what's wrong? Right after he asked, the owner of the BBQ joint happened to walk over, bringing over the items they had just ordered. He had overheard their conversation just now. After all, inside the shop, a gorgeous pair like this rarely ever appeared, making it hard not to pay attention. Young man, how could you talk about your pursuers, right in front of your girlfriend? One look, and I can tell you've never been in love. With the BBQ shop owner pointing it out like that, Gavin finally came to a sudden realization. He scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to tell him that he and Senior Chloe weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. As it turned out, the BBQ shop owner had already gone off to serve other customers. How could I be so stupid? Mentioning other girls right in front of Senior Chloe. Isn't that stepping right on a landmine? Senior Chloe, I was wrong. A real man has to know when to yield and when to stand tall. When you make a mistake, you have to own up to it courageously. He looked at Chloe's expression cautiously, and seeing her still keeping her head down and ignoring him, he immediately picked up a sheep kidney skewer and handed it to her. Senior Chloe. Chloe was practically driven insane with anger by this man. How could there be someone this dense and straight-laced? She said in annoyance. You eat it so you can build up your strength. Just kidding. He was young, vigorous, and unstoppable. Why on earth would I need something like this? I'm not eating it. I'd rather die than yield. Chloe let out a sigh, pretending to be angry. Fine, then I won't talk to you anymore. I'll eat it. Gavin immediately shoved it into his mouth. You have some too, Senior. I'm not eating it. You need to nourish yourself properly, got it? Chloe said with a mischievous grin. He didn't know what was up with Senior Chloe today, constantly saying things that made his face turn red. Didn't she know that? Saying such outrageously contrasting words with a face like hers was practically fatal. Meanwhile, 10 large oysters were brought to the table as well. Chloe very thoughtfully shucked all the meat out and arranged them one by one in front of the guy. Gavin looked on in awe. Senior, aren't you eating any? His intention was to share them with her. I'm allergic to seafood, Chloe said indifferently, so that was why. Gavin jotted that down in his mind, chuckling foolishly as he ate with relish. Unexpectedly, from outside the restaurant's glass door, he spotted an unexpected person. Following his gaze, Chloe looked over, knit her brows, and called out, Hannah! Her voice was neither loud nor quiet, just loud enough for the person outside to hear. The girl, who originally had a face full of disappointment, upon seeing the two inside the BBQ joint, immediately ran in, shouting fiercely, Boss, bring me 2 large bottles of strong liquor. Then she sat down without ceremony, snatching the remaining oysters from the plate. That Gavin hadn't finished yet. Crap. Gavin felt deeply pained. These were oysters Senior Chloe had personally shucked for him. But looking at the girl's slightly red-rimmed eyes, it seemed her date with Ethan hadn't gone smoothly. Being a big guy, he couldn't bring himself to argue with the girl. Right then, Chloe suddenly mimicked the guy's ordering tone from earlier, calling out loudly, Boss, 10 more oysters, coming right up. Huh? Wasn't Senior Chloe allergic to seafood? But the next second, he understood. Senior Chloe had probably ordered them for her cousin. What's wrong? Did the date not go smoothly? Chloe asked, finishing off the plate of oysters. Hannah said with aggrieved fury, I swear I'll never date online again. Oh no, Gavin chimed in cautiously. Not satisfied with how he looks in person, his intention was to gather some intel on behalf of his good bro. But the moment he finished speaking, he detected murderous intent hiding in Senior Chloe's eyes. Is it your business? Do you want to talk to other women that badly? Gavin immediately nodded like a good boy. Senior Chloe's aura was way too terrifying. Hannah said aggrievedly. Actually, he was really nice to me. It's just that his looks are a bit. So after eating, I made an excuse that I had stuff to do and slipped away. Gavin still couldn't resist speaking up for his good bro. Actually, character is what matters most in a man. You can't just judge a relationship solely on looks, right? After saying that, he stole a cautious glance at Senior Chloe, only to find her staring at him icy coldly. A chill ran down Gavin's spine. He didn't dare say another word. Eyed with the logic, Hannah let out a sigh. Right at this moment, the owner brought over the 10 freshly ordered oysters. Just as Hannah reached out to grab them, smack. The back of her hand was instantly slapped red. Clutching her hand, she looked at her cousin with aggrieved eyes. What are you doing? Chloe didn't say a word, taking the plate directly, setting it in front of Gavin, and saying, Eat. Gavin and Hannah both had faces full of question marks. The former pleasantly surprised, while the latter was full of resentment. Wait, what about me? Hannah pointed at herself. Chloe placed the remaining half-plate of edamame on the table in front of her, saying coldly, You eat too. He gets meat and I get vegetable leaves? On what grounds? Having been so absorbed in sorrow just now, Hannah only just realized something was wrong. Her cousin was actually eating dinner alone with a guy, and with the cute guy from across the hall no less. Saying there was nothing between these two was absolutely impossible. Her eyes flickered, her mind filling up with mischievous ideas. Hey, handsome guy, what do you think of me? Hannah rested her elbows on the table, cupping her face in her hands, winking her big eyes as she looked at Gavin. Gavin's movement of eating oysters froze, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha! Pretty okay. Hannah blinked her eyes cutely, asking, How about you be my boyfriend? Whether she was serious or joking, Gavin could still tell the difference. The girl in front of him, Senior Chloe's cousin, was clearly just teasing him. Even so, he still answered very earnestly, No. Hearing him put it like that, Chloe's tightly wound body instantly relaxed. She was well aware of Hannah's charm, a classic sweet, cute girl, the ideal type for many straight guys. She would absolutely never admit that her palms were sweating with nervousness just now. Oh? Why? Could it be you think my figure isn't good enough? Hannah lowered her head pitifully. Before the guy could even explain, she added, although my chest isn't super big, my butt is super perky. This girl spoke way too boldly. Unable to endure it any longer, Chloe stood straight up and dragged her outside. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho! Is someone angry? Hannah giggled, completely unintimidated. Only those who knew Chloe well knew how terrifying this cold campus goddess could be when she was angry. In the past, Hannah might have been scared, but right at this moment, she wasn't scared at all. After all, she seemed to have uncovered her cousin's secret. What are you trying to do? Chloe interrogated her. What? Are you jealous? Jealous? Chloe knit her brows, a touch of confusion in her eyes. She merely felt a bit angry. Could that really be considered jealousy? Seeing her expression, Hannah knew right away that her cousin hadn't awakened to her feelings yet. Sigh. My love life ultimately met its demise. She looked up at the sky helplessly, and then pulled something out of her pocket. However, yours truly is still very fond of helping others. What's this? Chloe took 2 movie tickets. The movie title was Don't Go Home. It was a horror movie that was recently released. I originally planned to watch it with them. Now I'm passing them to someone destined for them. I never watch movies. She suffered from touch deprivation, and movie theaters were very enclosed spaces. She wasn't used to having so many people around her. Hannah rolled her eyes in sheer exasperation. Is that so? Then I'll just go with the cute guy alone. Before her words even faded, Chloe shoved the movie ticket straight into her pocket. Staring at her indifferently, get lost. The oysters on the table had long been finished by Gavin. When Chloe walked back inside, she saw the guy still sitting obediently in his seat, not even playing on his phone, just waiting for her like that. Walking over in a great mood, she asked, Do you want to eat more? Gavin shook his head. Just kidding. He had already eaten so many oysters. If he ate any more, he couldn't even dream of sleeping tonight. And for some reason, he always felt Senior Chloe treated him just like a little brother. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be doting. This realization startled him. A big guy like him couldn't act like a total wimp. So he strode over to the checkout counter. Boss, check please. The boss's wife smiled and said, Young man, your girlfriend paid the bill just now. What? Senior Chloe had actually already paid? Gavin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I really envy you. Your girlfriend is so pretty and so sensible. Make sure to cherish her. Gavin nodded. Of course. Senior Chloe is the best senior in the world. Stepping out of the BBQ joint, Gavin said, Senior Chloe, thank you for treating me to BBQ. Chloe was preoccupied with thoughts in her head and didn't hear him speak. Senior Chloe? Chloe looked at him with an unnatural expression. Gavin knit his brows, finding it strange. Why had Senior Chloe been acting a bit odd ever since she came back? What he didn't know was that Chloe's mind was completely filled with thoughts of how to find a reasonable excuse to go see a movie. Senior Chloe, let's head back to school. Although he still wanted to hang out with her a bit longer, he still had to respect the girl's wishes. Are you busy with something? Chloe asked hesitantly. No, not really. If I had to say there's something, it would probably be going back to comfort my heartbroken little roommate. Then accompany me to a movie, Chloe said directly. She had originally wanted to make up an excuse, but thinking about it, why did she even need an excuse? Things she wanted to do didn't require any excuses. Gavin's eyes lit up. Comforting his roommate wasn't an urgent rush, but going to a movie with Senior Chloe admitted no delay. I'll buy the tickets. He pulled out his phone, getting ready to check what new movies were out lately. Suddenly, 2 movie tickets appeared right in front of him. Huh? Senior Chloe, can you do magic tricks? Gavin said jokingly. Chloe explained. Hannah bought them, but she's not going anymore, so she gave them to me. Hearing this, Gavin understood in an instant, which meant these 2 movie tickets were originally meant for Hannah and Ethan to go watch together, but now it turned into him and Senior Chloe watching it. Sorry, bro. The movie you couldn't watch. Bro will watch it in your place. This movie theater was very close to North City University, just a 10-minute walk away. He and Senior Chloe walked side by side, thinking about how he got to eat with Senior Chloe today, and now got to watch a movie with her. He had the illusion that the 2 of them were actually dating. What is he thinking about? Not saying a single word? Chloe complained in her head. Gavin bashfully asked, Senior Chloe, what kind of guys do you like? What kind? Chloe looked at the guy beside her. The streetlight shone down on him, making him look like he was glowing all over. So she blurted out, The kind that glows. The kind that glows? Is it Ultraman? He had to admit Senior Chloe's train of thought was truly bizarre. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the movie theater. Senior Chloe, wait here for a sec. Chloe didn't know what he was going to do. When he returned, he was holding a large tub of popcorn, along with 2 cups of milk tea. This kid is pretty thoughtful. In a spot where the guy couldn't see, Chloe curved her lips. The movie tickets Hannah had bought were located right in the middle of row 4. When the two walked inside, the theater was basically packed with people, and couples were sitting in front, behind, left, and right of them. 10 minutes after the movie started, Gavin finally realized, holy crap, this is a horror movie. Damn it, he wasn't afraid of anything in heaven or earth. But horror movies were the one exception. The kind where he'd have nightmares as long as he watched one. But thinking about how Senior Chloe was sitting right beside him, Gavin comforted himself. Not scared, not scared. Senior Chloe was definitely even more scared than him. After all, no matter how you looked at it, she was still a girl. So her courage was definitely smaller than his. As it turned out, after half an hour passed, Gavin stole glances at Chloe every now and then, wanting to comfort her whenever she got scared, and flex his own masculinity. Instead, he saw Senior Chloe staring straight ahead super calmly, occasionally even letting out a cold snort. Gavin thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the humor in this movie was. He just wanted to cry. Meanwhile, Chloe beside him merely felt this movie was boring to the extreme. How on earth did Hannah pick this film? She definitely had to give her a piece of her mind when she got back. She turned her head to check the guy's reaction, and then discovered something very interesting. Whenever that female ghost appeared on screen, the guy's body would immediately tense up, and then his leg would start bouncing. When he really couldn't take it, he'd just close his eyes. So the underclassman is afraid of ghosts. That's actually pretty cute. In a great mood, she took a sip of milk tea, and then casually rested her hand on the armrest, and then happened to brush against the guy's hand. Gavin, who had originally still been immersed in his feelings of fear, felt the warm temperature on the back of his hand, and widened his eyes instantly. He touched Senior Chloe's hand, although in Gavin's eyes, the two had already had intimate contact countless times. He still felt a flutter in his heart over such a simple touch. His little heart thumped wild and fast, and his attention was completely focused on the skin contact between them. Meanwhile, Chloe was secretly thrilling in the dark as well. She hadn't had physical contact with the underclassman for days. Every time she just watched him from a distance, her heart would itch inside. Especially when outdoors, she had to use 200% self-restraint to force herself from snuggling onto him. Although right at this moment, a simple touch like this was merely a drop in the bucket. It was still better than nothing. However, she wasn't satisfied. How wonderful it would be if she could just tie him to her own body permanently. For the second half of the movie, the attention of the two was already completely off the horror movie itself. Who knew how much time passed? Until the movie ended. Gavin pulled his hand back, and Chloe secretly thought it was a pity. If only the movie had been a little longer. Still, after a 2-hour movie, her butt was aching from sitting. Stepping out of the movie theater, there was basically nobody left on the street. Gavin took a look at his phone and panicked instantly. It was already midnight. At this hour, the dorms had long since been locked up. He and Senior Chloe had been so focused on watching the movie that they hadn't considered at all how late it would be after it ended, and Chloe realized this problem as well, that Hannah actually booked such a late showtime. What was she scheming? Don't go home. They really couldn't go home now. There's only one option left now. Gavin looked at Chloe awkwardly. Senior Chloe, we can't get back into our dorms. Chloe had originally felt pretty annoyed, but seeing the underclassman's conflicted expression, her mood suddenly turned good again. Then what should we do? She asked intentionally. Gavin hesitated, not knowing how to bring it up. He was afraid if he said it out loud, Senior Chloe would think he was a bad guy. Let's get a hotel room. Chloe's calm tone scared Gavin, this innocent young guy, half to death. He blinked his eyes. Senior Chloe, aren't you angry? Chloe didn't understand why she would be angry. There's no other choice anyway. Stop wasting time chatting. I'll book the room. She decisively picked up her phone to book a room. Gavin immediately stopped her. Let me. Just kidding. How could he let a girl handle a thing like this? He immediately located the closest hotel to school, opened the app to look, only to find there were only king bedrooms left. He decisively backed out, wanting to search for other hotels. Chloe kept her eyes glued to the guy's phone, and noticing his movement, immediately said, "No need to look elsewhere. We'll take this one." Gavin looked at her in surprise. How could this work? How could he and Senior Chloe sleep in the same bed? "I have a meeting at 7:30 tomorrow morning. If it's too far, I won't make it in time," Chloe explained. In that case, there really was no other choice. Gavin immediately booked the room. At the thought of sleeping in the same room as Senior Chloe, he got so excited. "Don't worry, Senior Chloe. I'll definitely behave myself." On the way to the hotel, Gavin was extremely nervous the whole time. "Senior Chloe, did you bring your ID? Senior Chloe, are you afraid of ghosts? Senior Chloe, there are so many couples here. Ha ha ha." The moment Gavin said that, he wanted to slap himself. No kidding, hotels near university towns were basically packed with young college couples. On Saturdays and Sundays, they were packed to the brim. Luckily, both of them had brought their IDs. While checking in at the front desk, Gavin still asked, refusing to give up, "Are there really no twin bedrooms left?" The receptionist gave a strange look at him and the extremely gorgeous girl beside him, and said impatiently, "Nope, all gone. College couples nowadays are such a pain. Coming to a hotel and insisting on twin beds, using one bed when getting down to business, and using the other bed when going to sleep, causing twin bedrooms to be in short supply every day." "Then, could you give us an extra blanket?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment before agreeing, secretly thinking, "What kind of weirdo is this guy?" Gavin took the keycard and said with a red face to Chloe, "Senior Chloe, let's go." Chloe followed behind the guy, looking at the reddened tips of his ears. She held back a smile, thinking that the underclassman was still an innocent little guy after all. For some reason, even though this was her first time spending the night with a guy too, she felt mostly excitement. Why was that? Well, maybe it was because she had finally found a chance to get close to him, and this exact scene had played out in her dreams countless times. After finding their room number, Gavin inserted the key card and walked inside. Meeting his eyes was one big bed. He swallowed hard, and then walked inside stiffly with matching hands and feet. Senior Chloe. Although he was super nervous right now, Gavin knew that, as a girl, Senior Chloe had to be even more scared than him. After all, spending the night with a guy she wasn't super familiar with yet, anyone would feel worried. "Don't be scared," he tried to comfort Senior Chloe, only to discover that Chloe calmly changed into slippers and then thoughtfully unwrapped the disposable slippers and set them at his feet. "Change your shoes." "Oh." Gavin obediently took off his shoes and changed into them. "I'm going to take a shower. You can watch TV for a bit." Saying so, Chloe went straight into the bathroom on her own, leaving Gavin outside all alone. Gradually, he felt something was off. What was going on? Why did it feel like Senior Chloe wasn't worried at all, and instead he was the one acting all timid and bashful? This wasn't right. Senior Chloe had to be forcing herself to act calm. He needed to act open and composed. After all, Senior Chloe liked men who were like Ultraman. At this thought, Gavin took a deep breath to relax himself. Then he turned on the TV and flipped to the children's channel, which was playing Boonie Bears. He tried to force himself to get into the show, but after a minute, he realized he couldn't do it at all. The sound of water running from the showerhead came from the bathroom. Although this hotel's bathroom design wasn't perverted enough to use completely transparent glass, the side facing the bed used frosted glass. You couldn't see the person inside clearly, but you could still see an alluring silhouette moving back and forth inside. Gavin forced himself not to look, his heart thumping wild and fast. He stared absently at the TV screen. Logger Vic was coming to chop down trees again. Logger Vic got beaten up again. Soon, the water sound from the bathroom stopped. Gavin swallowed hard. "I'm done showering. Your turn." When Chloe stepped out, she was wrapped in a white bath towel. Gavin instinctively looked over. The girl's hair hadn't been dried completely, and water drops from the tips dripped down onto her collarbone. Only then did Gavin notice that just below her collarbone there was a tiny mole. Looking further down, The girl's voluptuous, curvy figure made his face flush bright red in an instant. He hurriedly lowered his head. No, I can't stay out here any longer. I'm going to take a shower. Dropping that sentence, he instantly darted into the bathroom, describing his movement as fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, from the moment Chloe stepped out, she took in every single move he made. That's right. She had done this intentionally. Looks like she could still hook this kid after all. Couldn't she? Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt pretty satisfied with the result. Meanwhile, Gavin, standing in the bathroom, regretted entering the moment he stepped inside. The entire enclosed space was filled with the fragrance of Senior Chloe's recent shower, feeling as though it completely enveloped him. No, no, no. I can't think about this anymore. He directly turned the water to cold to shower. After washing up quickly, he originally wanted to get dressed, only to see the black stockings Senior Chloe had taken off, hanging on the handrail. At this moment, Gavin instantly understood the meaning of unable to help oneself. 10 minutes later, he finally stepped outside. You're so slow, Chloe said in dissatisfaction. Gavin smiled awkwardly without saying a word. Then, a hairdryer appeared in front of him. Blow dry my hair for me. Chloe had waited for him for a long time. But I've never blow-dried anyone else's hair before. He was afraid he might hurt Senior Chloe. There's a first time for everything, right? Chloe raised an eyebrow. Chloe turned her back to him and sat on the edge of the bed. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, she had a peculiar quirk. She loved having someone touch her hair. Gavin gently ran his left fingers through the girl's hair, holding the hairdryer in his right hand. His movements were extremely careful, terrified that pulling too hard might pull her hair. Neither of them spoke. Gavin looked at Senior Chloe's face through the mirror. She had her eyes closed, seemingly thoroughly enjoying it, an unconscious smile resting on her face. This couldn't help making him think of his own parents being just like this. Every time his mom washed her hair, his dad would automatically blow-dry it for her, comforting and happy. Just like him and Senior Chloe right now. 15 minutes later, it's all dry, Senior Chloe. That's it? Chloe opened her eyes, a trace of grievance showing in her eyes. That was way too fast. She still wanted more. Seeing Senior Chloe's disappointed look, Gavin hurriedly asked, Senior Chloe, were you not satisfied with my service? Service? What kind of weird word was that? Chloe burst out laughing. Gavin was mesmerized. Senior Chloe looks so beautiful when she laughs. However, Chloe restored her cold, aloof look the very next second, saying, Not bad, I'll hire you again next time. Saying that, she slipped into the bed, her movements smooth and fluid, without a single trace of shyness. This made Gavin feel a bit awkward. Senior Chloe was truly so innocent. Wasn't she afraid he might be a bad guy? Fortunately, the hotel brought over an extra blanket, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to sleep. He crawled into the other blanket, and then didn't dare to move a muscle. As an only child in his family, Gavin had slept alone his whole life growing up, so he had never experienced sleeping in the same bed with someone else before. His first time was given to Senior Chloe just like that. Just thinking about it got him so excited. Turns out, just lying in bed with the person you like, doing nothing at all, was enough to make one happy for a long time. Even though it was a king bedroom, the bed wasn't particularly wide, so he could clearly smell her fragrance. Strangely enough, even though the two of them used the exact same body wash. Why did Senior Chloe smell so good? It smelled so good, it made him a bit sleepy. I'm turning off the lights. Chloe's cool, clear voice rang out, and the next second, the room instantly fell into darkness, with only the sound of each other's breathing echoing back and forth across the room. Chloe was feeling very uncomfortable right now. She had endured it for a long time. From the first time she met the guy, she knew how powerful his attraction was to her. Her body had chosen this guy, so no matter how much she restrained herself, she was no match for instinct, especially now, with the two of them on the same bed. Being so close to each other, her desire to snuggle up against his body grew stronger and stronger. Just as she was feeling anxious, heavy breathing came from beside her. Chloe knit her brows. Is he asleep already? She turned her head slightly. Sure enough, the guy had his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling steadily. Wait, is she really that unappealing? She's the campus goddess, for crying out loud. And he just fell right asleep like that? In the dark. Chloe's pretty face was scowling with huffy annoyance. However, since the underclassman is asleep, does that mean she can do whatever she wants? So. Chloe reached her hand out for her own blanket, sneaking it quietly under the guy's blanket. It's so warm. No wonder people online say. Guys' body temperatures are generally higher than girls. The guy let out a soft murmur, as if dreaming. Startled, she quickly yanked her hand back, realizing what she had just done. Chloe's face instantly flushed bright red. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. The next morning, Gavin woke up feeling miserable. This whole night had been far too unbearable. He had had a dream so realistic, that it gave him the illusion it had actually happened. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. He wanted to go to the bathroom, but his body couldn't move at all. Gavin lowered his eyes to look, only to find the campus goddess's head resting in the crook of his neck, and her slender leg resting on top of him through the blanket. Her legs are so fair and white. First thing in the morning, seeing such an impactful scene, Gavin felt he definitely needed to hurry up and go to the bathroom. He gently shifted his shoulder, but the moment he moved, Senior Chloe's arms immediately wrapped around him. Next, when he tried to move her arms off, Senior Chloe's leg hooked even tighter around him the next second. Just as he was wondering what to do next, the girl suddenly let go of him, turned around, and went back to sleep. Finally, Gavin let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly ran into the bathroom, holding it in for so long he could finally relieve himself. Come to think of it, who knew a senior who seemed so cool and aloof on the surface? Slept so wildly, squirming around just like a little kid. He seemed to have discovered a secret unknown to anyone else. What he didn't know was that while Gavin went to the bathroom, Chloe opened her eyes. In fact, she had woken up long ago. Seeing the underclassman sound asleep, she couldn't bear to wake him, choosing instead to quietly watch him. As for why, she wrapped around him like an octopus? She did it on purpose, of course. Anyway, he was asleep, and knew nothing about it. And since he didn't know, even when he woke up, he wouldn't say anything. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, the awkward ones were others. Gavin washed up while in the bathroom. When he came out, the campus goddess was already fully dressed. He flashed a smile. Morning. Senior Chloe looks to be in a pretty good mood. Looks like she's completely unaware of her own actions in her sleep. Then, he suddenly realized a very serious issue. Senior Chloe is so innocent. Will she end up getting tricked? Senior Chloe, you must never sleep in the same bed with anyone else in the future. Seeing him looking so serious, Chloe held back a laugh and asked, why? He couldn't very well say he was afraid she'd cling to someone else, right? Gavin thought up an excuse and said, there are lots of bad people out there. When I'm not around, you have to protect yourself. Chloe thought to herself, this silly kid. It's still undecided which one of us is the bad guy. All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry back to school. When the two walked out to check out, they happened to bump head-on into someone. Noah. Upon seeing him, Gavin immediately shielded Chloe behind him, but it was already too late. Wait, Gavin, aren't you going to give your daddy a proper explanation? Noah teased, wrapping an arm around the waist of the girl beside him. Screw off, Gavin said in annoyance. I'm heading back to school first for a meeting. After Chloe saw Noah, she recalled that he seemed to be Ashley's ex-boyfriend, and also the underclassman's roommate. Looks like this man still retained his playboy reputation. She needed to go back and properly persuade Ashley to stop crying over a worthless scumbag like him. Looking at Senior Chloe's departing back, Gavin found Noah more and more unpleasant to look at. He could have stayed with Senior Chloe a bit longer. Babe, you! Go back on your own first, Noah said to the pretty girl beside him. Then what about my present? Be good. I'll give it to you tomorrow. With that, he and Gavin walked together on the road back to school. Spill it truthfully. What's your relationship with the campus goddess? Gavin had no choice but to explain the matter from start to finish. Wait, you're saying? Ethan's girlfriend is actually the campus goddess's cousin, who ate BBQ with you guys last night, and then conveniently gave you 2 movie tickets, and after watching it, you found the dorms were locked. So then you booked a hotel, and the entire hotel had only 1 single room left? Noah rattled off the entire story in one breath, leaving Gavin completely stunned. Are you a swimming champion or something? Screw off. Don't interrupt. I've noticed your storytelling skills are getting better and better. With talent like yours, you should be writing novels instead. Knowing he wouldn't believe it, Gavin didn't bother explaining further. Although the story sounded completely absurd, reality was far more bizarre than novels in so many ways, believe it or don't. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Noah finally grew serious. After pondering for a good while, he said, looking at it this way, this cold, aloof campus goddess doesn't seem like an easy person to mess with either. Hearing this, Gavin flew into a rage instantly. What the hell are you talking about? Senior Chloe is the most innocent of all. Wait, setting the campus goddess aside for a second, don't you rent an apartment off campus? Noah hit the nail right on the head. Gavin froze on the spot. Oh right, both he and Senior Chloe rented apartments off campus. If the dorms were locked, they could have just gone back to their own places, but he hadn't remembered that at all back then, and he assumed Senior Chloe hadn't thought of it either. Haha, I forgot about that. Noah wore an expression of knowing more than he let on. Having been a player for so many years, he could spot the truth at a single glance. This campus goddess who seemed cool, aloof, and distant on the surface was definitely not that simple. You think she's an innocent white lotus, when in reality she might be a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, and a seductive one at that. Sigh, only this kid is still kept completely in the dark. When she eats him up without leaving a trace, he'll probably still be helping her get dressed. Though it does seem pretty hilarious like this. Seeing Noah's sly, calculating look, Gavin warned him, if you're my bro, don't spread a word of this. He didn't really care for himself. He was mostly afraid it would ruin Senior Chloe's reputation. Relax, my lips are sealed tight, man. Noah chuckled, and threw an arm around Gavin's shoulders, and the two of them bought breakfast on the way, preparing to bring it back for the other two in the dorm. The moment they stepped into room 214, the curtains were drawn, pitch black and gloomy, a suffocating atmosphere rushing over them. Gavin felt a dark foreboding in his heart. It couldn't be that Hannah went back last night and broke up with Ethan right away, could it? At this thought, he hurriedly walked over to Ethan's bed. He saw Ethan buried under his blanket, shaking uncontrollably beneath the sheets. This guy couldn't be crying, could he? Gavin hurriedly tried to comfort him. Ethan, there are plenty more fish in the sea. Why obsess over a single flower? There's bound to be someone in the world who loves all of you. Trust me, don't be sad. With that, he carefully yanked open the blanket, only to see Ethan holding his phone, grinning like a giddy fool with zero signs of heartbreak. Heh, my babe wanted to break up with me yesterday. Expected, but looking at his reaction. Why is he this happy? Could he have been driven crazy by the shock? Gavin and Noah exchanged a quick glance. Noah immediately chimed in. Ethan, don't be sad. I told you long ago that girls like that are unreliable. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ethan. I won't allow you to talk about my babe like that. Noah wore an expression like he'd swallowed a fly. Fine, fine, fine. Either defending their senior, or defending their babe. I'm the ultimate tool here. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Love brains are truly terrifying. Even though my babe wanted to break up with me, she said that as long as I lose 20 pounds in 1 month, she'll stay together with me. 20 pounds? The other three in the dorm looked at each other. Saying it was easy made it sound easy, but doing it was genuinely difficult. Ethan had a larger baseline body mass, and losing weight really tested self-discipline. Hunger wasn't terrifying. Cravings were the most terrifying part. For my babe. I can definitely do it, Ethan declared with immense resolve, clearly having genuinely made up his mind. Keep it up, son. Your fathers will always have your back. Seeing him like this, Gavin felt deeply relieved. Looks like Hannah still had feelings for Ethan after all, and couldn't bring herself to break up with him just like that. By the way, Gavin, how come you didn't come back all night last night? Not expecting the topic to shift to him so quickly, Gavin's expression stiffened for a split second. Luckily, he had thought of an excuse on his way back. I went back to my rented apartment yesterday. Snowy's appetite hasn't been great these past few days, so I was a bit worried. Oh, I see. In reality, he hadn't seen his dog son in days. Gavin suddenly felt a pang of guilt, deciding that after class tonight, no matter what, he had to go home and check on him. A full day of dull lectures wrapped up. Gavin was practically numb, and as soon as class ended, Ethan beside him charged straight out the door. Ethan, do you have an emergency? Lucas shook his head. Non, oh no. He's just afraid there won't be open spots at the gym later. His drive is actually this fast. The power of love is truly grand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe had been busy with student council duties all day, and returned to her rented apartment. The moment she stepped inside, she saw Hannah had ordered a KFC bucket, munching on chicken wings while binge-watching shows. Must be nice for you. Upon seeing Chloe return, Hannah immediately set down her chicken wing, ran over, and looked at her with a face full of gossip. How did it go? What? Chloe asked intentionally. Stop playing dumb, cousin. I specifically booked the late-night tickets. Did you devour your prey in one bite last night? Hannah wore a greasy, mischievous grin right now, completely mismatching her innocent lowly image. Chloe changed into her slippers, drank some water, and said indifferently, Nothing happened. Hearing this, Hannah wore a face of total disbelief. How could that be? A traditional Chinese dress with black stockings. That's the ultimate top-tier combo. If he remained completely unfazed, there's only one possibility. He couldn't possibly be impotent, right? Before the words even faded, Chloe immediately shot her a cold glare. I checked. He's fine. What's it to you? Hannah pouted her lips. I was just showing concern for you, wasn't I? No need. When are you leaving? Having this girl around was a bit in the way after all. Leaving tomorrow. She had already given that guy a chance, and the rest depended on his own luck. Hearing this, Chloe's expression softened slightly. She returned to her bedroom and changed into a nightgown, then pulled out her phone and opened the security camera app. There was nothing inside the empty hallway. Her pretty face knit into a frown. Is this guy not coming home again tonight? She stared like that for a long time, until finally, from the camera feed, she spotted a familiar figure. She immediately stood up and opened her bedroom door. Seeing Hannah sprawled out on the couch with her legs crossed, she cleared her throat, saying, I'll take out that trash for you. Hannah was a bit stunned. When had Chloe ever been this virtuous? Oh! Next, the trash on the table was instantly swept up, and Chloe immediately stepped out carrying the bag of trash. The moment she opened her door, her eyes locked with Gavin, who had just unlocked his door across the hall. What a coincidence, Chloe said calmly. Senior Chloe. The instant Gavin saw Chloe, his eyes lit up immediately. Chloe took in every bit of his changing expression, her heart growing much lighter with joy. Looks like this brat missed seeing me too. Before the words even settled, Snowy inside the apartment immediately dashed out, barking non-stop, woof, woof, woof. Gavin bent down, already prepared to get tackled to the ground. After all, under his daily feedings, Snowy had grown into a little truck. As it turned out, unexpectedly, Snowy uncharacteristically didn't pounce on him, but rather pounced toward Senior Chloe standing across the hall. Woof, woof, woof. Snowy stuck out his tongue, tilting his head up, looking up at Chloe with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. How could there be such a cute little golden retriever? Her heart was practically melting from the cuteness. But remembering Gavin was present, he still forced himself to act calm. Senior Chloe, aren't you going to pet him? He remembered seeing on the security camera footage before. That Senior Chloe seemed to really like Snowy, treating him with extra gentleness. Why was she looking so cold and distant now? Do you want me to pet him? Before Gavin could even nod after she spoke, she immediately followed up with, Then I'll pet him for a bit. Then she bent down, gently petting Snowy's head with her hand. Snowy narrowed his eyes slightly, looking as if he enjoyed it very much. He's so cute. Just as cute as the underclassmen. Chloe squealed on the inside, though her face remained completely expressionless. All right, she said, reluctantly pulling her hand away. But the moment her hand left Snowy's head, Snowy burrowed right under Chloe's nightgown. This? Snowy? Gavin scolded him immediately. Snowy, get out of there right now. This perverted dog. He actually burrowed in there so blatantly. Gavin wanted to go over and yank Snowy out, but felt it wasn't quite appropriate. He was afraid Senior Chloe would think he was the one who told Snowy to do that. Meanwhile, Chloe, after Snowy burrowed into her nightgown, calmly said to Snowy, Snowy, come out! Snowy obediently came back out, sticking out his tongue and looking up obediently at Chloe. Gavin would absolutely never admit that at this exact moment, he was insanely jealous of Snowy. Snowy, go back inside, Gavin said agitatedly. Chloe saw right through his thoughts in an instant, and asked with a slight tease, "Why are you being so fierce?" "Because I haven't even gone to see it yet." In his excitement, he blurted out what was in his heart. The moment he said it, his face flushed bright red. "Oh no, oh no. Now Senior Chloe is really going to think I'm a pervert." Just as he wanted to explain, he was cut short by what Chloe said next. "Do you really want to see it?" Chloe tilted her head, looking at him with an innocent face. That's way too unfair. Gavin's heart was struck in an instant. With a senior, this cute and innocent, how could he harbor such dirty thoughts in his mind? "No, not at all. I was just joking earlier, Senior Chloe." "Oh." Chloe said that single word indifferently. Gavin wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Senior Chloe's expression just now seemed a bit disappointed. I must have misseen it. Right then, Snowy crawled out from under her nightgown, happily sticking out his tongue and looking at his owner, as if showing off. "This dumb dog today? Wait, no. He isn't getting chicken legs for the next 3 days." He shooed Snowy back into his apartment and said to Chloe, "Well, Senior Chloe, I'll head inside first." Saying so, he slammed the door shut with a bang and left just like that. I waited for him specifically for so long, and he didn't even invite me inside his place to sit for a bit. Chloe opened her door angrily, tossing the trash in her hand onto the table. Seeing the trash again, Hannah was stunned. "Cousin, didn't you go to throw out the trash?" Chloe said in annoyance. "Throw it out yourself. If you're this lazy, what man would dare marry you in the future?" Saying so, she went back to her bedroom on her own. "Hey, I didn't mess with anyone," Hannah yelled furiously. "Chloe, do you have a split personality or something?" No sooner had her words landed than Chloe stepped out of her bedroom again. Hannah immediately hugged her chest, saying in terror, "What are you doing? Want to get violent?" Who knew Chloe didn't pay any attention to her, but put on a jacket and went out the door again, leaving Hannah all alone, utterly baffled. What is she doing going back and forth like this? Playing with me or something? Ding dong, ding dong. Chloe rang the doorbell across the hall. Pitter-patter footsteps came from inside the apartment right away. Gavin opened the door. "Senior Chloe, is something wrong?" After all, if there wasn't anything specific, Chloe wouldn't normally take the initiative to look for him, except when she was sleepwalking. "Let's go over the script together," Chloe said, having thought up an excuse long ago. At this moment, she spoke without blushing or her heart skipping a beat, and firmly anticipated that the guy wouldn't refuse either. "Script? What script?" Gavin didn't quite process it right away. Chloe immediately grew serious, reprimanding him. "Did you actually forget? The club's New Year's show, Cinderella. As a member of the club, how could you forget such an important matter?" Senior Chloe's soul-piercing interrogation instantly made Gavin lower his head, like an elementary school student who made a mistake. "But that's okay. Good thing I reminded you," Chloe added understandingly. "But, Senior Chloe, hasn't the script not been handed out yet?" Gavin asked in confusion. He remembered. The president seemed to say the script wouldn't be given to them until a couple of days later. "Even though there's no physical script, we can still discuss the original story and get an idea of how to act it out when the time comes, right?" Chloe said without batting an eye. Hearing this, Gavin nodded in agreement, unable to help marveling in his heart that Senior Chloe was indeed Senior Chloe. So exceptional. "Then how about coming into my place, Senior Chloe? We can discuss it together," Gavin asked tentatively. "I've been waiting for you to say those exact words." Chloe pretended to act reluctantly, saying calmly, "Well, all right then." The layout of Gavin's apartment was identical to hers, except this was still Chloe's very first time visiting a guy's home. She felt quite interested. When Snowy saw Chloe walk inside, he immediately spun around in excitement. To prevent what happened earlier from happening again, Gavin temporarily locked him inside his crate. Seeing Chloe looking around his apartment, Gavin felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Senior Chloe, my apartment is a bit messy." Ever since his mom tidied up for him last time, he had never bothered with it again. "Huh? What's this?" Chloe walked over to the sofa, pointing at a pair of green boxers. That was his underwear. "Damn it." Gavin immediately sprinted over, grabbed the boxers, shoved them into the cabinet, and said awkwardly, "Senior Chloe, these were washed." They really were washed. He had just forgotten to put them away after washing them. Oh no, if I knew, I wouldn't have let Senior Chloe in. Now my image is completely ruined. Oh. Chloe dragged out her "oh" and said with an innocent face, "So you like green?" "I don't." Gavin denied it immediately. "Just kidding. How could any man like green? These boxers were just thrown in by his mom a year ago at the supermarket to reach a minimum spend threshold. He'd worn the same pair of underwear for an entire year?" "Senior Chloe, let's hurry and discuss the script." He hurriedly changed the subject, but Chloe slightly curled the corners of her lips, clearly having no intention of letting him off the hook. She pretended to sniff the air, and then said, "There seems to be a scent of perfume in your apartment. Have you brought another girl in here before?" In fact, she hadn't smelled any perfume at all. Chloe was saying that on purpose. She just wanted to see how the underclassmen would react. Hearing this, Gavin wore an expression of shock. "I've never brought a girl in here before." Then he added bashfully, "Oui, Senior Chloe is the very first." "Liar." She clearly saw last time a pair of black high heels in his apartment. That time when I brought your bento box back? There was someone in your apartment. Let's see how you explained last time. Gavin racked his brain to remember, and remembered. That was my mom, Senior Chloe. That happened to be Dr. Avery's first day here. His mom? After all this time, she was actually the underclassman's mother? Chloe felt a bit embarrassed. So she had been jealous of his own mom for all this time? Oh, I was just asking casually. Gavin blinked his eyes. Senior Chloe actually remembered something from so long ago. So was Senior Chloe being jealous? He thrilled secretly in his heart. Senior Chloe being jealous was so cute. Meanwhile, Chloe was already sitting on the sofa, saying dead serious, "Hurry over here." "All right." Gavin immediately ran over, and sat down right beside Chloe. The second he sat close to her, Gavin could smell the subtle body fragrance wafting from Senior Chloe. It was so intoxicating. Plus, Senior Chloe was dressed very enticingly today. She was wearing a black lace nightgown, low-cut camisole straps, with her hair draped down, making her look exceptionally gentle. "Does it look good?" Chloe asked. Gavin nodded instinctively, saying, "It looks great, just like a fairy." Chloe turned her head, looking at the guy's infatuated gaze. "Then how about I tie you to my side forever?" As she spoke, she leaned her body forward, slowly approaching closer and closer to him, her warm breath blowing onto Gavin's face. He swallowed hard in nervousness. What did Senior Chloe just say? "Senior Chloe, you're joking, right?" Chloe burst out laughing. She immediately restored her cold, aloof image, saying, "I was reading lines from Cinderella. Couldn't you tell?" "Huh? Was there a line like that in Cinderella? How come he didn't know about it?" Still, Gavin let out a sigh of relief. That's good then, that's good then. He knew it. This was a society ruled by law now. How could Senior Chloe ever do something like that? Watching the guy relax in an instant, Chloe began pondering one thing in her mind, namely, how she could train this underclassman into the exact person she wanted him to be. She couldn't guarantee what she might do in the future. What if he couldn't handle it? What if he ran away? No, she would absolutely never allow such a thing to happen. If the underclassman ran away, she would lock him up, making it so he could only look at her every single day. "Senior Chloe, what are you thinking about?" Gavin asked out of concern, because he noticed that Senior Chloe was immersed in her own world, lost in unknown thoughts, and her whole body was exuding a terrifying aura. "Nothing," Chloe said coldly, and then pulled out her phone to search for the script of Cinderella. For a fairy tale everyone knew like this, there really wasn't anything worth discussing. Chloe had merely made up an excuse anyway. Her goal was never about any script. And this person beside her is way too detestable. This stepmother and stepsister are way too much, Gavin said righteously, looking at the phone. Seeing him so invested, Chloe asked, "If someone bullied me, what would you do?" Gavin answered immediately, "I would absolutely never allow anyone to bully you, Senior Chloe. If anyone bullies you, I'll definitely make them pay a tragic price." Seeing him say this so seriously, a warm current flowed through Chloe's heart. She had lost her closest family since she was young, living under someone else's roof every day, having no friends, no one to rely on or confide in, until she met a certain young boy. For the first time, she wanted to get close to someone. For the first time, she wanted to possess someone. She looked at the guy's handsome side profile, suddenly wanting to reach out her hand. She was very curious what his face felt like to touch. Thinking so, she slowly reached out her hand closer, and right at the instant she was about to touch him, the doorbell rang. Snowy started barking, "Woof, woof, woof," again. Chloe pulled her hand back immediately. Damn it, so close. Huh? Who could be here so late? Gavin wondered, getting up to open the door. The next second, from outside the door, came a loud shriek from a girl. "Chloe, where did you put my maid outfit?" It was Hannah. Chloe's face darkened instantly. She stopped the guy who was preparing to open the door, walked briskly behind the door, and opened it, only to see Hannah looking at her with a mischievous smirk. "Hee hee, I knew you'd be here." Hannah once again marveled at her own brilliance. Chloe sneered, "Beat it! What for?" "Yours truly is here to say goodbye to the cute guy." Saying so, she squeezed through the crack immediately. Seeing Gavin, she intentionally put on a high-pitched voice. "Hey, handsome. Yours truly is leaving tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss me too much." Gavin smiled awkwardly. "I probably won't miss you." Hannah grinned mischievously, saying one thing and meaning another. Actually, yours truly really doesn't mind 3 people living together. "Hannah," Chloe yanked her arm, whispering threateningly, "Do you have a death wish?" Seeing that Chloe was truly about to blow her top, All right, I was wrong. She just wanted to tease the cute guy a little, didn't she? Was it necessary to protect him like a mama hen protecting her chick? Tisk, tisk, tisk. A woman who has fallen in love is truly terrifying. Rest early. I'm taking my cousin back first, Chloe said, yanking Hannah back to her apartment without another word. She's leaving just like that? He hadn't spent enough time with Senior Chloe yet. After Chloe left, Gavin looked at his empty apartment, suddenly feeling a bit unaccustomed. When would he be able to stay together with Senior Chloe every single day? After returning home, Chloe warned Hannah with an unhappy look, "You're not allowed to talk to him ever again." Hannah widened her eyes, looking in disbelief at this cousin of hers who used to be the cold, aloof campus goddess, who right now would actually say such words. For the sake of a man. "Cousin, you really love him so much." Her knowing expression made Chloe even more displeased. "Shut up." However, before leaving, as your cousin, I naturally have to give you a hand. Chloe knit her brows. Why did she have a bad feeling about this? What are you going to do? Hannah blinked her eyes playfully, saying mysteriously, "Not telling you." With that, she hummingly went back into her bedroom. Early the next morning, Chloe saw Hannah off onto the high-speed rail. Before leaving, Hannah grinned mischievously. "Cousin, you'll definitely thank me. This girl definitely didn't do anything good. Remember to let me know when you arrive safely home." "Got it?" "Got it." Watching the girl's back as she walked into the station, Chloe felt a bit empty inside. Although she acted annoyed by her cousin on the surface, only she knew in her own heart that her cousin was still very important to her. However, standing at her own front door, the moment she couldn't find her keys in her bag, that tiny bit of warmth in her heart vanished without a trace. "Hannah, you'd better explain yourself clearly." Chloe held her phone, saying through gritted teeth. On the high-speed rail, Hannah, who was currently playing games with Ethan, received Chloe's call right then, and said in dissatisfaction, "Cousin, I'm playing games with my guy right now." Chloe drew in a deep breath, suppressing the rage in her heart, and asked with restraint, "Cut the crap. Where are the keys in my bag?" She always kept her house keys in her bag, but ever since Hannah arrived, so she handed the other spare key over to her as well. Now she couldn't find her own key, and Hannah hadn't returned the spare key to her either. Without even thinking, she knew. This was definitely the work of that brat, Hannah. Keys? What keys? Hannah looked at the 2 identical keys in her bag, asking innocently, "Oh no, cousin, you didn't lose your keys, did you? What should we do then? Does that mean you can't get into your place?" Sigh, there's no other way. Looks like you can only crash at the cute guy's place for the night. Right now, Chloe fell silent. "Is this the surprise you were talking about?" Hannah said very calmly. "Cousin? Why are you getting so angry? Isn't this what you wanted all along?" "Bullshit," Chloe retorted. "How rude." Hannah continued. "I'm creating an opportunity for the 2 of you. Oh, my train is entering a tunnel. I'm hanging up now." With that, she hung up the phone with a click. Chloe looked at the disconnected call, and her front door that she couldn't enter, her anger from a moment ago gradually subsiding. Who said this was what she wanted? Did Hannah think she knew her so well? Tisk, trying to be clever. To prove herself, she opened her contacts and dialed a locksmith's phone number. Beep beep, hello. The call went through, but Chloe immediately hung up the phone again. Wait, no. Getting a locksmith would definitely cost money, right? Her tutoring paycheck hadn't been issued yet, so she couldn't waste money right now. Besides, for a girl like her to let a stranger unlock the door, that would be very unsafe, right? Right. Exactly. And so, Chloe naturally knocked on the door across the hall. Gavin was still sound asleep when he was woken up by a barrage of knocks at the door. Waking up in a daze, he looked at his phone. It was only 7:30 a.m. Who is it, knocking on the door so early in the morning? He had a slight morning crankiness, sleeping soundly in the morning, and being woken up suddenly would make him particularly annoyed. Dragging his heavy body to open the door, what met his eyes was a gorgeously breathtaking face. Wow. Seeing Senior Chloe first thing in the morning. Was he still in a dream? Well, I didn't bring my keys. At this exact moment, Chloe genuinely felt a bit guilty. Wait, what did she have to feel guilty about? Wasn't not bringing her keys a solid fact? So, she puffed out her chest, saying with righteous confidence, I have nowhere else to go. Gavin became completely alert. It wasn't a dream, it was real. Senior Chloe said she didn't bring her keys and said she had nowhere else to go. In an instant, his heart ached for her. It was already entering winter in North City, and it was so cold in the morning, Senior Chloe staying outside must have been freezing. Senior Chloe, come inside quick. He turned sideways to let the girl hurry inside. Chloe let out a breath of relief internally. Luckily, the underclassman didn't ask anything further. After she came inside, Gavin immediately poured a cup of warm water for her. Senior Chloe, I have to go to class now. Can you wait for me at home until I come back? He glanced at the time. It was getting late. Although he really wanted to stay with Senior Chloe a bit longer, the thought of today being the ruthless demon professor's class instantly squashed that idea. Are you going to leave me all alone at home? Chloe didn't even realize it herself, but her voice carried a tiny hint of coquettish pouting when she spoke. She just couldn't bear to part with him. Hearing her say this, Gavin's heart melted completely, and he immediately coaxed her gently. Wait until class ends and I'll bring you something yummy back, okay? Chloe knit her brows. Strange. What was with this tone used for coaxing a little kid? She wasn't a kid. Did she need something yummy? I want Spicy Prince. Spicy Prince, a brand of spicy gluten snacks she had taken a liking to recently. Chloe hadn't eaten many snacks when she was little, so after growing up, she always subconsciously hoarded a ton of all kinds of snacks at home, which served as a way to make it up to her younger self. Gavin was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting that on the outside, the aloof campus goddess Senior, who seemed totally above mundane desires, would also like eating spicy gluten strips. At the thought of her eating spicy gluten, with that cold, impassive face, Gavin found it insanely adorable. Okay, as long as it was something Senior Chloe wanted, he would definitely satisfy her. After the guy left, Chloe looked at the empty apartment, a sudden wave of loneliness washing over her. Suddenly, a sound of woof, woof, woof rang out. There was still Snowy. Her spirits immediately perked up. Grabbing the key Gavin had left for her before going out, she immediately took Snowy out on a leash. While walking the dog, she happened to pass by the wet market, and an idea suddenly popped into her head. So by the time she returned home, Chloe was carrying a huge bag of groceries. She put pork ribs and pig trotters, along with a bunch of vegetables, into the refrigerator. Then she wiped down Snowy's body, filled his bowl to the brim with dog food, and organized all his toys. After doing all of this, she was still brimming with energy. What else should I do? Chloe walked into the bathroom, only to see, inside the wash basin, there was thermal underwear. The guy wore close to his skin, in a very festive red color. Chloe had a vision floating in her mind of him dressed in all red, standing in front of her, calling out, Senior Chloe, with a silly face, and she burst out laughing. Pretty cute, actually. Thinking so, she naturally reached out her hands and started washing the clothes inside the basin, working deftly. In no time at all, she had washed Gavin's thermal top and bottoms, as well as a few pairs of socks he had taken off. Carrying them to the balcony to hang up, she raised her head, only to see a pair of boxers floating lonely on the line. This time it wasn't green. It was a pair of boxers with an Ultraman pattern printed on them. Doesn't this guy have a single pair of normal boxers? Chloe reached out her hand as if possessed, and the moment her fingers touched the boxers, she pulled her hand back in sheer terror. Chloe, oh Chloe, when did you descend to this level? You wouldn't even spare a pair of boxers. Sex. She shook her head, trying to shake the unhealthy trash out of her brain. But sometimes the more you try to resist something, the more forcefully it pops right into your mind. She recalled the feeling from that day, when the two of them slept in the same bed. Wonderful and deeply satisfying. How wonderful it would be if I could sleep with him forever. At this thought, the corners of Chloe's lips curled up slightly. She was already beginning to look forward to the arrival of nightfall. However, before that, she had to feed the underclassman until he was full first. Don't people say that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first? Luckily, she usually cooked for herself, and her culinary skills were pretty good. Definitely not inferior to chefs in those small restaurants outside. She wanted to make it so that once the underclassman ate her food, he would never be able to forget it. Meanwhile, Gavin, who was sitting in class, was propping up his head, staring off into space. I miss Senior Chloe so much. I wonder what Senior Chloe is up to right now. Oh, right, I can send a text to ask. Gavin immediately unlocked his phone, opened his contacts, located Senior Chloe's contact info, and pondered what to send so it wouldn't seem intentional. He thought for a moment, and then sent, Senior Chloe, what is Snowy doing? In fact, he didn't care what Snowy was doing at all. That little dog didn't need him to worry about him. After the text sent successfully, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Gavin unlocked his phone to check every few seconds, but unfortunately his phone remained quiet with nothing new. Strange, is my phone broken? He was waiting with quite a bit of anxiety, wishing he could fly back home right now, to see what Senior Chloe was actually doing. What he didn't know, however, was that Chloe was currently lying in his bed, covering herself with his blanket. She narrowed her eyes comfortably, a satisfied smile hanging on her face. Phew, this feels amazing. She turned over, lay face down on the pillow, and took a deep breath, then let out a contented sigh. If she couldn't touch the underclassman in person, wasn't taking a whiff of his scent pretty great too? She hadn't expected Gavin's bed to be this comfortable. And most importantly, the scent wafting from it was her absolute favorite, that clean fragrance of soap, identical to the smell he usually carried on his body, making her grow more and more addicted the more she smelled it, wishing she could stick herself tightly to his bed and stay like this for the rest of her life. She startled herself with this thought. Why was she getting more and more like a pervert? Soon enough, she found an excuse for herself. When you like a person or a thing, shouldn't you get it? Exhausting every possible means to get it. Wasn't that famous quote trending online? Liking someone is about possession, while loving someone is about restraint. Chloe had never agreed with that saying. At least in her eyes, as long as she fell in love with someone, she would be with him even if she had to give up everything. And if that person was unwilling, then she wouldn't mind using some unconventional means. As she thought about it, she fell asleep. She slept very deeply this time, one of the rare few times in a long while that she had slept so comfortably. By the time she woke up, it was already close to dusk. For some unknown reason, whenever she woke up when it was getting dark, an intense sense of loneliness and sadness flooded her heart. Her longing to be held tightly in that person's arms grew stronger and stronger. Fumbling around for her phone to take a look, she saw several unread text messages, all coming from the exact same person. Senior Chloe, what is Snowy doing? Senior Chloe, class is so boring. The last message was sent half an hour ago. The underclassman said, Senior Chloe, class is almost over. When she saw this message, Chloe knit her brows tightly. Class was almost over. Based on this timing, he should be getting home very soon. Chloe immediately got up, and seeing the originally neat bedsheet rumbled by her into complete wrinkles, she expressed great satisfaction. This exact effect was what she wanted. Next, she walked into the kitchen and took out all the ingredients from the fridge: soybean and pig trotter soup, braised pork ribs, plus a stir-fried water spinach dish. That should be enough to eat. She cooked very quickly. Everything should be completely done in an hour, though the pig trotters needed a bit longer to braise. Snowy had a very sharp nose, Smelling the aroma of meat, he immediately ran over, wagging his tail. Good boy. Big sister will make your food in a little bit. She patted Snowy's head and continued bustling about in the kitchen. After class ended, Gavin bolted out of the classroom at top speed. Seeing this, Ethan shouted behind him in jest, running so fast. Is your wife waiting at home? Senior Chloe hadn't replied to his messages all afternoon, so he was worried sick. Riding his electric scooter at maximum speed, he got back home. The moment he opened the front door, a delicious aroma of pig trotters rushed right over his face. Huh? How could a smell like this be inside his home? You're back? Chloe, wearing a pink Sailor Moon apron, had her waist-length hair pinned up. The warm yellow light shone on her radiant face, leaving Gavin completely stunned on the spot. Holy crap, wasn't this the exact same plot from his webcomic? The male lead returns home from work, and the moment he steps through the door, he sees his wife having prepared dinner at home, waiting for him to come back and eat together. At this moment, happiness suddenly materialized. He suddenly felt a strong urge to rush over and wrap Senior Chloe in his arms. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready in a moment. While Chloe urged him along, she ran back to the kitchen, checking the pig trotters in the clay pot. Great. It's ready to serve in just a second. Gavin went to the bathroom in a daze, as if a beat behind. Passing by his bedroom, he caught a glance inside, and was instantly shocked. Wait, didn't I make the bed before leaving? I got tired around noon and took a nap. Chloe's calm voice came from behind him. That was to say, Senior Chloe had taken a nap on his bed. Oh no, the bedsheets don't smell bad, right? His heart immediately grew uneasy inside. Luckily, he had a habit of showering every day, so it shouldn't be bad to that extent. At the thought of Senior Chloe taking a nap on his bed, he wanted to pounce onto the bed right away and take a whiff, to see if her body fragrance was there. But realizing this action was a bit creepy, he had no choice but to drop it. By the time he washed his hands and stepped out, the dining table was already filled with food dishes. Wow, Senior Chloe, you actually know how to cook. Very few girls nowadays know how to cook. Girls at home are pampering princesses too. Who would be willing for the sake of another person to learn a skill they had never touched before? Gavin had thought he would definitely never meet one in his lifetime. Who is this brat looking down on? Chloe asked in dissatisfaction. What, do you not like it? Dare to say you don't like it and see what happens. How could I? I love Senior Chloe to death, Gavin blurted out. The moment they realized what he had just said, both of them fell silent. Chloe lowered her head, a rare blush flushing across her face. Heh. I meant I love Senior Chloe's cooking to death, Gavin explained lamely. You haven't eaten yet. How do you know you like it? Chloe didn't believe the sweet talk coming from this kid for a second. Men's words were lying devils. Do I even need to taste it? Whatever Senior Chloe makes is definitely delicious. Senior Chloe, can I take a picture? Gavin said bashfully. He had a habit of keeping memories, especially concerning everything about Senior Chloe, which he loved to snap photos of, so that every time he scrolled through his photo gallery, he could look back on how he felt back then. Sure, although she didn't get why the underclassman wanted to take photos, since he wanted to do it, she'd just dote on him then. Gavin adjusted several camera angles, snapping quite a few photos. The dishes Senior Chloe made were absolutely top tier, appealing in color, aroma, and taste alike. He picked one photo and posted it into a chat group called Loving Family. This was Gavin's family group chat. After sending it, he set down his phone and sat down. Senior Chloe, I'm digging in. He was already itching to eat. Gavin first took a bite of the braised pork ribs. Incredible. How could it taste this delicious? Senior Chloe, this is so good. Gavin's eyes sparkled brightly, as if he were eating some exotic delicacy. Next, he tried all 3 dishes, every single dish deserving the praise of a gourmet feast. He instantly felt that Senior Chloe's home-cooked dishes could literally crush the chefs from those 5-star hotels he'd been to before. While he was burying his head eating ravenously, completely immersed in eating, making him completely forget to chat with Chloe. Looking at the guy chowing down ravenously in front of her, Chloe showed a look of pleasant surprise. On her phone, she still had the video saved from when he ate that burger earlier. Back then, she already felt that the underclassman ate just like a little hamster, super earnest and fully invested. In an instant, a wave of deep fulfillment spread through her heart. In fact, people who love to cook might not necessarily do it out of pure passion, but rather enjoy the sense of fulfillment from seeing someone clean off every single bit of food they cooked, watching him wolf it down like that. Chloe suddenly felt that no matter how tiring cooking was, she could endure it. Wasn't this exact moment what she was striving for? Right then, Gavin's phone kept popping up new messages. In the loving family group chat, after he posted that photo, first came a greeting text from Dr. Avery. Eating takeout again? Brat. When will you learn to cook for yourself? The very next second, an account named Yaya's husband immediately agreed. Always eating takeout is unhealthy. Your mom is spot on. You need to learn how to cook for yourself. Otherwise, what girl would ever be willing to marry you in the future? When Gavin saw this text, he was instantly rendered speechless. What takeout? This is a home-cooked dinner. Senior Chloe worked so hard to make. He set down his chopsticks and immediately clarified, Attention, attention. This is not takeout. This is a dinner made with love. You guys couldn't eat it even if you wanted to. The dishes Senior Chloe cooked were exclusively for him to eat. After replying, he set down his phone, only to find Chloe had been staring straight at him the whole time. Senior Chloe, is there oil on my face? No, Chloe shook her head. Does it taste good? It's good. It's insanely good. Excellent. The emotional value provided was 100% full. Looks like her plan was being executed very successfully. One step closer to her plan of possessing and devouring the underclassmen. Gavin grinned foolishly. He had eaten way too much from this meal. In no time at all, every single plate on the dining table was licked clean, completely swept clean by him. However, he realized after the fact that Senior Chloe barely seemed to have used her chopsticks much. Oh no, he was so focused on eating just now that he completely forgot there was another person sitting at the table. I don't eat much. Seeing the embarrassment deep in his eyes, Chloe thoughtfully explained. Gavin let out a breath of relief, but to make up for his mistake just now, he took the initiative to offer, I'll do the dishes. Okay. Chloe didn't stop him either. She sat on the sofa and played with Snowy for a bit. After Gavin finished washing the dishes, he saw Senior Chloe and Snowy playing with toys together, the scene feeling incredibly heartwarming. He couldn't resist snapping a photo from not far away. In the photo, Senior Chloe had a subtle smile hanging on the corners of her lips, and Snowy had his tongue out nuzzling against her face. He caught a great angle. Then he set this photo directly as his phone wallpaper, Chloe noticed. Gavin standing behind her the whole time, knitting her brows and asking, What are you standing there in a daze for? Nothing, Gavin smiled. Both of them stopped talking. Nothing worse than the air suddenly turning quiet. Oh, right. I almost forgot the most important thing. As if recalling something again, Gavin hurriedly pulled a large shopping bag out of his backpack and then walked over to Chloe like he was claiming credit. Senior Chloe, here. What's this? Chloe took it to take a look, and the corners of her lips couldn't help twitching. Holy crap. A giant shopping bag filled to the brim, packed entirely with spicy gluten strips. Besides spicy prints, there were all kinds of other brands of spicy gluten strips. This silly guy. He couldn't have bought one of every single spicy gluten brand in the entire supermarket, right? Saying she wasn't touched would be a lie. She had merely mentioned it offhandedly, yet the guy had genuinely committed it to memory. Besides her parents, he was the very first person to treat her like this. Thank you, she said, her voice slightly raspy. Gavin waved his hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. But Senior Chloe, since you lost your keys, should we call a locksmith to come over? The guy looked at her with a pair of sincere eyes. Chloe's heart skipped a beat. She raised her head, a trace of grievance flickering inside her pretty eyes, saying, Are you trying to kick me out? What kind of talk was that? How could he ever bear to kick Senior Chloe out? Of course not. At this moment, Chloe lowered her head, pondering what excuse she could use to cover it up. Got it. It's so late right now. Let's not bother a locksmith, okay? Chloe pretended to wear a deeply troubled expression, and seeing a look like this in Gavin's eyes, he only felt that Senior Chloe was truly so kind and considerate. He sighed inwardly. It was indeed him who hadn't considered things thoroughly. And looking at the weather outside, it looked like a heavy rainstorm was about to hit real soon. Then let's talk about it tomorrow. Hearing this, Chloe let out a breath of relief. By the way, Senior Chloe, you can sleep in my room. Chloe was secretly thrilled in her heart. But upon hearing the guy's very next sentence, the joy inside her vanished without a trace in an instant. I'll sleep in the room next door. He rented a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Back then, afraid there might be unexpected needs, he had deliberately kept 1 bedroom available. It was just that this bedroom had poor natural lighting, so it had stayed empty all this time. The smile that Chloe had almost curled up froze instantly. At this moment, her heart felt incomparably conflicted. How could she forget this kid had another bedroom? Oh, she said indifferently. Strange. Pursts? Why did Senior Chloe seem a bit unhappy? Then I'll go wash up first. Chloe was pondering a countermeasure in her mind. After walking into the bathroom, she suddenly recalled something, turned back around, and said to Gavin with a hint of bashfulness, "Well, I don't have a change of underwear." Hearing this, Gavin originally wanted to say he still had new underwear. That hadn't been unpacked yet. But thinking about the Ultraman patterns on them, he decided to drop it. Putting that stuff on Senior Chloe, no matter how he pictured it, it felt awkward, and he remembered. Women's underwear and men's underwear seemed to have pretty different structural designs. Then I'll go downstairs to buy some. There was a chain supermarket downstairs in their complex. It should sell women's underwear. Okay, Chloe said expressionlessly, when in reality, she was hiding behind the bathroom door, forcing the corners of her lips down, knowing her face was burning very hot. After getting the girl's permission, Gavin quickly put on his clothes and headed straight for the supermarket downstairs. Arriving at the women's underwear section, he was a bit confused. The sales lady in the supermarket saw him, a young guy standing blankly in front of the shelves, looking completely lost and helpless. "Young man, here to buy underwear for your girlfriend, right?" Gavin nodded bashfully. Then the auntie started enthusiastically, explaining to Gavin how to pick the right underwear for a girlfriend. How much does your girlfriend weigh? Gavin genuinely didn't know about this, but recalling Senior Chloe's figure, she was definitely the type with curves in all the right places, yet very slender overall. Around 100 pounds, I guess? He gave a rough estimate. The saleslady asked again, "What's her cup size?" How would he know that? Thinking the guy was just being shy, the auntie patted Gavin's shoulder. "Oh my, young man, don't be shy. I have tons of experience. Just tell me, is it about the same size as your fist? Then I'll know the rough size." Gavin's face flushed bright red all at once. He even started stuttering when he spoke. I don't know. About the same, I guess." He had never touched them before, so how would he know? All he knew was that back when Senior Chloe pressed against him while sleepwalking, it seemed saying those words out loud used up every last bit of Gavin's strength. Save me. He had thought women's underwear was the same as men's, not expecting there to be so many details and specifications. The auntie was someone who had seen it all, and after pondering for a bit, said, "You're a very lucky young man. Oh my, we have tons of underwear styles here. Whichever one you like is totally fine." Right now, he just wanted to quickly pay and get out of there. In the end, the auntie picked out a set of purple lace underwear for him. Quickly paying for it, Gavin fled immediately. On his way back, he even comforted himself. It's fine. Just consider it learning about it ahead of time. Maybe I'll come back again in the future." Soon he returned home. The sound of running water was still coming from the bathroom. Looks like Senior Chloe wasn't done showering yet. Carrying the shopping bag, Gavin sat on the sofa, waiting obediently. Later, thinking of something else, he pulled out of his closet a white button-down shirt and a pair of athletic shorts. He had only worn them once, and kept them inside the closet ever since washing them. Senior Chloe didn't have a change of clothes, so he'd give her these to wear. Having prepared all of these, he sat up properly and formally, but the words the auntie at the supermarket said kept lingering inside his head. Senior Chloe's figure was genuinely top tier, belonging to that mature, drop-dead, gorgeous type. Although he hadn't seen many girls, he still knew Senior Chloe was absolutely top of the line among women. He drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. Purple has a lot of charm. I bet no guy could ever resist it, right? He had to admit, the auntie really knew how to pick. Right as he was pondering, a cool, clear voice rang out. "I'm done showering." Gavin snapped back to his senses instantly, hurriedly running over to the front of the bathroom door. Senior Chloe, crack the door open a bit, and I'll hand the clothes to you. Right as his words landed, the bathroom door opened from the inside, exposing a slender, fair arm sticking out, with a few water droplets still clinging to it. Hand it to me. Chloe waved her hand. Urging him along, Gavin hurriedly handed it over, and then the door slammed shut again with a click. Inside the bathroom, Chloe opened the shopping bag, and the moment she took out the underwear, her face flushed bright red all the way to the roots of her ears. What on earth is this? She unfolded the underwear, only to see that what should have been normal fabric was currently replaced with merely a single string. Although when she browsed adult apps usually, she had seen underwear in this style before, she had never bought it. After all, once when she clicked in to look at the reviews, inside were basically all reviews written by guys, which meant most of them were bought by male partners for their girlfriends to wear. Holding this hot potato in her hand, Chloe had never expected that a guy who seemed so pure on the surface actually had a mind like this on the inside. She slowly curled the corners of her lips. Not bad. She liked it. So she obediently put on this set of underwear and put the guy's white button-down shirt and shorts over it. I'm done washing up. When Chloe stepped out, Gavin looked over toward the voice, and at this moment, sparks exploded with a loud bang in his mind. Senior Chloe, you're so beautiful. He said those words completely out of instinct. Senior Chloe wearing a white shirt was simply far too captivating. How could it be described? Chaste, yet without losing a single bit of temptation. Because Gavin clearly noticed that this white shirt of his was a bit see-through, and that purple underwear he picked was faintly showing through. No, I can't keep looking. If I keep looking, I won't be able to hold back anymore. Though right now I already can't hold back anymore. Right then, a crash of thunder suddenly came from outside. Gavin snapped back to reality, hurriedly saying, Senior Chloe, I'm going to shower now. Watching the back of the guy fleeing in panic, Chloe grew intrigued. The infatuation in the underclassman's eyes just now was completely taken in by her. In a great mood, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat app, scrolling to the chat screen with Hannah. I owe you a meal. My treat when you come back. The other side replied instantly in seconds. Hee hee! Cousin, take it easy. Don't drain the cute guy completely dry. This girl talks utter nonsense. We are pure, Hannah. I get it. This is legendary, pure friendship. Chloe was speechless. Speaking of which, she didn't know what the underclassman's lips tasted like. Tonight I could secretly taste them while he's asleep. But recalling what the guy said before taking a shower, a bucket of cold water was dumped over Chloe. She couldn't sleep in the same bed with him. Then what did she expend so much effort running to his place for? Plus, she was busy all afternoon, doing his laundry and cooking meals for him. Collecting a little interest shouldn't be a problem, right? Stingy guy. Gavin took a quick cold shower. By the time he walked out, it had already started drizzling with rain outside. Raindrops pattered against the glass, making the whole apartment feel exceptionally serene. Yet Senior Chloe was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Maybe she went back to her room. Gavin didn't think much of it. After blow-drying his hair, when he was getting ready to wash the clothes and socks he had taken off, over the past few days, he discovered that his dirty clothes from before were actually all gone. Strange. An unbelievable idea popped up in his mind. To verify his own thoughts, Gavin walked onto the balcony. Sure enough, the originally empty drying rack was currently filled with freshly washed clothes and socks. He didn't even need to think to know who had done it. A warm stream flowed through Gavin's heart. Setting aside the clothes, Senior Chloe had actually washed his socks too. To be honest, ever since he entered elementary school, his socks had always been washed by himself. Nobody had ever washed them for him. His immediate first reaction was, Senior Chloe must be so exhausted doing all this, right? His heart ached for her a little. At this thought, Gavin wanted to apologize to Senior Chloe face to face, but when he walked into his bedroom, he found no one inside at all. A trace of doubt rose in his mind. Right then, he heard a sound coming from the kitchen. Hurrying over, he found Senior Chloe was boiling something. He stepped forward to look. It was actually milk. This milk was bought for him by his mom when she came. But because Gavin was far too lazy, he had never even opened it. Seeing him walk over, Chloe said indifferently, Drinking a cup of warm milk before bed helps you fall asleep easily. Thank you, Senior Chloe. Gavin suddenly felt that. How wonderful it would be if things could always stay like this. That way, he could see Senior Chloe every single day. He felt that right now, he and Senior Chloe were just like an old married couple, feeling deeply at ease. Although it was just his own unrequited wishful thinking, Gavin knew very well how to cherish it. So when Senior Chloe handed the milk to him, he snapped another photo. Seeing this, Chloe couldn't resist asking, "Do you really like taking photos?" Gavin nodded. "I guess you could put it that way. In fact, I didn't used to like taking photos either. Even back in high school when he liked Lauren, he had never taken the initiative to record anything because he felt it was too much hassle. Yet ever since he fell in love with Senior Chloe, he felt taking photos had become a truly wonderful thing. So keeping records in itself wasn't important. What mattered was who the subject was. And another most important point was, Gavin wanted to flex. This was milk personally warmed for him by Senior Chloe. Did anyone else have that? Nope. But earlier he had already posted it on Moments, the roommate group chat, and the family group chat. Where else could he post it? Suddenly, Gavin thought of a place. "Good night, Senior Chloe. You should get some rest early, too." Saying so, he returned to the other bedroom. Chloe looked at the guys departing back, almost driven to laughter by frustration. She didn't even know what to say to this fool anymore. If it were any other guy sharing a room with her, they would definitely look for all kinds of excuses to get close to her. Yet he was great acting as if he didn't care at all. However, Chloe thought to herself, wasn't she attracted to the guy's pureness and sincerity in the first place? After returning to the bedroom, Gavin quickly powered on his computer, and after uploading his draft to social media, the very next second, he posted a photo. Captioned, "Good night, guys. Remember to drink a cup of warm milk before bed." The moment the photo was posted, hundreds of comments flooded in right away. "Oh-ho, oh-ho, oh-ho. Warm milk? Holy crap, you didn't fall in love, did you? In a relationship? Unfollowing. Warm milk? It couldn't be what I'm thinking of, right?" Gavin scrolled through all these comments, bursting out laughing. These trolls were just jealous of him. Jealous that he had the campus goddess senior warming milk for him. Goal achieved. Gavin thrilled secretly in his heart. He shut down his computer, and while lying in bed playing on his phone, a message suddenly popped up. It was T-Rex Warrior. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't spoken in a long time either. T-Rex Warrior asked, "Are you in a relationship?" Hang, hang, hang. This was the exact effect Gavin wanted. "Bro, don't be envious. Are you jealous?" The next second, T-Rex Warrior replied to him. "Is she pretty?" Did he even need to ask? Gavin. Of course, fairy level. A wall away, Chloe, when seeing this text, couldn't help curling up the corners of her lips. Although growing up, the number of people who complimented her was beyond counting, and every time she heard those words praising her beauty, her heart felt zero waves or emotion, yet only when it came from the underclassman's mouth. Did her heart feel as if it had fallen into a jar of honey, so sweet and happy. Even so, she still replied very coldly with a single line, "Oh," clearly forgetting that this was her alt account. When Gavin saw this message, he thought T-Rex Warrior had been provoked by him, and texted back cheekily, "Feeling salty inside? Bro, I still don't even know what you look like. Send a photo for me to see. I'll give you a extreme makeover." Were extreme makeovers super popular nowadays? Gavin was still very confident in his fashion sense. T-Rex Warrior, "Let me see you first." Gavin, "It's not that I won't show you, bro. I'm just afraid of hurting your self-esteem." T-Rex Warrior, "I dare you." Seeing this sentence, Gavin immediately leaped up from his bed. Reverse psychology, huh? He was still very confident in his looks. Well, to put it modestly, he was only slightly behind Eddie Peng. It was just that he rarely took selfies, and rarely posted photos of himself on social media. He opened the camera, switched to selfie mode, looked straight at the camera lens, and snapped a photo very casually. When done, he sent the raw camera image right out. It was bound to blind T-Rex Warrior's eyes. After tapping send, he immediately followed up with another line, "How is it? Is your bro handsome or what?" On the other side, Chloe, seeing the photo sent over by him, burst out laughing. The face was handsome, but the angle was deadly, not even 1/10 of how he looked in real life. Even so, she still saved the photo. Seeing that the other side went silent, Gavin urged, "Your turn, bro. You can't back out this time." If she still didn't send one to him, Chloe felt the other side might actually get angry. After all, she had rejected the underclassmen so many times before. So she snapped a photo at random, and then opened an AI photo editing app. This app could generate a gender-bent version of oneself. That is to say, it could transform her photo into a guy, except her facial features wouldn't change. After generating it, Chloe took a look. Not bad. Very realistic. Then she opened another photo editing app, tweaked her facial features slightly, and after checking it carefully, she sent it over. Chloe wasn't afraid the underclassmen would notice. Since guys didn't understand this stuff in the first place, let alone a super straight-laced guy like the underclassmen. Sure enough, the latter sent a message the very next second. Holy crap! Bro, you're this handsome? Chloe raised an eyebrow, replying, how about it? Gavin, tisk, I'm humbled. Only slightly more handsome than me, I guess. Though I noticed a problem. Chloe's heart was instantly in her throat. It couldn't have been discovered, right? You look a lot like someone. Chloe held her phone in both hands, swallowing hard in nervousness. Who? Gavin, someone you don't know. Gavin tapped open the photo sent by T-Rex Warrior repeatedly, and the more he looked, the more he felt. T-Rex Warrior looked like Senior Chloe. It was just that T-Rex Warrior's face was wider than Senior Chloe's, and the features weren't as delicate as hers. Even so, T-Rex Warrior's looks were still way beyond his expectations. He had always thought T-Rex Warrior was a chubby otaku, but looking at it now, this guy was actually a gloomy, handsome guy. Bro, when are you coming over to North City University for a visit? Gavin issued the invitation once again. He genuinely wanted to be friends with T-Rex Warrior. After all, this was one of his earliest fans, and the two had chatted online for so long, he considered their friendship to be very deep. After he sent this sentence, T-Rex Warrior went silent again. No way. Was he rejected again? Just when he thought there was no hope, T-Rex Warrior sent a message. Sure. The gloomy handsome guy finally agreed. Gavin, set a time. T-Rex Warrior, how about next Sunday? Gavin, no problem. For some reason, at the thought of meeting up with T-Rex Warrior, Gavin felt a bit excited. This was his very first time meeting an online friend. Gavin, going to sleep? Good night. T-Rex Warrior replied instantly. Good night. Then the other side sent a Kaiomoji emoticon. Gavin fell into deep thought once again. This guy was still so effeminate. When he met him in person, he definitely had to educate him properly. Acting like this made it way too easy for girls to treat him as a bestie. Setting down his phone, Gavin lay in bed, his mind completely filled with the events of today. He suddenly felt that ever since meeting Senior Chloe, his life seemed to have become so much richer, no longer so dull and flavorless. Thinking so, he picked up his phone again and sent a text to Senior Chloe. Good night, Senior Chloe. He waited for a long time, but the other side didn't reply either. They're probably asleep. Just as Gavin was preparing to build up some sleepiness, a series of thunderclaps suddenly echoed outside. What had been a light drizzle just a moment ago turned into a torrential downpour right now. Rain pattered against the glass. Sounding a bit noisy, Gavin pulled a pair of earplugs out of his nightstand cabinet and plugged them straight into his ears. Perfect. Now he could get a good night's sleep. He never had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds. Although the bed in his bedroom wasn't as comfortable as the one in his own bedroom, Gavin wasn't that picky and fell asleep in about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Chloe on the other side lay in bed, tossing and turning, finding it very hard to fall asleep. In other words, she didn't feel sleepy at all. Lying in the underclassman's bed, the entire room was filled with his scent, making that yearning to be touched grow stronger and stronger, if usually Chloe could still maintain a normal social distance. In her interactions with the underclassmen, right now her brain was long beyond rational control. She needed his touch, needed him to hold her tightly in his arms, and even needed far more. Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded outside. Chloe sat up quickly. She walked up to the guy's bedroom door and knocked, but got no response. Chloe knit her brows, wondering what was going on. Fell asleep this fast? She knocked harder once again, but there was still zero response. Her patience exhausted Chloe. Dialed his phone directly. Luckily, Gavin's phone hadn't been set to silent mode. When he heard his phone ringtone, Gavin felt a bit bewildered. Who was calling him this late at night? Taking a look. Oh, it was Senior Chloe. Wait, why was Senior Chloe calling him? He instantly snapped wide awake. hurrying out of bed and opening his bedroom door. He saw Chloe, looking at him with a face full of grievance. At that moment, his heart melted completely. "Senior Chloe, what's wrong?" Chloe said in a soft, gentle voice. "Mwah. I'm scared." "Scared? Scared of what?" Looking at the guy's clear, innocent eyes, Chloe's voice intentionally carried a trace of coquettish pouting. "The thunder. I'm scared." As if hearing Chloe's inner thoughts, a terrifying boom of thunder echoed outside again at this moment. Frightened by the sound, Chloe hurriedly ran into Gavin's bedroom, looking at his senior who was usually so cold and aloof, now acting so fragile. Gavin's protective instincts burst into overdrive immediately. Right now there was only one voice in his heart: to protect Senior Chloe. "Senior Chloe, why don't you sleep in my room?" Upon hearing this, Chloe was secretly thrilled in her heart, but on the surface she still put on a hesitant look. She whispered softly, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" "It's fine. You sleep on the bed, and I'll make a bed on the floor," Gavin said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Chloe recalled the guide. She looked up on Green Note before coming to find him, the strategy guide she studied on the app. It said that if you want to win over a guy, you have to learn to play hard to get and act delicate and vulnerable at appropriate moments. Only by showing weakness can you wrap a man around your finger. At this thought, Chloe immediately stood up, pretending like she was about to leave. "Never mind, then. I've already troubled you enough. How could I let you sleep on the floor?" Hearing her put it like that, Gavin said immediately, "How could you say that? I don't find it troublesome at all." "Is that so?" Chloe asked intentionally. "Of course. But how could I let you sleep on the floor? How about this? Let's sleep together." Gavin blinked his eyes. What did Senior Chloe say? Sleep together? Although the two of them had slept together in a hotel once before, that was forced by circumstances. Right now didn't seem appropriate. He didn't want to take advantage of Senior Chloe. At this moment, innocent Gavin still thought he was the one taking advantage. Only later, after he was devoured clean without leaving a trace, did he realize that in front of Senior Chloe, he was nothing but a complete rookie. Seeing the guy was still hesitating, Chloe lured him step by step. "It's fine. We'll just do it like last time. Each using our own blanket. How about that? It seems like that wouldn't be impossible either." "Well, all right then. Plan achieved." Chloe thrilled secretly in her heart, and then lay down, very naturally, in the spot where Gavin had just been lying. There was still the guy's lingering warmth in the blanket. So warm. Meanwhile, Gavin brought the blanket over from the bedroom next door. When he came back and saw Senior Chloe had already laid down, Gavin pumped himself up in his heart. "Not scared, not scared. It's not like we haven't slept in the same bed before. As long as he woke up earlier than Senior Chloe tomorrow, then it wouldn't be too awkward." Thinking so, Gavin lay down beside Senior Chloe. The two of them, sleeping on the exact same bed, fell into silence with unspoken mutual understanding. Gavin's mind was currently pondering how to find a topic of conversation, while what Chloe was thinking was, lying next to the underclassman really is so wonderful. That feeling of complete body and mind relaxation made her addicted. In a little bit, while the underclassman was asleep, she was going to satisfy herself properly. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Seeing the guy staring with open eyes at the ceiling, exceptionally wide awake, Chloe asked. "I'm not sleepy anymore." He had already slept for a bit earlier, and now he was crystal clear and awake, Chloe said indifferently. If the underclassman didn't sleep, then how could she execute her plan? Suddenly, a streak of lightning flashed outside. Chloe had a sudden flash of inspiration, letting out a soft gasp, and taking the opportunity to lean against the guy's shoulder. Gavin's body stiffened straight up in an instant. Senior Chloe, don't be scared. I'm here." In a spot where Gavin couldn't see, Chloe curled up the corners of her lips, but the words she spoke carried a slight tremor. "I've been scared of thunder and lightning since I was little." In fact, Chloe wasn't scared at all. Hannah, on the other hand, was terrified. Every time it rained and hit with thunder and lightning, she would clutch her blanket and run into Chloe's room. And at times like that, Chloe would tell her ghost stories, and then Hannah would get so terrified she'd scream her head off. She didn't get why Hannah was so terrified of ghosts, but Chloe was a staunch materialist. Besides, was there any creature in the world more terrifying than human beings? So she wasn't scared of these things at all. But in front of the underclassman, she could pretend. As long as she could snuggle up close with him, What did putting on a little act matter? Right now her face was resting against the guy's shoulder, just as she wished. Although the underclassman was still wearing pajamas, having this was still better than nothing, right? Gavin's little heart thumped wild and fast. Senior Chloe had leaned so close, Gavin had realized, that no matter how familiar he became with Senior Chloe, the second she drew near, his heart would beat crazily, at an abnormal frequency. To ease this suffocating, breathless atmosphere, Gavin took the initiative to strike up a topic. Then whenever Senior Chloe was scared as a kid, you must have run to your mom, right? In Gavin's impression, an outstanding girl like Senior Chloe should have parents who doted on her deeply. But, after he said those words, the room fell into an eerie, uncomfortable silence. Just when he thought Senior Chloe had fallen asleep, Chloe suddenly spoke up. When I was 4 years old, my parents passed away in a car accident. Gavin suddenly wanted to slap himself. I'm sorry, Senior Chloe. He never expected that the cold, seemingly unreachable campus goddess had a family background like this. He immediately felt a wave of sympathy for her. It's fine, it's all in the past, Chloe said indifferently, as if she was long past letting the events of the past affect her mood anymore. But Gavin knew that the loss of a loved one isn't a downpour like the one outside the window right now, but a lifelong, endless dampness, a wave that stirs up even on the most ordinary of days. Anyone who hasn't experienced it can never truly empathize. Gavin couldn't say any fancy words, so he thought for a moment and said very seriously, Senior Chloe, death is not the end. Forgetting is. As long as you miss them in your heart, loved ones have actually never truly left. This was something his mom had told him. Hearing what he said, Chloe felt her nose start to sting. No one had ever said anything like this to her before. She had lived at her aunt and uncle's house since she was little, and even with relatives, there was still a barrier. The moment her parents died, all blood ties seemed to carry a bit of transactional self-interest. This was also why Chloe, after starting college, had never asked her aunt and uncle for a single cent again. She didn't want to owe anyone anything, but now she felt as if she had found a motivation to properly enjoy life. And that was the person beside her. No matter what, she would cherish him and make him belong exclusively to her alone. Thinking this in her heart, she couldn't help saying it out loud. I will possess you completely. However, her voice was very quiet, so the guy didn't hear it clearly. By the time she looked over at him, the guy was already asleep. This fool was truly carefree, but she just liked this pure nature of his. He was a ray of light in her dark world. She remembered Dr. Avery saying that the reason for her touch deprivation was because she hadn't felt love in her family of origin. Being extremely deprived of love had caused problems for her both mentally and physically. Was touch deprivation really just a craving to be touched? No, in reality, it was a craving to be loved. Then why did she not repulse the underclassman drawing near, and even feel deeply obsessed with it? At this very moment, she came to a sudden realization. It was simply because she had found the person willing to give her love. Thinking up to this point, Chloe's heart began to feel exceptionally settled and grounded. She turned off the light, quietly snuggled into the guy's arms, and then clung to him like an octopus. This feels so wonderful. It was a night of sweet dreams in every sense of the phrase. At 8,000 a.m. the next morning, Gavin woke up and opened his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. Who am I? Where am I? This didn't seem to be his bedroom, right? Had he run off onto Senior Chloe's bed again? But the next second, Gavin was pulled right back to reality. What Senior Chloe's bed? This was his other bedroom. However, he quickly realized an urgent problem. He needed to go pee right away. Gavin had originally wanted to wake up before Senior Chloe woke up, but he found that when he woke up, there was no longer anyone beside him. Where is Senior Chloe? Flushing the toilet, he headed straight for the kitchen, only to find it completely empty. There was no one in the living room either. The whole apartment was completely empty. He was all alone by himself. Makes sense. Senior Chloe only crashed at his place because she didn't bring her keys in the first place. She had probably gone back to her place by now. He let out a sigh. Wonderful days were always so fleeting, weren't they? Today was Saturday. Having finally gotten a day without having to go to school, Gavin prepared to properly nurture his bond with Snowy. For instance, taking him to get neutered. Snowy? Only then did he realize that Snowy was nowhere to be found either. This dumb dog couldn't have opened the door and gone out by himself, right? Ever since Snowy grew bigger, he had learned to open doors on his own, often running out all by himself, walking himself, and then running back on his own. Later, Gavin felt it was unsafe, so he specifically hired college students to walk him at scheduled times. Just as Gavin was preparing to go out and look for him, movement suddenly came from the front door. He hurriedly ran over, and upon seeing who it was, his eyes lit up immediately. "Senior Chloe, you're back?" Chloe was holding breakfast in one hand and holding a dog leash in the other. Hearing the guy's words, she immediately knit her brows. "What, are you not welcoming me?" Gavin shook his head frantically, taking the breakfast from Senior Chloe's hand, completely ignoring Snowy, who was currently wagging his tail non-stop at him, his entire attention focused completely on Chloe. "Senior Chloe, thank you for the breakfast." "No need to thank me, I just bought it on the way." In reality, that wasn't true. She had intentionally gotten up early, specifically taking a taxi 8 kilometers away to buy street crepes. The reason was simple. The underclassman had talked in his sleep last night. "Boss, 1 street crepe, add an egg, add a sausage, add spicy gluten." She had been woken up in the middle of the night, and after searching on her phone, discovered there was nowhere nearby selling street crepes at all, so she had no choice but to get up early and go get them. Gavin was naturally unaware of this, and she didn't want to specifically tell the underclassman either. After all, she had done it voluntarily. Telling him would just put pressure on him, wouldn't it? As long as it was something she was willing to do, she never asked for anything in return. Wait, no, the premise was that the underclassman had to belong to her completely and utterly. If, in the end, when she confessed her feelings, the underclassman dared to reject her, then she wouldn't mind using some extreme measures to keep him by her side. Despite Chloe usually being indifferent about everything, as long as it was something she set her mind to, she would never turn back even if she banged her head till it bled. Gavin was still immersed in the delicious street crepe, completely failing to notice that the look in Senior Chloe's eyes seemed so much hotter and more passionate than before. "I have to go to my part-time job today. Be good at home," Chloe instructed, as if she already treated this place as her own home. Hearing her say this, Gavin felt a bit shy. Why did he feel like he was being doted on by Senior Chloe? No, no, no. A real man should learn to dote on his wife. Although Senior Chloe wasn't his wife yet, who knew what would happen in the future? One still had to have dreams. What if it actually came true? "Senior Chloe, let me give you a ride." Gavin quickly finished the street crepe, and seeing Chloe getting ready to head out, hurriedly stood up. The matter of neutering Snowy wasn't urgent. As long as it concerned Senior Chloe, then every other matter could take a back seat. Chloe hesitated for a few seconds, saying, "The place where I work part-time is very far from here. No need." Hearing her put it like that, Gavin said immediately, "It doesn't matter. I'll ride my electric scooter. No need." Hearing this, Gavin felt a bit disappointed inside. "It's cold outside. Stay home." Chloe didn't want him to misunderstand, so she spoke out her true inner thoughts. So that was why Senior Chloe was actually doing it for his own good. Thinking about it this way, Gavin felt he was being a bit careless too. It was so cold outside. If he really rode his electric scooter with Senior Chloe, it would be a miracle if she didn't catch a cold. At this moment, he finally realized the importance of having a car. After Chloe left, Gavin dialed his biological mom's phone. The second she picked up, he opened with, "Mom, does what you said last time about buying me a car still stand?" Dr. Avery yelled furiously on the other end of the line. "Get lost! What kind of crazy phase are you going through first thing in the morning? When I asked you last time, you didn't want it. And now you're going back on your word?" Gavin gave a flattering smile. "The weather's getting cold, and I'm afraid of freezing." In fact, it wasn't that he was afraid of freezing, but rather he was afraid Senior Chloe would freeze. He was tough and thick-skinned, not afraid of the cold. But Senior Chloe was a girl, delicate and tender, unable to handle the freeze. No money. 2 brutally cold words. Gavin knew it was a dead end the second he heard it. It wasn't that she didn't have money, but that she didn't want to give him money. His biological mom had always been this brutal. After hanging up the phone, Gavin opened his banking app to glance at his balance. Not much money, roughly 600,000 RMB. It wasn't that Gavin was humble bragging. As a content creator with a decent follower count, this bit of money wasn't even pocket change compared to other creators. In the age of digital media, Making money was very easy, but he was far too laid back. Before, many manufacturers came to him for ad sponsorships, but he turned them all down, upholding the mindset of, if one person eats, the whole family is full. He didn't have much of a craving for money, but now, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The reason was simple, because of Senior Chloe. He wanted Senior Chloe to have the very best things, but all of these required financial backing. What was the point of just talking big when you liked someone? Although, he had stumbled and fallen once before. With Lauren, he wouldn't take the negative energy that relationship brought him and inflict it upon the next person he liked, because that would be unfair to that person. Thinking up to this point, Gavin felt it was time to slight his beloved fans a bit. He glanced at his social media direct messages, filtering out the DMs from fans scolding him. About a dozen merchants had reached out to him, but their price offers were all very low. Only one category offered a very high price: adult novelty products. One ad post paid 200,000 RMB. Very high. To be honest, Gavin was tempted with this 200,000 RMB. He could buy a decent car, at least guaranteeing comfort. For Senior Chloe's sake, he went all out. Gavin added their chat account directly. A few minutes later, the other side sent over the ad copy text and requirements. Reading it for a few seconds, Gavin felt like a brand new world had opened up before his eyes. Holy crap. Items made for women were actually this high-tech. Not only were there many styles, but many different modes had come out now too. The usual vibration mode, common in everyday life, had already been phased out. The sales representative on the other side was very enthusiastic. Great, Joe. Give me an address, and we'll send you samples. Samples? No way. What would a big guy like him need this stuff for? Gavin, no need, right? You have to use it. Company policy. We have to send samples to creators doing ad placements. Us working stiffs can only listen to the bosses. Ha ha. Seeing her say this, Gavin also knew working class folks didn't have it easy nowadays, so he simply sent his address directly over. Send it, if she wanted to send it. He wasn't going to use it anyway. Once received, he'd just toss it in the cabinet. Following the representative's requirements, Gavin organized the promotional copy, arranged and uploaded the images, and clicked publish. The moment this post went live, sure enough, it received friendly greetings from his fans. Holy crap, don't scare me. Is the person behind this account actually a ladyboy? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Great, Joe, you've changed. You're no longer that pure little guy. By the way, does this thing work well? Planning to buy one for my girlfriend. Soon enough, a female fan replied under this comment. Used it. Works better than a boyfriend. If you lack confidence in yourself, don't buy it. Otherwise, it's easy to get looked down upon. Purchased. I'll give you feedback after using it. Reading through the comments, Gavin couldn't help marveling. People's minds had finally been liberated. In fact, he had always felt using this kind of stuff was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, every human has needs. After publishing the ad, it didn't mean the money could arrive in Gavin's hands right away. He still had to wait for another half-month. Glancing at the time, Gavin picked up his phone. Senior Chloe, have you arrived? When Chloe saw the message, she had just stepped off the bus. Her hands were stiff from the cold, but she still replied immediately, I've arrived. What are you doing? Getting ready to take Snowy to get neutered. Neutered? Chloe knit her brows and replied, Don't you dare go. Wait for me to go together. How could she miss such an important event? Although he didn't know why Senior Chloe wanted him to wait for her, he still obediently replied, Okay, Senior Chloe. But if he wasn't taking Snowy to get neutered, what should he do? Gavin pondered for a moment. Got it. Senior Chloe worked so hard to make dinner for him yesterday, so today he'd show off his skills instead. Although Gavin had never cooked a meal in his life, if he didn't know how, he could learn. He didn't believe an undergraduate college student like him couldn't learn how to cook. Brimming with confidence, Gavin opened Green Note, preparing to search for the ingredients and recipes needed. After getting the general idea, he ordered groceries online directly, embodying one word throughout the process: lazy. While waiting for the groceries to arrive, Gavin went onto the balcony, getting ready to gather his clothes. Halfway through gathering them, Gavin was drawn over by a cute item, the underwear Senior Chloe took off yesterday. Pink in color, with a tiny little bow on the front and a giant heart on the back. Very cute and girlish, completely mismatching Senior Chloe's usual cool, aloof aura. He suddenly recalled the first time he went to Senior Chloe's apartment. It seemed her bedsheets and duvet covers were all pink, too. After interacting for so long, Gavin had realized long ago that Senior Chloe was someone whose exterior and interior were completely opposite. People online called this secretly passionate, but a Senior Chloe like this seemed to stimulate even more of a desire to explore. The more he interacted with her, the more he was drawn in by Senior Chloe's personality. He gathered up his own clothes. He shouldn't touch Senior Chloe's clothes. It was impolite. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chloe, who was still working her tutoring part-time job, was already itching to get off work. The high school senior student she was currently tutoring was named Tiffany, whose foundational knowledge was so poor. She was practically beyond saving. What's more, every day she only thought about discussing with her stuff about relationships between guys and girls. "Ms. Vance, are you in love?" Tiffany set down her pen, asking with a face full of gossip. Hearing this, Chloe said sternly, "Is this something you should be asking?" Stop pretending. I could tell since last time. You're always distracted while giving me lessons." Hearing her put it like that, Chloe quickly reflected on herself. It seemed it really was like that. Ever since meeting Gavin, half of her mind had drifted over to him. If this kept going, wouldn't she turn into what people online call a love brain? No way, no way. She was definitely not a love brain. Is this something a kid like you should be thinking about? Seeing this, Tiffany pouted her lips and retorted, "Teacher, I've already had 3 boyfriends. It's still undecided which one of us is the kid. Besides, when it comes to wrapping a guy around your finger, I definitely have way more tricks than you." Hearing these words from her, Chloe was deeply shocked inside. Are these words a high school senior should be saying? Are kids nowadays really this precocious? But as a senior, who was so many years older than her, Chloe would absolutely never admit that she was inferior to a little brat. "What, do you have some tricks?" she asked, pretending not to care. Tiffany leaned close to Chloe's ear and whispered a sentence in a low voice. Upon hearing it clearly, her face instantly flushed bright red. Does this even work? Why did she feel it sounded so unreliable? Tiffany said, unconvinced, "If you don't believe me, go back and try it today. Guaranteed to work." Chloe felt half believing and half doubting, and then realized that she was actually being led by the nose by a little girl. Immediately putting on a cold face, she said, "What nonsense is this? I don't need this. Do 2 more practice tests before you can eat." Tiffany let out a wail. Why is the life of a high school senior dog so miserable? When she got into college, she would definitely sleep in until waking naturally every single day. When class ended, Chloe hurriedly checked her phone, only to find not a single message. This stinky underclassman. Does he not miss her at all? Sitting on the bus, Chloe's mind was completely filled with what Tiffany had said. Should she give it a try? No way. She's the cold, aloof campus goddess. Doing that, wouldn't it completely clash with her persona? But that's only in front of outsiders. Could the underclassman be considered an outsider? At least compared to others, he definitely wasn't. But soon enough, Chloe fell into another predicament, and that was, how could she continue staying at the underclassman's place? Although she indeed didn't have her keys, finding a way to get into her apartment was very easy to figure out. If she kept staying there refusing to leave, wouldn't her intentions be a bit too obvious? Doing so would scare the underclassman half to death, right? In an instant, Chloe was stuck in a difficult dilemma, her whole body exuding an aura of, "Don't mess with me." There was no helping it. Her aura was simply far too powerful, so the people around her intentionally kept their distance from her. The next second, Chloe's phone vibrated. Glancing at it, her eyes lit up immediately. She picked it up quickly, asking indifferently, "What's up?" Gavin said excitedly on the other end of the phone. "Senior Chloe." "I'm cooking today." "When are you coming back?" Chloe suppressed the turning up corners of her lips, and the dangerous aura from just a moment ago was swept clean in an instant. She said, "Probably about another hour." "An hour? So fast?" Gavin felt he wouldn't make it in time. His cooking skills didn't seem up to the standard of making 3 dishes in an hour. "Okay, Senior Chloe. Then I'm hanging up first." "Wait, you're cooking?" Only then did Chloe realize the gravity of the situation. She doubted a bit. Does the underclassman even know how to cook? Yeah. Hearing the other side's seemingly super excited tone, Chloe didn't have the heart to crush his spirits either, and could only instruct, remember to turn on the range hood. Range hood? This fool actually doesn't even know what a range hood is? Could he be a pampered young master? It's fine. Go ahead and cook. Right now, she prayed that when she got back, the apartment wouldn't be blown up. After hanging up the phone, Gavin hurriedly opened the ingredients he bought online. He had originally wanted to buy seafood, but thinking about Senior Chloe's seafood allergy, he abandoned that idea. Plus, he didn't know how to prep those everyday home-cooked dishes either. For him, the difficulty level was a bit too high. So in the end, he decided to sear steaks. He refused to believe he couldn't even sear steaks properly. Plus, after looking up guides on GreenNote, he felt it was practically something anyone with hands could do. He executed a flurry of steps like a pro, only to be completely dumbfounded when it came out. Why is it so black? Is this even edible? It's fine. Keep at it. He had bought 10 steak cuts, precisely for fear that it wouldn't be enough when the time came. He gave the burnt piece of steak to Snowy and started searing all over again. This time he was very careful. After all, wasting food was shameful. As a result, it was another failure. He still hadn't mastered the heat control right. For the first time, Gavin realized, what it meant by theory is one thing, and actual execution is another thing entirely. Snowy seemed to have noticed something, barking, woof, woof, woof. All right, you lucked out. Gavin comforted himself in his heart. It's fine. Just consider it nourishing, Snowy. On the third piece, he finally succeeded. It was just that the presentation didn't look great. This piece he ate himself. The one made for Senior Chloe had to be the absolute best. Right then, knocking came from outside the front door. It's Senior Chloe. Gavin ran over immediately to open the door. The moment the door opened, Gavin's face dropped instantly. Why are you here? The girl standing outside the door was stunned for a second, saying jokingly, Tisk, tisk, tisk. Not welcoming me, huh? You haven't hidden a woman in here, have you? Gavin rolled his eyes. The person who came was his childhood friend, named Wendy. Don't be fooled by it sounding like a guy's name. She was actually a girl, though her personality was very fiery and fierce. The legendary Sichuan, Chongqing Tyrannosaur. She was his only female friend. The two of them grew up attached at the hip, and Gavin had never viewed her as a woman at all. What's more, this woman had never been in a relationship growing up, nor had anyone she liked. For a period of time, Gavin almost doubted her sexual orientation. Couldn't blame him for being sensitive about this. Their hometown was genuinely a bit wild in that aspect. After starting college, Wendy stayed locally in their hometown, while he got accepted into a university in North City. When school first started, he gave her his address in North City. The latter said she'd come find him when she was free, but Gavin had never taken it seriously. He hadn't expected this person to actually be so free, to really come find him. Wendy walked inside, first looking around the living room, and then slumped onto the sofa very casually, saying in her usual carefree manner, "Ah, living by oneself really feels so awesome," she exclaimed. Then she saw Gavin still standing at the doorway, looking at her with an expression like he'd swallowed a fly. "What's wrong? So disappointed to see me?" "No, I'm happy. I'm just so damn happy," Gavin said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Wendy took a deep sniff, stood up from the sofa, and walked straight into the kitchen. Upon seeing the steak in the pan, she said in pleasant surprise, "How did you know I was hungry?" Saying so, she picked up the steak with chopsticks like she owned the place, and stuffed it into her mouth. Completely lacking any reservedness as a girl, the very next second, she spat it straight out. Holy crap, are you trying to poison me to death? Right now, Gavin just wanted to kick her out. You see, Senior Chloe was already on her way back. Don't you have classes? Wendy took a sip of water and said, I go to a vocational college. I'm not like you undergraduates, she said sarcastically. Gavin knew her deal. She just loved making jokes. Besides, what difference did it make whether Wendy got into a good college? She could just inherit her dad's company straight after graduating. Just like Noah, she was a total rich second-generation kid. I had a fight with my dad, and he froze my cards. So isn't that why I came to crash with you? Wendy put on a pathetic act to gain the guy's sympathy. only to see disgust in his eyes. Gavin didn't bother wasting words on her, pointing at the door and saying cold-bloodedly, "Get out." "Me?" Wendy pointed at herself in disbelief. Next, she heard coming from her phone a notification for a money transfer. Taking a look, it was only 1,000 RMB. Hey, what can 1,000 RMB even do? A single meal of hers costs more than 1,000. Besides, staying at your place is totally fine. I don't have an extra room here. Gavin grew a bit anxious. Senior Chloe was probably heading back in a little bit, and if the two met, Gavin wouldn't know how to explain. Wendy didn't believe him, and checked the rooms one by one. Suddenly, she let out a loud scream. By the time Gavin ran over, it was too late. He saw Wendy staring at the pink underwear on the balcony, and then looking at him with a face full of horror. "Gavin, you actually have this kind of fetish? What on earth are you talking about?" Gavin explained helplessly. "That's not mine." This woman's imagination was wild enough. Wendy asked with an excited face, "Don't tell me you got a girlfriend?" "Not for the time being." "For the time being?" Wendy grabbed onto the key phrase immediately, and then wore a super sleazy, "I understand completely" expression. But luckily, her face was pretty. I get it. So you're still in the flirting stage, huh?" The flirting stage? Did him and Senior Chloe count as that? Gavin had never been in a relationship, so he really hadn't thought carefully about this question. Just leave it alone. "Didn't I transfer 1,000 to you?" "There are small motels near North City University. At 200 a night, that's enough for you to stay 5 nights, isn't it?" Just as Wendy wanted to say something else, knocking came from outside the front door. Oh no. It's Senior Chloe back. She came back so fast. Before Gavin could even stop Wendy, she had already run over to open the door. The moment the door opened, Wendy's face froze in a moment of utter daze. Holy crap, a fairy. Meanwhile, Chloe standing outside the door, upon seeing that the person opening the door was a girl, her gaze turned sharp in an instant. "Who are you?" she took the initiative to ask. Just then, Gavin rushed over from behind, hurriedly explaining, "Senior Chloe, this is my childhood friend." Childhood friend? A female one? She was extremely displeased right now. "Oh?" Her tone became completely devoid of warmth. Wendy was very quick-witted, and recalling the underwear she saw on the balcony just now, she connected their relationship right away. She had to admit, what kind of insanely lucky break did this fool Gavin hit? "Fairy, come inside quick." She pulled Chloe's hand right away, dragging her inside, as if terrified she'd run away, and then explained super seriously, "Don't misunderstand. I have zero romantic interest in him. If I liked him, back when he was a simp in high school, I would have made my move already. Sister, if you don't know how to speak, you don't have to." Chloe knit her brows slightly. "Simp?" "Yeah." Wendy wanted to keep talking, but was interrupted immediately by Gavin. "Are you leaving or not?" If she didn't leave, he was going to kick her out. Chloe stole a glance at him, saying indifferently, "Go cook." "Okay, Senior Chloe." Gavin obediently went off to sear his steaks. Wendy looked at his smug, victorious face. She pulled Chloe to sit on the sofa, lowering her voice and saying, "Sister? Whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything without holding back. He had someone he liked all throughout high school. Liked her for 3 whole years." Chloe's expression darkened several shades in an instant. Wendy added, "Though he probably doesn't like her now. After all, the girl in front of me, compared to that bitch Lauren, is countless times better." Wait, no. The two aren't even on the same level at all. Hearing this, Chloe's face softened a bit, but thinking about how he had an unattainable, white moonlight. First love, she felt an ache of panic inside her heart. Wendy carefully observed the girl's expression, secretly giggling in her heart. That's right, she did it on purpose. Knowing Gavin's personality, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to tell her that he previously had a girl he liked for so many years. But one had to realize that some things couldn't be hidden just because you wanted to hide them. A girl's jealousy was a terrifying thing. Knowing in advance was better than finding out later, right? Plus, a healthy amount of jealousy helped advance a couple's relationship. Though not necessarily, Chloe's heart was yanked right back up in an instant. Wendy wore a surprised face and said, "Ah, did you not know?" Chloe shook her head, indicating she didn't know. The underclassmen never mentioned these things in front of her. The two of them are at the same university. Hearing these words, Chloe clenched her fists, her fingernails digging into her flesh. She restrained her facial expression, asking, "What's her name?" She worked in a student council. Looking someone up was very easy. "Lauren," Wendy blurted out without hesitation. Anyway, she was leaving in a couple of days. As for whether some drama field would unfold afterward, she couldn't care less. Lauren. The name sounded very familiar. Chloe pondered in her mind for a few seconds, and then recalled it. She was originally the type of person who wouldn't pay attention to irrelevant people, because she felt it was a waste of time. But as long as it was someone related to the underclassmen, her brain would subconsciously remember them. Wasn't Lauren the girl who confessed to the underclassmen? In the classroom? That time? Oh, and another time was after the club meeting ended, inviting the underclassmen out for dinner. This person was the girl he had liked for 3 years. For a moment, Chloe didn't know what she was feeling right now. She wasn't sad. It was mostly jealousy. On what grounds did this girl get to possess 3 years of the underclassmen's love? Although she knew this was already in the past tense, Chloe was still unhappy. She wanted the underclassmen's whole complete heart. If deep inside this person's heart, feelings for another person were still preserved, then she would definitely go crazy. Except before she went crazy, she would definitely take the underclassmen's entire heart. Wendy secretly observed this fairy's expression, cheering in her heart, "I ship it, I ship it." Based on her years of experience reading novels, these two definitely liked each other right now, but neither dared to take that step forward. After all, once you fall in love with someone, isn't the first reaction feeling inadequate? She understood it all. Anyway, she had said everything she needed to say. The rest depended on how Gavin would smooth things over. On the other side, Gavin, who had been in the kitchen the whole time, was absent-mindedly searing his steaks. Heavens bless me. I hope Wendy, this big mouth, doesn't run her mouth randomly. He wanted to eavesdrop on what the two were chatting about, but unfortunately, when he rented this apartment back then, the only requirement he gave the agent was that the soundproofing had to be really good. Sure enough, now he had shot himself in the foot, but the only comforting thing was that the steak he seared this time was absolutely perfect, making his whole afternoon of research well worth it. Senior Chloe, time to eat. Time to eat? The moment food was mentioned, Wendy immediately ran into the dining room. Upon seeing the food on the table, she was instantly disappointed. She had a face full of disgust, as she pointed at one of the plates saying, "What's this? Steak paired with instant noodles?" Gavin said calmly. "There was no pasta, so I just substituted it with instant noodles. East meets West. What's wrong? You got a problem with that?" Wendy nodded her head vigorously. Recalling when she first walked through the door, that piece of steak she ate, she felt like her taste buds had been assaulted. Fairy sister, how about we go out to eat together instead? As it turned out, Chloe was already sitting at the dining table, calmly taking a bite of steak and saying, "It's delicious." Wendy felt like she'd taken 10,000 points of damage. She suddenly felt if she stayed any longer, she'd be a total third wheel. Haha. Well, you guys take your time eating. I'll head out first. Gavin wished she'd leave ASAP, so he said very bluntly, "Once you leave, don't come back." Wendy gave him the middle finger and left immediately. After she left, the room instantly quieted down a lot. Gavin sat across from Chloe, watching her eat her steak gracefully, asking like he was claiming credit, "Senior Chloe, is it good?" Chloe didn't raise her head, saying indifferently, "As long as it's good." On Gavin's face, a delighted expression hung in an instant. Chloe was sulking inwardly, not even knowing herself why she was angry. Logically speaking, she had no official status with him. But she was just unhappy, just feeling deeply stifled inside. "I'm unhappy." Rather than bottling it up inside, it was better to just say it out loud. Gavin was currently slurping down instant noodles, and hearing Chloe say this right now, he raised his head, a bit dumbfounded. His silly, cute look almost made Chloe break her stern face. No, no, no. She had to stay serious. What's the deal with Lauren? So Senior Chloe was unhappy because of this. Gavin hurriedly sucked the noodles hanging out of his mouth into his mouth, swallowing them down without even chewing, and hurriedly explained, "Senior Chloe, I admit I liked her before, but that's strictly in the past tense. I swear I don't like her even a single bit in my heart now. Otherwise, may I never be able to get it up ever again. For a man, there was probably nothing more terrifying than this. Hearing this, Chloe's face turned red immediately. What was this fool saying? If he couldn't get it up, then what was she supposed to do? All right. However, I'm going to punish you. Punish? Gavin asked. Sure. How do you want to punish me, Senior Chloe? Chloe thought for a moment, having no clue. So she said, I haven't thought of it yet, saving it for later. Okay. Gavin was completely dragged into a rhythm, completely failing to realize that the word punish itself was very flirtatious and ambiguous. Chloe snickered in her heart. An underclassman, this innocent, must absolutely never be snatched away by anyone else. She wanted to keep him for herself and train him properly. After the two finished eating, Chloe wanted to go wash the dishes, but was stopped by Gavin. Senior Chloe, you worked hard at your part-time job today, so let me do it. Saying so, he walked into the kitchen and earnestly scrubbed the plates. A good man. Those 3 words popped into Chloe's mind. But speaking of her part-time job, Chloe thought of what Tiffany whispered in her ear during the day again. It sounded super unreliable. Should she give it a try anyway? And looking at the underclassman's expression, he didn't seem to have any intention of kicking her out. Since he didn't bring it up, then she'd just pretend she forgot. Chloe convinced herself and said to the guy who was currently scrubbing dishes, I'm going to shower first. Okay, Senior Chloe. Chloe grabbed from the balcony the underwear she washed yesterday. She had to admit, although the underwear the underclassman bought was very sexy, it was very uncomfortable to wear, especially down below it, chafed unnervingly when walking around. When walking into the bathroom, Chloe was preoccupied with other thoughts, carrying things on her mind, looking bewildered even while taking a shower. Gavin was exhausted after cleaning up the kitchen. When he was home by himself, he did whatever was most comfortable, but now Senior Chloe was at his place, so he felt too embarrassed to be overly slovenly. Just as he pulled out his phone, getting ready to scroll through videos for a bit, a scream came from inside the bathroom. Gavin hurriedly ran to the bathroom door, and just as he was about to open the door instinctively, he let go of his hand the next second. Senior Chloe was inside. If she wasn't wearing clothes, wouldn't that be super awkward? He could only ask anxiously through the door, Senior Chloe, are you okay? Meanwhile, Chloe was sitting on the floor at this very moment, knitting her brows with a face full of pain. Damn it. When she was showering just now, she kept thinking about that sentence. Tiffany said, and before she knew it, she actually slipped while putting on her clothes, and, unfortunately, twisted her ankle on top of that. This time, she genuinely didn't need to fake it anymore, because she really couldn't stand up now. If she wasn't mistaken in her feeling, her ankle right now was probably swollen like a pig's trotter. Getting no response from her, Gavin grew more and more anxious outside the door. Senior Chloe. Chloe forced her body up, draping a bathrobe over herself, and called out to the outside, Come in. Hearing Senior Chloe tell him to come in, Gavin couldn't care less about propriety anymore, pushing open the door and stepping right inside. Pushing open the bathroom door, warm steam rushed over his face. Gavin's gaze slowly shifted downward, only to see Chloe, sitting on the floor in a very disheveled state right now. Upon seeing Gavin come in, her eye rims turned slightly red, her right hand clutching the bath towel tightly, exposing her fair, delicate shoulder. I sprained my ankle. The former cold, aloof goddess was currently looking up at him pitifully and helplessly. Gavin's heart almost melted completely. He hurried closer, then squatted down, carefully grabbing the girl's slender ankle. Chloe subconsciously tried to pull away. Don't move! Chloe was stunned. What was going on? This was the very first time the underclassman had ever spoken to her with such domineering authority. If in front of her he used to be a little white puppy, then right at this moment, he completely overturned her perception of him. Could it be that she had too much of a stereotype before? Still, this feeling of being ordered around aggressively felt pretty nice. At least she seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Oh no, she couldn't have some weird kink, right? Her mind drifted off, and by the time she snapped back to reality, she saw the underclassman bending down slightly, one hand encircling her arm, and the other hand scooping under her knees, scooping her up off the ground all at once. It was a bridal carry. Chloe blinked her eyes. From her angle, she could see the guy's side profile perfectly. Actually pretty handsome. Then she wrapped her arms around the guy's neck very naturally. He was afraid he might fall. Gavin carefully set Senior Chloe down on the bed, and then thoughtfully covered her with the blanket. Turning around, he walked off to who knows where again. He's leaving just like that? Chloe pouted her lips, looking resentfully at the guy's departing back. Having finally found an excuse to have intimate contact with the underclassman, she hadn't expected the time to be so fleeting. Just when her mood was sinking in disappointment, she saw the underclassman coming in holding something in his hand. Stepping closer, she saw it was Yunnan Bai Yao spray. Chloe raised her eyebrow at this. Next, she saw Gavin sit down by the edge of the bed, carefully holding Chloe's injured ankle. A very serious look in his eyes. If it were in the past, Gavin might have had his attention drawn away by Senior Chloe's pretty foot. But right at this moment, his heart was filled mostly with sympathy. Senior Chloe's ankle was swollen very badly, showing just how hard she had fallen. He sprayed the medicine onto the swollen spot, and then placed his palm over it, carefully massaging it with just the right amount of pressure. Chloe watched the guy's every move. Saying she wasn't touched would be a lie, but mostly she just felt comfortable. They all say guys' body temperatures are higher than girls', and looking at it now, it really was true. The underclassman's palm massaged back and forth over her ankle, his warm palm rubbing against her skin, making her feel comfortable inside and out. How wonderful it would be if it could stay like this forever. And Gavin naturally didn't know what the campus goddess senior was thinking in her heart right at this moment. He massaged her very earnestly, without a single inappropriate thought. Besides, Senior Chloe was injured. If his attention was still focused on her foot in a weird way, wouldn't he be way too much of a jerk? All right, all done. Chloe seemed a bit dissatisfied. She was right in the middle of enjoying it, whereas Gavin thought Senior Chloe was worrying about her ankle injury, comforting her. Don't worry, Senior Chloe. If it's still swollen badly tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital to get it checked out. Gavin had just considered whether he should take Senior Chloe to the hospital for a checkup, except right now, they were in the suburbs, and the nearby places were all small clinics. Going to the hospital meant a taxi ride of over half an hour, and it was already very late, and the weather was cold too. Right at this moment, Gavin grew even firmer in his resolve to buy a car as soon as possible, so Senior Chloe could suffer a little less. Senior Chloe, I'm going to shower now. Go ahead. After Gavin left, Chloe picked up her phone and opened the camera, snapping a photo of her ankle. Then she opened the chat app and sent it over to Tiffany. Tiffany, Ms. Vance, your fake acting looks pretty realistic. Chloe was speechless, replying with a line, Thanks to you. Your prediction came true. Tiffany, no way. Teacher, how come your acting came with an actual workplace injury? Chloe decided never to believe the words of these little brats ever again. Relying on others was worse than relying on oneself. Just as she was getting ready to turn off her phone, she saw Tiffany send another message. Though teacher, you're so pretty. And so exceptional. Just standing there would make people fall for you, right? How could you still be troubled over a man? Seeing this sentence, Chloe fell into deep thought. Growing up, countless people had liked her, but most of them were because of her looks. Yet there would always come a day when looks aged, and there would always be people in the world prettier than her. When the day came that she lost her looks, would those people who claimed to like her still remain in the exact same spot? The answer was no. What about the underclassmen? Chloe couldn't yet say that negative answer with complete confidence. If it wasn't one and only, if it wasn't an unwavering emotion, she would rather not have it at all. But as long as it was a person she, Chloe, had set her mind on, she would definitely work hard to get him. She always believed that what she fought for and won herself was the best. However, how could she share these inner thoughts with this little brat? So Chloe, still as cool and aloof as ever, replied with a sentence, Have you finished writing the math practice test? Sure enough, 0 messages came from the other side after that. When Gavin came into the bedroom after showering, he happened to see Chloe sitting by herself, looking dazed in a very cute and silly way. Senior Chloe, do you have something on your mind? He thought she was still troubled over spraining her ankle. Girls were always bound to be a bit more sentimental. Chloe nodded her head and said, Yes. Gavin said immediately, Senior Chloe, if there's anything troubling you, you can tell me. Only to see Chloe ask indifferently, Where are you sleeping tonight? Had Senior Chloe actually been thinking about this matter just now? Sleeping next door, Gavin said. Hearing this, Chloe couldn't really say anything either. Although Tiffany's methods were unreliable, one sentence she said was right. Pushing a man too tightly was not a good thing. You had to give the other person a bit of space, so you could make the other person keep missing and worrying about you every single moment. After speaking, the two said goodnight to each other, and Gavin returned to his own room as well. Before going to sleep, he set a 7:30 a.m. alarm, planning to get up early to buy breakfast for Senior Chloe. After spending so much time with her, Gavin discovered that the campus goddess Senior was a very disciplined girl. Her foot was inconvenient right now, so the task of buying breakfast would be handed over to him. Early the next morning, Chloe hobbled out of her bedroom, supporting herself against the wall, only to find the place completely empty. Snowy wasn't there either. Just as she was getting ready to call the underclassmen, the front door was opened. Senior Chloe, breakfast. Gavin let Snowy inside first. The second Snowy saw Chloe, he wanted to pounce right up onto her. "Snowy, no!" Seeing this, Gavin stopped him immediately. Just kidding. With Snowy's build, plus Senior Chloe's foot being injured, if she got tackled to the ground again, she'd probably end up second-degree disabled by then. Snowy was very clever, and hearing his owners stop, he didn't step forward any further, merely spinning in circles around Chloe. This scene made Gavin speechless to the extreme. This dumb dog. As long as he saw a pretty girl, he couldn't even walk straight. Ever since meeting Senior Chloe, it was as if in this entire world, Senior Chloe was the only female left. When walking the dog, if he bumped into other girls on the street who wanted to pet him, he would turn his head away very coldly. He had to admit, this trait was still inherited from his owner. "Senior Chloe, sit down quick." Gavin supported her to sit down at the dining table, and then thoughtfully arranged the breakfast in front of her. Fried dough sticks and soy milk, a very ordinary breakfast. Yet Chloe felt it was more delicious than all the breakfasts she had eaten in her 20-plus years of life. Seeing Senior Chloe eating with relish, Gavin felt deeply fulfilled. "Aren't you eating?" Chloe asked. "I'm not eating. I have to go to school." "Go to school?" Chloe knit her brows. Today was Sunday. What was he going to school for? "Rehearsal for our club's performance," Gavin reminded her. Only when he put it like this did Chloe realize, "Oh right," last time Felix said, they had to go to the club every Sunday to rehearse the performance. She had completely forgotten about this matter. "Then I'm going too." She was the female lead of the performance. If she didn't go, how could they rehearse? Don't. Seeing Senior Chloe about to get up, Gavin panicked right away. Just kidding. Senior Chloe was still injured right now. How could she walk so much? What she needed most right now was to rest peacefully. Seeing the other side react this strongly, the name Lauren immediately popped up in Chloe's mind. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. If she didn't go, what if the underclassman rekindled his old flame with that girl? Seeing Chloe's persistent look to go, Gavin hurriedly coaxed her. "Senior Chloe, wait until your foot is all healed before going, okay? When I come back, I'll bring you something delicious." Using this trick again, did he think she'd fall for it? "Is it still spicy, Prince?" "I finished eating the ones you bought last time." "Okay." As long as Senior Chloe could rest peacefully at home, he'd go buy anything she wanted. Gavin left the house, turning his head back every 3 steps. Chloe was very bored staying home by herself. When noon arrived, she originally thought of checking what was left in the kitchen to whip up a quick meal. Just then, the doorbell rang. Could it be the underclassmen coming back? It couldn't be this fast, right? Chloe opened the door expectantly, only to see a delivery driver. "Your delivery order," Chloe said coldly. After closing the door, she opened the delivery food, an eel rice bowl. Without even thinking, she knew who had ordered it. Just then, her phone made a message notification sound. It was sent by the underclassman. "Senior Chloe, your delivery made with love has arrived. Remember to check and receive it." Chloe couldn't help laughing out loud. Anyway, there was no one else in this house right now, so she could laugh however she wanted. This underclassman was pretty thoughtful. Knowing her leg was inconvenient, he'd even order food delivery for her. Thinking so, she snapped a photo and sent it over, and replied, "Received. It's delicious." When receiving this message, Gavin was currently eating in the cafeteria with people from the club. Is it delicious? But it looks like Senior Chloe hasn't even unpacked the packaging yet. The corners of his mouth grinned all the way to behind his ears. Felix teased upon seeing this. The underclassman is in love? Ever since knowing he was Chloe's cousin, this guy's attitude toward him had made a complete 100-degree turn. Wait, no, what cousin bullshit? That was all a rumor. Gavin felt it was necessary for him to clarify. I think I'd better clear things up. Senior Chloe and I have zero blood relation. Everyone in the club was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What did that mean? Gavin's lip twitched, saying helplessly, meaning we aren't related at all. Starting rumors nowadays costs zero effort, doesn't it? Spouting whatever bullshit comes to mind, talking utter nonsense just because they don't have to take responsibility. Seeing him speak so sincerely, the people in the club had no choice but to believe him. Meanwhile, Felix's face looked extremely bad at this moment. Since they weren't relatives, why did he get to laugh and chat with the campus goddess? Could this underclassman actually have a massive background, even richer than him? Besides this reason, Felix couldn't think of anything else. Underclassman, tell us what your family does for a living. Hearing this, the other club members had faces written full of disdain. Felix was the type who always sucked up to whoever had power. As for almost every club member's family background, he would make a point of asking about it. Those with a background he would put in important roles. Ordinary folks he would give the cold shoulder to. Gavin stared with a pair of clear eyes and said, My mom is a psychiatrist. That wasn't any super impressive profession either. Felix asked again, Then what about your father? A lawyer. Felix felt a bit disappointed. So it was just an ordinary family? How much money could a lawyer make? Unwilling to give up, he asked again, Which law firm does he work at? Gavin answered seriously, Sterling Law Group. He's a partner. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Sterling was a top-tier law firm nationwide. Many wealthy people's financial dispute cases were resolved by Sterling. An ordinary lawyer's annual salary was already very substantial, let alone a partner. Besides, to put it plainly, lawyers had high social status. Sometimes, even if you had money, people wouldn't necessarily take your case, looks like. This usually low-key underclassman was a hidden gem. On the other side, Chloe was eating the lunch made with love that the underclassman sent her, staring at her phone for fear of missing his messages. Unfortunately, the underclassman didn't send any more messages over after that. Probably went off to get busy. Chloe lay on the sofa after eating and drinking her fill. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Who was it this time? She first took a glance through the peephole, and upon realizing it was a delivery person, she instantly lost interest. Opening the door, she took the package from the delivery person's hands. Thank you. After closing the door, she looked at the order information, only to find nothing at all. What on earth was inside, that the confidentiality was handled so well? Chloe set the package box onto the table. Should she open it to take a look or not? Better not. After all, this was the underclassman's privacy. Even for those who were super close, they should still reserve a little space for each other. At this thought, she opened the camera, snapped a photo, and sent it to the underclassman. 10 minutes later, the other side sent a message. Senior Chloe, help me open it. Seeing this sentence, Chloe's eyes lit up. This wasn't her opening it privately. It was the other party actively asking her to open it. In a great mood, Chloe hummed a song. This feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. She found a pair of scissors and sliced very violently across the package box. Girls, when it came to opening packages, always possessed an extraordinary advantage. Why. Next, Chloe eagerly opened the box. With one glance, the smile on her face froze instantly. What was this? Confused, she pulled out the packaging box. A toy? Upon seeing the product description on it, Chloe's face flushed bright red in an instant. What on earth? Why would the underclassman buy something like this? Pervert. Although she had never used this stuff, based on her experience with all kinds of adult videos on her computer, wasn't this a certain adult product? Chloe wanted to unwrap the packaging, but stopped her hands after thinking for a moment. No, she had to ask clearly first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gavin walked out of the school, just happening to pass by a supermarket. He hadn't forgotten to buy spicy prints for Senior Chloe. At this thought, he hurriedly rushed to the supermarket at top speed, spending only a few minutes to pick out the stuff. Getting ready to check out. Gavin? How is it you? Hearing a familiar voice, Gavin raised his head, only to see Lauren wearing a cashier's uniform, looking at him in surprise. Gavin was a bit surprised too. To think he could run into this woman even here. What an ill-fated connection. Lauren looked at him, having bought a large bag of spicy gluten, knitting her brows slightly. Gavin, do you have kids visiting your place? She remembered. He would never eat this junk food. Gavin didn't say anything, preparing to leave after checking out. Senior Chloe was still waiting for him at home. He wouldn't waste time on irrelevant people. Gavin. Lauren followed behind him, looking at the guy's face as he looked at her indifferently. Her nose starting to sting. Seeing me here. Don't you find it surprising? Although her family wasn't wealthy, ever since she met Gavin, the other person had never let her suffer through any hardships. Even, she lived better than girls from ordinary families. But ever since the latter got angry with her, her consumption level plummeted drastically. Plus, these past few days, her mom kept urging her to pay her younger brother's tuition immediately, so she had no choice but to come work a part-time job at the supermarket first. Yet having grown accustomed to a life where nothing was lacking, how could she endure this kind of impoverished lifestyle? To put it bluntly, she still wasn't resigned. She refused to believe that seeing her look so miserable, the other person wouldn't feel moved at all. Treating you the way I did before was my fault. It was my failure to cherish you properly. Only now do I understand I was truly wrong. And I've realized you're the one who treated me best. This was the first time Lauren showed vulnerability toward him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hearing these words right now, Gavin could even manage to keep his inner feelings completely waveless and calm. I think you working here is pretty good. Hearing this, Lauren looked at the latter in disbelief. What did he mean by pretty good? Gavin didn't feel there was anything wrong with what he said. This was originally the life that belonged to Lauren. It was his existence that had allowed Lauren to live a life that didn't belong to her, without needing to put in any effort. She got to possess everything others had never possessed. Was this really right? Now he was returning the life that should have belonged to Lauren, back to her. He felt this was the best choice. It's not. Lauren wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the guy in front of her. I still have matters to attend to. I'm leaving. Looking at the guys departing back, Lauren felt an unprecedented sense of anguish. She knew she might truly be losing this guy, who used to treat her so well. She felt an unprecedented sense of fear, but before long, she adjusted her own emotions. Even though the other person didn't like her anymore right now, this was simply because she had done some things that hurt him and made him sad. As long as she changed, as long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to make this relationship return to the way it was at the very beginning. Lauren was full of confidence. After all, she understood Gavin. The other person's social circle was very narrow, and he simply couldn't meet any other girls. Once he went around in circles, he would discover that she, Lauren, was still better after all. On the other side, Gavin rode his electric scooter, speeding down the road against the biting cold wind. In less than half an hour, he arrived back at the residential complex. Senior Chloe, I'm back. Gavin, full of high spirits, carried a large bag of spicy prints, looking like a child waiting to be praised. As soon as he stepped inside, he started searching for Chloe's figure. After changing into his slippers, he saw Senior Chloe sitting on the sofa, not moving an inch. Her expression was very stern, and her aura was extremely powerful. Gavin immediately moderated even his breathing carefully. What was going on? Why did he have the psychological feeling of having done something bad, and then getting caught red-handed? Clearly, he hadn't done anything at all. Senior Chloe? He called out cautiously, then pulled out a pack of spicy prints, and waved it around in front of Chloe. Ta-da! Your favorite spicy prints. Chloe turned her head away, letting out a very haughty humph. Such a cute senior. Gavin was melted into mush instantly. Senior Chloe, did someone make you mad? I'll help you teach them a lesson, Gavin said very gently. Chloe raised her chin slightly, pointing a finger at the delivery box on the table. Gavin looked over, asking confusedly, what is it? To be honest, he couldn't remember buying anything online over the past few days. He took the items out of the delivery box, and upon seeing clearly what it was, he started stammering immediately. This, Senior Chloe. Heavens as my witness. I didn't buy this. Oh no, Senior Chloe's gonna. Think of him as some kind of pervert now, right? Although he didn't deny that point, Chloe said coldly. You didn't buy it? Gavin nodded frantically, and immediately explained the whole story from start to finish. Including his identity as a content creator, he confessed everything honestly to Chloe. After listening to what he had to say, Chloe knit her brows. The underclassman posted an ad. Her attention these past few days had been entirely focused on the underclassman himself, so she hadn't checked his social media profile page for days. If that was the case, then this made total sense. Seeing his expression, Gavin thought Senior Chloe didn't believe what he said, so he immediately pulled out his phone, opened his back-end analytics page, and put it in front of her. Senior Chloe, look at these. Chloe already knew about this long ago, but she still put on an act and glanced at it, subsequently nodding her head. I know. Gavin let out a sigh of relief, asking, Then how should we dispose of this little toy? Confiscated. Confiscated? There was such a move as that. Well, whatever, Senior Chloe said, went. Anyway, keeping this thing around was of no use to him anyway. He saw Chloe holding the box, walking over to Gavin's original bedroom, seemingly placing the item inside the cabinet. Senior Chloe, let's order food delivery for dinner tonight. Gavin had wanted to cook himself, to properly nourish Senior Chloe, but thinking of his own cooking skills, he abandoned that thought immediately. If he cooked, Senior Chloe might end up with more than just an injured foot. Okay? Chloe didn't refuse. She wasn't particularly picky about food. Besides, at the thought of being able to crash at the underclassman's place for another night, her mood became exceptionally wonderful. Compared to what to eat, what she cared about was what excuse she could find to keep staying at Gavin's place. Gavin didn't know what specific foods Chloe loved eating, only knowing she couldn't eat seafood, but he seemed to remember Senior Chloe really liked spicy food. During the club gathering last time, he had noticed. Senior Chloe kept eating the boiled sliced pork in hot chili oil on the table. At this thought, he immediately found a Sichuan restaurant on Meituan, ordered several of their signature dishes, and ordered 2 portions of rice as well. Senior Chloe, let me massage your foot. After ordering the food, Gavin didn't forget the most important task. Although Senior Chloe's ankle looked less swollen than yesterday, they still couldn't lower their guard. Chloe nodded her head indifferently, saying, Come over here. Gavin sat down obediently beside her, waiting for her instructions. Next, he saw Chloe lift her leg and place it directly onto Gavin's lap, saying with a cold and aloof expression, Massage it. Gavin blinked his eyes. He hadn't expected massaging her foot in a posture like this. After all, this seemed a bit too intimate. Still, since Senior Chloe gave the order, he would do as told. Just as he was about to start massaging, he found out something was missing, so he had to say awkwardly, Senior Chloe, I didn't bring the medicine over. It's still left in the bedroom. Hearing this, Chloe put her leg down with an unnatural expression. Looks like she had been too eager. Gavin jogged over to get the medicine, and then sat back down on the sofa. Seeing him look all eager and expectant, Chloe purposely teased him, Massage it. Huh? How come it felt a bit different from just now? Gavin glanced down at his own leg, and then looked up at Senior Chloe. Chloe saw this silly look on his face, and couldn't help bursting out laughing. Then she rested her leg on the latter's lap. It wasn't the first time his senior had smiled at him, but Gavin felt that no matter when, he could never get enough of her smile. Didn't everyone say his senior was super cold and aloof? Anyway, he felt she was more cute than anything else. Following yesterday's method, Gavin sprayed the medicine onto his senior's ankle, and then massaged it with moderate pressure using his palm. He had to admit, skin-to-skin contact with the person you like was practically the most wonderful thing in the world. That feeling was like floating among the clouds, making a person feel light and airy. Watching his senior enjoy it, Gavin felt a tiny bit of confusion. Logically speaking, with his current pressure, she should feel a tiny bit of pain, so why did his senior look so very comfortable instead? Senior Chloe, are you okay? Gavin asked tentatively. Next, he saw Chloe's thick eyelashes flutter slightly, as she said contentedly, I'm fine, keep going. Okay. For a second, Gavin felt he really resembled a massage therapist, and a free one at that. All right, Senior Chloe. Gavin reluctantly let go of his hands. Soon enough, the food delivery arrived. Gavin immediately opened the door to grab the food delivery, and then laid the dishes out on the table one by one. Chloe walked over and took a look. They were actually all her favorite dishes. Although she wasn't from Merberton, she really loved eating spicy food. Looking at his senior's satisfied expression, Gavin knew he had chosen right this time. Sure enough, next he saw his senior digging in with relish, because it was so spicy. Her lips were turned bright red from the heat. Truth be told, his senior looked really good like this. Noticing Gavin staring at her non-stop, Chloe thought it was because she was eating too much. Asking aggrievedly, "Am I eating too much? How could you be?" "Eat more, Senior Chloe." Gavin pushed all the dishes over in front of her. In the end, both of them ate until they were stuffed. So satisfying. Delicious food and the underclassmen were in this world the only two things that could make her feel happy. After finishing their meal, the two each finished washing up, and Gavin quickly returned to his room. Chloe quietly came out of her room, and upon seeing his tightly shut bedroom door, she let out a humph. Disk! No need to guard against her like this, right? Was he really that afraid she would take advantage of him? Chloe originally wanted to knock on the door and tell him that sleeping by herself, she was scared. Thinking about it, she felt this excuse couldn't be used too often. If used too much, it wouldn't work anymore. Chloe, oh Chloe, can't you learn to sleep by yourself? But the next second, thinking of the feeling when touched by the underclassmen, she immediately rejected the thought. Sleeping alone was absolutely out of the question. But for the sake of future happiness, enduring it for now wasn't impossible either. The next day was Deadly Monday again. When waking up, Gavin felt as if life had drained all his energy away. He opened his bedroom door, finding the apartment completely empty. Senior Chloe was gone again. Realizing this, Gavin knit his brows. Is her foot even healed before running around like that? So he dialed her phone directly. Senior Chloe, where did you go? A cool, quiet voice came from the other side of the phone. I've already arrived at school. Is your foot fine now? In reality, it still hurt a bit. But Chloe didn't consider herself such a delicate person. It was just a minor injury. If not to deliberately play delicate and weak in front of the underclassmen, she should have been able to walk on the ground long ago. All right then. After hanging up the phone, Gavin was still a bit worried. Although his senior was already a junior in college, why did Gavin feel his senior was even busier than he was? Probably exceptional people are just like this. Arriving at school, Gavin first returned to his dorm to meet up with his sons. The second he saw Gavin, Ethan immediately ran over looking like he was interrogating him, saying, "What have you been up to these past few days?" Gavin said innocently, "Nothing much. Just lived under the same roof with my senior for 2 days, that's all." Really didn't do anything, huh? Ethan wore a face full of disbelief. He always felt that his roommate, right now, exuded a scent of a taken man all over his body. Suspiciously asking, "Don't tell me you're in a relationship." No, Gavin spoke the truth. He hadn't won over his senior yet. Tsk. Don't believe it. Don't believe it at all. If you get into a relationship, you must let your father screen her for you. Don't just accept any random bad apple. This sentence was clearly a subtle dig at Lauren from before. Rest assured. Besides, Senior Chloe isn't any random bad apple. She's an absolute goddess. The guys in the dorm went to the classroom together. Having endured a morning of torture, they finally made it to mealtime. Charge. As soon as class ended, everyone rushed out immediately. When Gavin arrived at the cafeteria, he suddenly thought of something, and pulled out his phone. "Senior Chloe, have you eaten?" The other side replied within seconds. "No." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ashley was staring at Chloe, who was eating, asking with expectation in her eyes, "How is it? Is it good?" Chloe looked bewildered. What's there to be good or bad about cafeteria food? As long as it doesn't kill you, it's fine. "Hey, this is what I brought specifically for you, okay?" Knowing the latter's foot was inconvenient, Ashley had bought a meal for her too when getting food. All right, best friend of China." Chloe smiled helplessly. This drama queen. To tell the truth, cafeteria food was really terrible. She didn't know how the school had the heart to torment them, these miserable college students. However, even though she had food to eat, it still couldn't stop her from telling the underclassmen that she hadn't eaten yet. Girls, after all, when it's time to play pitiful, they still had to do it. This was what Tiffany had told her. When Gavin saw his senior say she hadn't eaten yet, he immediately said to the cafeteria server lady, "Auntie, 2 chicken cutlet rice sets to go, please." "Wait, Gavin, aren't you eating with us? Ethan, who was queuing behind him, asked upon seeing this. I have something to do. See ya, brothers. I can guarantee. Gavin is definitely going to meet up with a girl, Ethan said indignantly to Lucas. Walking out of the cafeteria, Gavin rushed toward the girls' dorm building. While sending Chloe a message, Senior Chloe, which dorm building are you in? Building 8. What is this kid asking this for? Chloe replied to the message while eating her food. After asking, the underclassman didn't reply to her message again. What was going on? Why wasn't he replying to messages again? She didn't know. Since when? But as long as the guy didn't reply to her messages in time, she would feel restless and uneasy. That agonizing, clawing at her heart feeling. Probably no one else could understand. At one point, she even thought that her touch deprivation was worsening again. Thinking up to this point, Chloe suddenly sank into a depressed mood again. Would a normal guy accept his significant other having psychological issues? This was also why Chloe hesitated and didn't dare to take things a step further with the underclassmen. It turned out Hannah's words were actually right. In front of the person you like, it's easy to develop a feeling of inferiority. Suddenly, the vibration of her phone pulled her out of her thoughts. Senior Chloe, come outside. Chloe took a glance out the window, discovering a guy standing under the dorm building. Wasn't that the underclassman? Chloe blinked her eyes, and within her distant gaze, a few subtle hints of surprise revealed themselves. Seeing that she was about to head out, Ashley said hurriedly, Chloe, where are you going? I'll go with you, Chloe said indifferently. No need. Why not? Your foot is inconvenient. What if you twist it again? Ashley asked, opening her big, clear eyes. I have something to do. Saying so, without waiting for Ashley to speak, she walked quickly out of the dorm door, looking not at all like someone with a twisted ankle. Something's off. Something's very off. A woman's intuition. This cold, aloof campus goddess definitely had some secret she couldn't tell anyone. Ashley thought for a moment, put on her clothes right away, and quietly followed her. After Chloe went downstairs, she spotted the underclassman standing at the dorm entrance at a single glance. After all, the guy's good looks were quite outstanding, but the next second, her face darkened instantly. She saw a petite girl standing in front of the guy, a shy smile hanging on her face. Hey, handsome, can I add you on the chat app? Upon hearing what the girl said, Chloe's face turned completely black with anger. No. Differing from his usual at-a-loss manner, when facing Senior Chloe, Gavin was extremely cool and distant right now, and rejected the girl opposite him, super decisively. After being rejected, the girl's expression looked a bit ugly, and she said discontentedly, So rude. Saying so, she walked away huffily. Seeing this, Chloe's face softened slightly. She stepped forward and asked, knowing full well, who was that? Seeing Chloe come down, Gavin immediately went up to greet her, a smile hanging on his face instantly. Senior Chloe! Only then did he notice that Senior Chloe had actually come down wearing her pajamas. This was the first time he had seen these pajamas. Senior Chloe was wearing a fluffy hood, with a pair of little cat ears on top. Paired with Senior Chloe's cool, aloof expression right now, it was cute beyond words. The girl let out a little grunt, lowering her head without looking at him. Gavin discovered a problem, and that was, Senior Chloe recently kept acting cute towards him intentionally or unintentionally, yet she herself was completely unaware of it. Such a huge contrast in Senior Chloe. Gavin was a bit taller than Chloe. He bent down and intentionally looked at Chloe, asking, Senior Chloe, are you unhappy? Chloe asked tentatively, why didn't you give that girl your contact info? Although this question was a bit of asking while already knowing the answer. Girls, after all, just loved asking questions while holding on to the answer. Even the usually cold as ice campus goddess was no exception. Gavin straightened his body, seriousness showing in his eyes, saying, I don't like her. Why bother giving someone false hope? Chloe raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But that girl seemed to feel that what you did was very rude. Rude? Gavin didn't feel so. I have the right to say no. Hearing him put it like this, Chloe suddenly saw this underclassman before her in a whole new light. Although she seemed cold and aloof on the surface, deep down she was actually someone very soft-hearted. But the underclassman was different. He looked simple and innocent, but in reality, he was someone who acted extremely decisively when facing things. Chloe's heart couldn't help beating faster. Anyone would fall for a guy like this, right? Looks like the underclassman possessed no small amount of charm. Chloe felt a sudden sense of crisis. For a second, she even wanted to lock the guy in front of her up at home, not letting him go anywhere, so that no one else could covet him. Seeing the girl's expression grow deeper and deeper, Gavin reached out a hand and waved it in front of her. Senior Chloe, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how I can eat you up. Gavin didn't quite process it at first. Senior Chloe, you really know how to joke. This was the first time Gavin had ever seen the campus goddess tell a joke. Honestly speaking, it really was pretty cold, giving a person a cold shiver down their spine. Seeing his cute, dazed look, Chloe's playful streak flared up, stepping closer to him step by step, saying teasingly, "Let me think about how I should eat you up. First, strip off your clothes, and then toss you into the bathtub to wash you clean. And then—" "Senior Chloe," Gavin said with a forced laugh. "Haha, my meat doesn't taste good." Seeing the other party get closer and closer to him, he hurriedly pulled back some distance, wearing a face full of terror. It absolutely wasn't that he was timid. It was just that Senior Chloe's expression was way too serious. It genuinely gave him the feeling that she would eat him up sooner or later. Pah. Chloe couldn't help bursting out laughing. She recently had discovered a very fun thing to do, teasing the underclassmen on a daily basis. It seemed, no matter what she said, the latter would believe it. He really was so pure and innocent. Seeing Senior Chloe start laughing, Gavin let out a breath of relief instantly, saying with a silly smile, "Senior Chloe, you smiled, so you're not mad anymore, right?" Although he didn't know why Senior Chloe was angry either, a girl's temper always came fast and went fast. Hearing this, Chloe pulled back the corners of her mouth right away, saying indifferently, "I'm not." She hadn't smiled, and even less was she angry. "Senior Chloe, let's find a place to eat." Gavin hadn't forgotten the main purpose of coming here this time. Okay. Soon enough, the two found an empty classroom. During lunchtime, everyone finished eating and went back to their dorms to rest, so very few people came back here. Gavin pulled out the meals, opened them, and handed them over in front of Chloe. Seeing this bowl of chicken cutlet rice, Chloe fell silent. She had already eaten a portion of chicken cutlet rice just now. Seeing Chloe freeze up, Gavin asked, "Senior Chloe, do you not like eating this?" Saying so, he took a bite himself right away. He had been starving for a long time. So good. This chicken cutlet rice place was his absolute favorite place to eat at school. Whenever he didn't know what to eat, he'd eat this. Seeing him eating with such relish, Chloe started doubting. Was the chicken cutlet rice she ate just now from the same place? Although she was already full, she still picked up a spoon and took a bite. "How is it?" Gavin asked with sparkling eyes. "It actually seems pretty decent." Strange. Clearly it was the exact same chicken cutlet rice. Why was the difference so huge? Watching the underclassmen opposite her eagerly chowing down, Chloe's appetite surged instantly. The food that was dull and tasteless just a moment ago was finished off in no time. Big liar, Chloe. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the classroom doorway. Chloe looked up, only to see Ashley with her hands on her hips, looking at her and Gavin with a face full of resentment. Hey, isn't this Noah's ex-girlfriend? She was also the campus goddess senior's roommate. Gavin greeted perceptively, "Hello, senior." Ashley ran in front of the two with quick, short steps, looking down to see the two portions of chicken cutlet rice on the table, and then looked at Chloe in disbelief. "Didn't you eat?" Chloe quickly shot a sharp glare over, and Ashley shut her mouth right away. Fine, fine, fine. She looked resentfully at her best friend. Who was it that specifically brought her chicken cutlet rice from the cafeteria? Who was it that said chicken cutlet rice was just so-so? Who was it that said she had things to do, only to end up on a secret date in a classroom with a guy? Wait, a guy? Ashley immediately turned her head to look at the younger guy sitting across from Chloe. She narrowed her eyes, sizing him up back and forth, from front to back, top to bottom. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Chloe interrupted impatiently. Ashley snorted coldly. "Hard work pays off." I finally caught her red-handed. Silly. All of Chloe's unusual behavior had an explanation. The root of all this trouble was all because of this handsome younger guy in front of her. Chloe, wasn't chicken cutlet rice the dish you disliked eating most? Ashley said sarcastically. while Gavin, hearing her say this from the side, thought in his heart that he had stepped on a landmine again. He simply didn't know his senior didn't like eating chicken cutlet rice. But then again, hadn't my senior eaten with relish just a moment ago? Can't I switch up my tastes once in a while? Chloe said coldly. Her eyes filled with warning, but Ashley wasn't scared at all. She stood on Gavin's side, saying innocently, Senior Chloe is so fierce. I'm so scared. Gavin sat on a stool, practically sitting on pins and needles. His senior couldn't be messed with. And his senior's best friend seemed even less to be messed with. Oh right, underclassmen. How did you and our Chloe get to know each other? She was genuinely curious. This was North City University's cold, aloof goddess. Usually she didn't interact with human beings at all, let alone eat a meal together with a guy. Saying the two were in a purely platonic friendship was absolutely impossible. Well, Gavin felt, the process of him getting to know his senior was genuinely far too surreal. Plus, he felt this was a little secret between him and his senior, and he didn't want others to know. If you're full, go run 2 laps around the track, Chloe said authoritatively from the side. Ha! Ashley pouted her lips. Is that really necessary? Is asking a few more questions. Worth protecting him like a mother hen protecting a chick? Leaving? That's impossible. Ashley rolled her eyes, saying, Underclassmen, call out all the guys from your dorm, and I'll call 2 more girls. She wore a mischievous smile. Who knows what crazy idea she had thought up again? Chloe's eyelids twitched, knitting her brows. What are you trying to do again? Don't lead the underclassmen astray. Seeing her face full of nervousness, Ashley was super speechless. Don't overthink it. I'm very pure, okay? Haven't escape rooms been super popular lately? Just right for our 2 dorms to gather. 7 or 8 people together. How about it? Hearing up to this point, Chloe was still a bit hesitant. An escape room would definitely involve coming into contact with many people, right? Just thinking about that scene would make her physically uncomfortable. Just as she wanted to refuse, she heard Ashley speak up again. We'll play a horror theme. Other themes are boring. Horror? Chloe suddenly thought of last time. The underclassman's reaction when watching a horror movie. She actually really wanted to see it one more time. It would definitely be very interesting. Sure. Hearing this, Ashley widened her eyes right away. Holy crap, the power of love really is great. To be able to make Chloe, who hasn't participated in group activities in 3 years, make a move. What about you, underclassmen? Oh, right. I still don't know what your name is, Ashley asked enthusiastically. Originally, Gavin was still hesitating. Come on, that was a horror theme. Someone whose legs shook with fear even watching a horror movie. What if he peed his pants in fear when playing? But at the thought that his senior was going too, he gave it his all. I'll go. When he said this, it felt solemn, like a brave warrior going off never to return. Chloe suppressed a smile. Ashley looked at him, and only then did Gavin realize he hadn't finished answering the question, saying right away, Senior, my name is Gavin. Little Gav, huh? The moment she finished speaking, she received a death stare from Chloe. When returning to the dorms, Gavin originally wanted to walk his senior back, but didn't find the chance, only able to watch helplessly as his senior's back walked further and further away. However, what he didn't know was that when he turned around to leave, Chloe turned her head to take a glance back. Ashley, seeing this, was extremely speechless. Please, are you two acting in a melodrama? It's not like you'll never see each other again. Chloe gave her a haughty glance, saying indifferently, You wouldn't understand. These words made Ashley's mental defense break instantly. It's not like I've never been in love before. Is that so? But didn't you just break up last month? Ashley fell completely silent. She maintained a smile, looking at her best friend and saying, Chloe, lick your own lips for a second. Chloe didn't understand, but did as told anyway, and then looked at her with a face full of confusion. What's wrong? Discover that you've been poisoned to death? After Ashley said that, she walked away huffily. Meanwhile, after Gavin returned to his dorm, he immediately woke up his roommates who were still sleeping. Brothers, I want to announce something. Lucas sported a messy bedhead, saying with tears in his eyes, My boy, don't tell me you're in a relationship. No. After class tomorrow, how about we go play an escape room? Just us few guys? There aren't enough people, right? Noah said from the side. No, 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 I'll invite a few more friends. Hearing him put it like this, the others in the dorm looked at each other. Ethan asked in confusion, Gavin, you're not a local. Where'd you get other friends from? These words were actually spot on. Ever since going to college, Gavin. Aside from the few guys in his dorm, he had never taken the initiative to make any other friends. He always felt friends should be quality over quantity. Anyway, you'll know tomorrow. Hearing this, Noah cupped his chin, wearing an expression of seeing through it without spilling it. Gavin looked at Noah with a guilty conscience. He hadn't told the other side that among the so-called friends was his ex-girlfriend. If he told him, Noah definitely wouldn't go. For his senior's sake, he could only throw his teammate under the bus. Sorry, brother. The next afternoon, with half an hour left before class ended, Gavin stared at his watch, hoping it would tick faster. But at the thought of what they were going to play next, he started worrying again. Gavin, do you need to pee? Ethan whispered from the side. Get lost. Where are we meeting up with your friends later? Lucas reminded him. Oh, right. He almost forgot about this. So he hurriedly pulled out his phone, sending Chloe a message. Senior Chloe, where are we gathering in a bit? The other side quickly sent back a message. In front of old veteran BBQ. Gavin knew this place. Last time, he and his senior went to eat there together. After class ended, the guys from room 214 rushed out immediately. The four walked side by side in a single row, each with a handsome smile hanging on their faces. Ethan confidently flicked his hair back, saying, Why do I feel like we've got an F4 vibe going on? The other three nodded, deeply agreeing. Stepping out of the school gates, the guys set off toward their destination. Holy crap, how come I see the campus goddess? Ethan pointed ahead in surprise, saying, Holy crap, why do I feel like she's looking at me? Gavin had long since seen Chloe standing up ahead. He saw that today, his senior, was wearing a red bodycon dress, with big wavy curls. Not only that, the other party seemed to have put on makeup today as well.